hello, hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. For me, it's good night technically, but that's okay. For a lot of y'all, it's good morning. Welcome to yet another episode of Matitude, the ESC United live stream. And yes, you guessed it right. We're going to talk Eurovision today for a change. And it is a very special episode. Is that fair to say? Different, but special. And what I mean by that is that this is the first day of rehearsals of the Eurovision Song Contest 2023. I think 10 nations are gathering in Liverpool in the M&S Arena, and they are taking the stage for the first time. It's the individual rehearsal stage, and we are here to guide you through that, have some fun, and all of that stuff. In case you're new to this, my name is Matt. I'm kind of handling all the ESC United live stream stuff as usual, but I will not be alone throughout the day. My team members will, of course, pop in where they can and help me out, so that is nice. But I figured I'm going to kick this off. I hope you're all doing well. Thank you so much for joining. It's going to be a few hours of fun, entertainment, and a lot of the stuff we are learning together because, once again, just like last year, the first round of individual rehearsals is closed to the press. So all we get are the things that the EBU is willing to share with us. So you got to stay patient because we get a little bit of pictures, a little bit of here and there from the people in charge. And of course, we're going to look at this together as the things are being released. So I'm hoping you're all having a wonderful morning. And I see already several people in the chat, which is a pleasant surprise because I was worried that I'm going to be alone this morning, but that's not the case. Darren M, first of all, thank you so much for the super chat. No question, just appreciation. Love you all guys so much and wish you all a brilliant Eurovision 23. Thank you so much. Even though you don't have a question, I do appreciate the support, especially in the very different times that we have experienced. So, as you know, in case you don't know, the rehearsals have already started a little while ago, but since it all takes a long time for the data to come from the EBU to us, there was no need for us to be there the entire time. But we are here now, and forgive me because I'm also still bringing up a few things here and there as I'm talking, because it is very early here. So once again, I am not in Liverpool yet. I will be there sooner than later. But I already have Melanie on side. She will be on here, she said, in a little while, maybe showing us a little bit of the city where she's at to give you a little more behind the scenes stuff on what is happening. So stay tuned for that. So as a reminder, at 10:30, Norway took the stage for 30 minutes to rehearse. Then Malta and Serbia next. We got Latvia, Portugal, Ireland, Croatia, Switzerland, Moldova, and Sweden will wrap it up today. So just so you know, this is what is to expect. So let me go back to the chat. Oh, I got some familiar faces here. GJ, going to Liverpool tomorrow. Can't wait to catch up. I cannot wait to see you either. It's been a minute. I mean, a year. Time flies. I won't be there for a few more days. So you hold down the fort there, and I'll see you this weekend because, I can't be there early this time around. But I have my team there. They're all arriving over the next few days, and some of them already being there. As always, very important, when you want to talk to me, us, try to do at ESC United in the chat so I know you're talking to me and not somebody else. And Patrick is asking, what time is it? Is it like 3:30 a.m. for you? Yes. It is 3:35 now. So it's early or late, depending on how you look at it. So I laid down on the couch like around 6 p.m. last night and fell asleep for like 2 hours. Then I woke up and I went up to bed and I slept for another hour. But my system is still not adjusted. But the good news is I can do my jet lag while still here. So by the time I arrive in Liverpool, I'm already all adjusted and acquainted with the time difference. So that is where we're at. So before I answer some questions here and go into this real quick, what we have is the information from the blog on Eurovision.tv, and some of you may have read it already. But I have not. because, I just woke up. So I figured I should use this opportunity to actually look at the information that has been shared with us. So, nope. So let me make this a little bigger. Ta-da! First up this morning is Norway. So Alessandra, we all know, will open the first semi. And so what are we going to see today? It's going to be okay, they use always elaborate words and very descriptive ways to how normal people don't talk, but hey, it's going to be a sackcloth of chains of the official video or the black and gold Viking sass queen vibe of the MGP final question mark. Well, we can confirm that it's very much the latter, with Alessandra in fabulous metallic bustier with serious power shoulders and a black cape. She's accompanied by 4 backing dancers with giant glow sticks backed up icy blue lighting. Staging aside, this is a huge female empowerment battle cry with the drums vibrating through the floor of the Liverpool arena and whistle note at the end, lifting the roof off. This is going to be such a fantastic opener for the first semifinal, and the crowd here is going to be very up for it. All together now. If there are any fireworks, steams, jet, other pyros, they'll be deployed in the final rehearsal of this session, so we'll keep you posted. That has not changed too in the past. So from what I'm hearing here, did we have glow sticks in the national final? My brain is not helping me to remind that. But I think the spirit and the idea of what we saw in the actual national final seems to be alive right here. So just like the staging was quite dark, I think they will continue with that. And then that is the fur-clad tables in each green room. So this is kind of what it looks like. And in terms of the rules, it's much the same as last year. Treadmills, giant trumpets, hamster wheels. You can have whatever props you like as long as they comply with the rules around size and setup time. Steam jets, fireworks, glitter cannons. Fill your pyro boots. Need graphics? No problem. There's a huge LED backdrop and a lighting rig that curves up over the stage. Also, we now have a close-up of the fur-clad tables in each green room pod. Obsessed. I could not write this blog because the way I talk just probably wouldn't jive with them as much. No pyro for Norway, but we're banking on some steam jets at least. Will Malta be the first delegation to crack out the fireworks? We're thinking possibly not, but who knows? It is Eurovision. So that is what we have for Norway. I will answer your questions as well. While we're at it, Dave saying, so sad, I'm missing your accurate views on staging. The team, especially you and Sean, were always great in feeding back your views and opinions. So the EBU, the Eurovision team, obviously cannot be critical, right? They can only report on it and with some positive energy and vibes. Well, I do like to think that ES United, we have had a similar approach, but with fair, constructive criticism. Some people are more sensitive to that than others, but we always have love and respect for everyone. So unfortunately, you will not get a actual, a review of that because, it's all hidden until dress rehearsals, but we'll do what we can. And somebody said in the chat there were glow sticks in the national final. Okay, for some reason I don't even remember those, but maybe they were not as significant. Let's talk about Malta real quick. Malta, a change of style now, as Malta's the busker invite us to dance. Okay, this is just the introduction. We don't need to read that. We know who the busker are. We love you. This is a great, fun bit of why are you jumping around? With an epic sax hook. Stage-wising, the busker have brought all the props with a 4-part set that features a party house featuring the Destiny cardboard cutout. Oh, they had that in the national final too, though. But Destiny's back. A yellow park bench and a lamppost, a red car, and tiny room with a sofa. The band dance between each part of the set, and it's a clever bit of visual storytelling in 3 acts. How cool! It clearly is a little bit, what they used in the national final, just with more elaborate setup, from what I remember. Now, okay, who had multi-sparkly costume change on their Eurovision bingo card? Well, I did. So I'm going to check that. The chunky sweaters are swapped out for silvers for the final chorus. I feel better in my sweater. Sings Jean Paul, which is a sentiment every British person can relate to. Coming from California, this will be a struggle. It may be raining in Liverpool, but if the busker are asking, we are dancing. Incidentally, we have quite a few bands this year, and notably a few sad ballads. Oh, few sad next word ballads. Got it. I was like, what are sad ballads? Compared to recent contests, even the heartbreak songs are bops, which means the crowd is going to have to pace itself because nobody wants to be all danced out before Finland wraps things up. A little wink there at Finland. Okay, so it sounds like the busker really bringing out, a more improved, elaborate version from the national final, which is kind of what I was expecting. Though I love the sweater part, but you know, we can't have it all. And that's where we're at. Serbia's first rehearsal going on right now. We just got an update 3 minutes ago, but it is nothing about the actual staging. It's just a quick introduction to the artist. So I will keep an eye out on this little baby here, the stream, the live blog. So if you see an update, but feel free to let me know, because I got to jump around in between things. So far we don't have anything on TikTok. So if you also, I keep refreshing, but in case you see it before me, let me know, and I will bring that on screen as well, so we can all watch it together. But you have all the information that you need right here, right now, so you don't have to go anywhere. Do you hear me? I need to have some coffee because, as said, it's not even 4 o'clock here. So I see Gabe in the chat. I see you waving. I'll bring you in just a second. Let me put on my headset because I don't want it echoing. So Gabe is, he'll be with me in Liverpool as well. So hold on. Hey, buddy, can you hear me?
I can. Hello. Good morning. Well, it's the morning here.
Good morning. How are you holding up?
I'm good. I'm excited. I got to tell you, Matt, I've never been this excited for Eurovision before.
No bias, right?
No bias at all. But I just think it's those of you who've had Eurovision in your country before can probably attest to this, how special it is. It is a really amazing feeling, and especially for the UK to embrace it like this, it's just so exciting for me. I'm going to be there in Liverpool in less than a week's time, so I cannot wait. And apparently I'm very quiet. Is that better?
That's much better.
My microphone. Okay, yeah, I had it turned down too low, you see.
That is quite all right.
So I'm in a great mood, and I can't believe that we're here doing these streams again already. It feels like just yesterday that we were in Turin.
I know. And the crazy part is I'm super happy for you. This is the first time that you actually get to join us in the press center as well next week, right? So that's going to be a fun experience.
Oh, I cannot wait. And this is actually one of the first things I wanted to say, is the fact that there's going to be 6 of us in the press center, a full team, and hopefully in the village as well. I'm just really excited because I love that, it's about making all of you guys who are watching feel like you're there, that you're involved, that you're, in the thick of it with us. And it's just another way that we're going to be able to do that. So obviously I'm really excited for myself, but I'm just really excited for the whole team and the fact that we're all going to be there together.
Yes, no, I couldn't agree more. It will be really exciting. So before you joined, I'm not sure when you clicked on the link. I was just briefly going through the 2 rehearsals that already have happened, Norway and Malta. Of course, we don't have any pictures yet or any of that sort, but we got a brief description on the blog. Did you read or listen to them yet?
So I'm just getting everything up now. I saw the entry about Norway. It looks like not too many surprises in terms of the staging. It looks like they're keeping their lightsabers. And it looks like they're going for a similar sort of vibe in terms of the kind of whole Viking goddess thing for the outfits as well. I have to say, I'm not, when they're coming from the big, high productions national finals like MGP, that doesn't surprise me too much.
Yeah.
So no surprises on that front, for me at least.
No, Malta is a little bit more of a pleasant surprise because they basically have a 3-act staging, basically. And that'll be highly entertaining in my book. So you've seen the national final performance. I think what I mentioned is kind of like what they've done in the national final, just bigger, better, and more tools available to them. And I think that is really, really exciting because I know Malta is currently not considered a qualifier, but I am not convinced that is a guaranteed outcome. But we shall see.
I have to say, it feels a bit strange when we're like looking at a blog of somebody. It feels a bit like when you're like babysitting a 7-year-old and you play Mario Kart or something, and they insist on completing an entire lap before you're allowed to start. In order to guarantee that they win. It feels a bit like that. It feels a bit like that with them being like, oh yes, we've got all these things and we're going to give you this very small bit, but only after we've reported on it first.
Yeah, real quick, because this is also our first day here of doing this. I need to figure out. People are saying Norway pictures are out. I don't see them in the live blog. Where exactly are they? Are they on the homepage? Let me go back there. I don't see the pictures. Somebody can tell me exactly where they're popping up so I can go in there, but they're not posted in the live blog, at least not at my end. And people are asking again about the rehearsals. As a reminder, if you're brand spanking new to this, I mean, that was the same last year, but the first individual rehearsals and this year the second as well will be closed to the public. It is only the EBU that can get to see them, nobody else, and they pick and choose what they want to show us and what not. Check the homepage photo galleries. Okay, I'll go to the homepage then. I'm hardly ever on Eurovision.tv, so I must say I'm not really. I don't see photo galleries. See latest Liverpool. Oh, I have to click on Liverpool. Now do latest news, videos, podcast, photos. I think that's where it is.
Photos.
Aha! Yes. So easy to find. Okay, so let me bring that up here. So Norway, Alessandra, Queen of Kings. Okay, so that's her costume. It looks a little bit
that.
It looks like a little different
version of the national final.
It looks a little different from what I can see. Can you click on it, or do they have this weird gallery look?
Yeah, just click on the right arrow. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, you have to do it like this and scroll. Ugh, difficult. Because I have zoomed in, that's probably why it's not on one screen. Okay, so this looks all fairly familiar. Okay, it's very bright. You can see the outside, the LED screen. And yeah, there's your hand. And oh, look at her all
crown.
happy.
That little crown looks new. I don't think she had that at the national final, did she? There's another photo. If you scroll along a couple more, there's another photo where we get a better look at it. But I'm pretty sure that crown is new.
She gets rid of her cape at some point. You can tell because she starts out with the cape. And then right here, right? And then that's it. I think you mean this picture.
There you go. There's the crown. Does it belong to her sister?
So I would have to take a look at the previous outfit. I know it's close-ish, I guess. But I will say it's really cool. And the pictures looks almost a little dark. You know what I mean? Because the whole staging is pretty dark. But pictures can also be deceiving a little bit in here, depending on, and that's what also these rehearsals are for. If they are too dark, they can adjust that and make it lighter, put like a spotlight on her, or whatever it may be. So that's one of the things that they learn throughout this process. What do you think, Gabe, overall?
So no surprises from me. I do want to emphasize, actually, how much things can change, like in terms of the visuals, but also sort of the fidelity and the quality of the visuals. One example of this last year was some of you may have seen that when Sam Ryder's spaceship sort of opens up at the end of Spaceman, there are sort of stage engineers pulling those down manually. Yes. In the rehearsals, especially the early rehearsals, because of the way the stage was lit and so on, it was really obvious, which kind of broke the immersion. By the time the live shows roll around, a lot of that's fixed. So we'll try and glean that process as and when it happens in the rehearsals. But so it does look, the pictures look quite dark. I'm expecting probably maybe a little lighter, but not really any surprises here. I think we're going to get pretty similar staging to MGP.
Yeah.
Just a bit of an outfit change, both with her and her backing dancers, and obviously with some of the added tech of the Eurovision stage.
Yeah, and I think that should come as a surprise. Both Sweden, I know this year's a little bit different maybe with Lorraine, but in general, both Sweden and Norway often stick to their national final performances, maybe tweak it a little bit here and there. But for the most part, what you see in the national final is what you get at Eurovision, and doesn't look like we're going to have changes to that. So I would love to hear from people in the chat as well and see what they're saying. What are you guys' thoughts are first impression based on the pictures? Because our opinions are only mean so much. It's the one I'm the least worried about. Televote jury what? Meaning like Norway in terms of like Norway's qualification chances.
I think might be wondering about cross appeal in both the televote and the jury.
Yeah.
In which case, I mean, yeah, I think. To be honest, I think this finishing in the top 10 seems to me to be one of the least controversial, like Eurovision fandom opinions. Like, I genuinely, like, as far as I can tell, no one thinks it's going to win, and also no one thinks it's going to finish lower than like 6th.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, and for me, it's really safe. Sort of, I agree with that. Essentially, somewhere between like 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. That's the kind of range we're looking at.
Yeah,
she can sing it live. It's bombastic. People will like it on the night.
Yeah. Oliver is saying the photos have a lot of atmosphere. I'm excited for Norway. So it seems as I would lose the crown. It's a bit too kitsch. You don't agree with that necessarily, Gabe, huh? You like the crown?
It's Eurovision. Come on.
It's Queen of Kings. She could have gone much further. She could have had a throne and her peasants in front of her and a scepter and be like, wah, wah, wah. This is gone. It's kind of like, come on. Yeah, it is Eurovision.
Live a little. Live a little.
Yeah, but I see what you're saying. But people enjoy that kind of stuff. Yeah, especially a lot of people's English is maybe limited. They understand kings and queens, and then they see the visuals that kind of match the words that they happen to know. So it can be quite effective, I think. I wish they had improved a little Norway staging. It feels a little empty. Well, I will say, Gabe, I think that could be true based on the pictures, but one thing that the pictures don't show you is the camera work. We have acts that are just standing in the center, but the camera work is very intimate and close, the way they zoom in and pan around them and all of that stuff. So I wouldn't worry about that too much just yet. What do you think?
Well, I think this is actually an important point to make, is that one big shift, even if you keep the staging the same from the national final, one big shift that is true for every single act is the camera directors are different. And you have to give your vision to, well, it'll be probably the BBC's camera directors, and say, these are the shots we want, these are the angles we want. So they do kind of have to start from scratch again. That gives an opportunity to mitigate some of those things. So, it's like I said, I think if the stage felt empty for you at MGP, that would have probably been as a result of the camera direction. You still have 5 people on stage, so we're actually at the higher end.
Yes.
And you do get, single individuals, like you said, performing by themselves and feeling like they completely fill the room. Take Salvador stood stood literally in the middle of the audience, and it still felt like he completely filled the room all by himself.
Yeah. And even if you want to use more an example of being on stage, Monica last year, Lithuania, all she did was stand at a microphone. And it still worked the way that panned around, and she was able, just her charisma and all this stuff, to really make it work. So it comes down to an effective artist and the camera work. So I wouldn't worry about it too much. And one thing, just to go back to what you said, Gabe, I agree that it's on the higher end in terms of people on stage, which is a relief, because when I first saw the stage, which I liked the stage immediately, I'm not picking on the stage, but when you first saw the pictures in the video, I'm like, looks quite small compared to some of the other stages that we've seen. But as you can see, that's not an issue, because even with 5 folks on there, some people may think, oh, it's a little empty. So I think we don't have to worry about the size of the stage.
I think I filed the stage size complaints. I'm just moving some things. I've realized I'm going to need another additional screen, so I'm moving some things around on my desk.
Don't worry, I will have to move around as well, so you do what you need to. I have questions. I'm not short on content here. Don't worry. Have they uploaded any footage yet? Not yet. I'll keep checking every few minutes, but I know y'all are much faster than me because I'm multitasking. On TikTok, you guys just let me know. So tomorrow is going to be a bloodbath for the rehearsals. Well, tomorrow we're going to have the rest of the first semi, and then the first half, or the first few songs, not the first half. I have to double check exactly where the cutoff is of the second semi, because one thing is different this time around, Gabe, because with all your king and coronation, yada yada, all that stuff, making things more complicated. We usually have 4 days of first individual rehearsals. Now we're squeezing them into 3 days. So instead of having first semi, first half, 1 day, second semi, second half, day 2, and so on for the second semi, we only have 3 days, and they're all squeezed in together. Do you like it this way better?
Well, I like anything that glorifies my king and country. God save the king.
God save the king.
No,
See,
I don't.
In
case my sarcasm wasn't obvious, I think it's ridiculous. Now I'm pretty ambivalent. I think I operate on the same level that most British people operate when it comes to the monarchy, which is I'm a bit like, like they're there. It's fine. Occasionally
it's just kind of you're used to it. Yeah, it's you grew up with it. It's just what it is, kind of thing. Yeah,
but like
I hear you.
I just think it's ridiculous to be altering schedules unless there is a logistical reason, which there definitely isn't.
Yeah,
I think it's ridiculous to be altering rehearsals for a completely unrelated event that isn't memorial related. Like I understood when I went in Israel, I think it was it was like a war memorial day, and that I'm like, okay, you can't really do rehearsals on during a war memorial. That looks really bad. But it's not a war memorial. It's a big parade. They're sticking him in a fancy gold carriage, which is extremely camp, by the way, if anyone hasn't seen the photos.
I'm good. I don't pay any attention to that either. Forgive me all real quick. I need some Red Bull to keep me awake. I'm out of coffee now.
Speaking of Red Bulls, the F1 starts in 2 minutes.
What starts in 2 minutes?
Yes, the Formula One starts in 2 minutes in Azerbaijan. ISIL, who some of you may remember from 2018, sung the national anthem. But please do not go watch it. Stay here instead. Eurovision is more important.
Formula One, Schmormula One.
Yeah, exactly. Eurovision happens once a year. Formula One happens like 20 plus times a year. Know your priorities, people.
Get it straight, y'all. Anyways, I put up a question. Do you think Alessandra will do a backflip on stage? She's going to do cartwheels when she hits that high note, I'm pretty sure. That is what the plan is. But other than that, she doesn't move much, actually, except for her, exactly like I'm doing it. So I don't think she's going to go too crazy on anything. So there is an update on Serbia, I'm hearing. Let me share my screen again. Samo me se spava is an indie techno number sung, whispered in a mix. Okay, we know all that translate. Staging wise, Luke has brought a huge bed prop from the Serbian national finals, along with 4 masked dancers trailing long horses. Hoses, not horses. Slight difference. We've heard a rumor that smoke is going to come out of those, so we'll update when the pyro rehearsals with the pulsing bass and video game graphics. The whole thing is dark and surreal and hypnotic. Definitely a performance viewers won't forget. Your thoughts, Gabe? My first thought is hearing that. I mean, it was expected to be a darker performance, to be fair. It's not like a what? But this is good for Malta. We start with the dark performance in Malta, and then another dark performance from Serbia. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it feels like if you ever seen the picture of it's like that cartoon of the 3 dragons where 2 of them look really serious, and then the third one is like, that's a bit like that's Malta in this equation. I think from Serbia, it's something. It's again broadly what I would have expected. I think it had really striking visuals in the national final. I think that was part of its appeal. I think it would be a shame, to be honest, if they'd moved away from them. So I'm glad that they've kept I imagine it's the shell bed thing that he's in at the start.
Yeah. They did say that we're going to change the staging. So I'm just thinking the hose and all that stuff. It seems like they just build on to what they had in the national final, make it a lot more...
Yeah, well, a key challenge is the fact that obviously the national final stage in Serbia is really pretty small.
Yeah.
compared to the Eurovision stage. So they have to sort of work to expand it out. Luckily, this is the kind of entry where there was so much going on that stage that, if anything, they needed a bit more extra space just to spread things out a bit. So I do hope they use that. One interesting thing about Luke. So one thing I discovered this week while doing some of my research on my preparation is that Luke attended the British Institute of Modern Music in London, and incidentally, him and Monica from Lithuania, their times, although they were on different courses, their times at that institution, which is not very big, overlapped. So maybe they came across each other at some point in 2018 or 2019 when they were both there. We'll ask him about that when we interview him. So make sure to stay tuned for that next week.
Yep. Have we interviewed him already? I don't think we have, right?
No, not yet. We haven't interviewed him yet. We're interviewing him in Liverpool.
Okay, yeah, because we talked to so many people that sometimes multiple times, certain ones, that it's hard to keep track. Connor's doing a fabulous job keeping everything going, so that is really exciting. Well, I'm multitasking here. Again, any questions in the chat at ESC United? Who's next, by the way? Oh, Latvia. Because one thing is interesting, all three acts so far, at least the staging is national final inspired. We haven't had an internal selection song yet. The next one in line is Latvia, actually. In terms of Latvia, Gabe, I think you like the song, right? What are your thoughts? You think you're going to keep it fairly simple? Because, I don't know if a showy staging is appropriate.
Well, it has the limiting factor of being a band with instruments, and we sort of see this in the past that you can end up with staging when you're a band, where for example, a drummer is a bit kind of bound to a drum kit. So the issue, the challenge to avoid is making the staging too static. I hope they'll avoid that, but I'm a bit more in the dark. Whereas with Serbia and Norway, we had. And Malta, to a lesser extent, we had a sort of known striking visual ahead of time. This one I feel a bit more in the dark about. So for that reason, I'm kind of more excited to see this than the others, because I feel like I'm going to see something new.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to it.
Out of the ones today, which one on paper, at least, you were most interested, most excited about?
I would say, I've got to get the full list of them up. It's... I have too many windows open at once. There's too many things going on here. I would say probably I'm going to go with Mimi Cat from Portugal, actually.
Yeah.
Presuming that because I've got the semi-final list in front of me, so I presume she's next. It's a song that's really grown on me. I think it's a song that comes alive in the live performance, and also I think it's one that people are underrating. I think it has a good chance of doing well this year. Top 15, top 10, definite possibility. And I don't think enough people are talking about that. So I hope she comes out with something that makes everyone go, hang on, we've got something good here. And maybe, starts to build a little bit of hype. But I want to be surprised. So I want someone to come out with something that makes everyone just stop for a minute and go, we need to pay attention.
Yeah. No,
how about you, Matt?
It sounds a little cliche, but I am excited about Sweden because it's such a big hype. And we know the staging has to change a little. And I am dying to find out what they're going to do. We know it's going to be certainly national final inspired, and I'm sure it's going to be similar, but there's somehow need to have a workaround for it. So and we know Sweden is good at it. I'm just really, really curious on how this is all going to pan out. So that is certainly high up on my list. A lot of people agree with you in the chat. It's all about Mimi Cat, which is positive response, because I've been a big fan of the song, and at times I felt a little alone, in my opinion. So it's wonderful to see that there's a lot of support from Mimi Cat all of a sudden. We do know that one of the singers cannot join her on stage because he was in a motorcycle accident.
Oh,
so wish him a speedy recovery. So that has been a change, but we have to see.
No, that's awful.
Yeah.
I think with Loreen, breaking luggage drama. Latvia's Southern Lights are in Liverpool, but their luggage is not. So they have no outfits for the first rehearsal today.
Oh, so that happened a couple of years ago to somebody. Who was that? Deja vu, I forgot. Remember? There was like somebody waiting on the luggage and they didn't have it.
Yes. Oh, who was it? There was somebody. They're like, wait.
Somebody help in the chat. You guys
Chat, we
remember?
need you to deliver for us right now.
There was somebody else that lost their luggage or it wasn't delivered on time. But anyways, go ahead. So they lost their luggage.
Yeah. So the luggage is gone. So I guess they'll just be performing in their sort of civilian clothes, so to speak. So I guess we can judge their fashion sense.
Yeah, that's true. Oh yeah, it's the luggage drama. I love how they have a luggage drama. It's that's like
Did they
my
not get a
biggest
direct
fear.
flight? How do you lose luggage on a direct flight? Because you could definitely fly direct from Riga. If they haven't flown direct, whoever the airline is owes them some big money.
It's the airline, yeah. It's often that they just put the wrong sticker, or that as they move them around, they just moved it on the wrong airplane. I loved it when it never happened to me yet, but to a friend of mine, as we were picking, they're like, "Well, you just can come back and pick it up here." I'm like, "What? You better bring that to us. You lost it."
Well, let me tell you a story about losing luggage at Eurovision. My first Eurovision, little baby me, 2017. I get to Ukraine, I get to Kiev, and but I've made a mistake. I flew through Paris. Now, those of you who've flown through Paris before will know it is the worst airport on
I'm
earth.
flying into Paris when I come.
Well, Matt, your bags are not going to make it to Liverpool with you. And basically, sorry to stress you out. I'm sure it'll be fine. Just don't.
Everything was going so smoothly until now, Gabe.
So I waited 6 hours layover in Paris, but I should have seen when I was on a bus from my first plane to the terminal, I saw someone's bag just like laid, strewn, open on the tarmac. That should have been the warning. We get on the second plane, having waited. They had 6 hours to get that bag from one plane and put it on the other. It didn't make it to Kiev. So we need to do the baggage search thing in Kiev. They only speak Ukrainian. They do not speak a word of English. So it's me and my friends who do not speak Ukrainian, just sort of sitting there waiting for something to happen while our friend from Ukraine, you may remember Tress from the forum, who's not so active now. Sort of would every day speak to this guy in a van. And then one day they called us up and they just said, "Hi, we're outside your apartment now." And so we had to rush back and get the bags. The moral of the story is, because it's happened to me a bunch of times, never fly via Paris airport.
Well,
ever.
Too late. Should have told me
Except
a little.
Matt will be fine, but everyone else. But Matt will be fine, I promise.
I will be fine. I have been lucky. Although when I went to Rotterdam during COVID, my luggage was literally the last one to come out. So you sit there, everyone's leaving, and it's just you. I'm like, oh no, fudge. But then the last one came out. I'm like, yay! So that was a major relief. So, anyways, we are now waiting for some more info. Let me actually go back to the schedule, because at some point there will also be a lunch break. And the lunch break occurs after Latvia. So we're going to get Latvia first. Then there is going to be a lunch break with then Portugal, Ireland, Croatia, and Switzerland. And, they're not going to have another break? Wait, because usually they have like another break in the afternoon, but I guess they're only going to have lunch. Yeah. And then, they're just going to work through into the rest of the evening until 6 o'clock when Sweden's done rehearsing. And we don't still have any thingy things on TikToks. So that is certainly unfortunate, but I'm sure they're going to drop all back, bang, bang. I remember last year as well, especially on the first day, there was a major delay getting them out, and then at some point they all just popped up like back to back. So it's going to be interesting.
Well, I think there's a lot of things we could say, and I'm sure we'll say over the coming fortnight about how the contest was organized last year. I think, but I think to focus on the positive, one thing that I think is a massive positive change from last year is it feels like, at least in terms of the number of accreditations being issued to individual outlets, there's been a total 180.
Well, yeah.
Like the contrast could not be more stark. Last year you had, outlets getting one accreditation, two accreditations.
Well, we got two, but one in person and on site and one online.
And now this year, I mean, we got 6.
We only asked for 6. We didn't even bother asking for more. Because we're not going to get all of them in, and then boom. So that was very interesting. And those who watched us last year, they may remember that how empty the press center was. It was like, why? Like on grand final night, I had my own table, and the table had like 20 seats. I don't know, it was almost spooky. So it was very unfortunate. So as we are waiting for more information, feel free to drop a question or comment in the chat, as always, at ESC United. Let me bring up this one. Let's see what it says. The guy that made Lorraine LED screen is in Liverpool with her team. I assume that's a new LED screen that they're referring to. We haven't heard. Have you heard anything, Gabe? On next?
I think that's the original LED screen. I think the thing is though is that there's going to be. I mean, obviously they know they can't hang something that big from the ceiling.
Yeah.
So we can say right now there absolutely will not be a giant screen hanging from the ceiling. I will kind of be disappointed if there is. Actually, in some ways, because they would have had to step on some serious toes to do that, and I don't think it would be fair. However, it wouldn't surprise me if we still saw some kind of LED or projection in addition to what is already on the stage. So think Sergei Lazarev in 2016. Maybe with the sort of the what they did there, they kind of had I think it was it was like some kind of silicon based sort of stretchy fabric over a surface that allowed it to be moved in that way. Obviously, they don't need exactly the same thing. Something like that, those kinds of things could be angled. They could be, and they could be standalone, elements that could be easily wheeled on and off the stage. That's the kind of thing I'm looking for. I could be completely barking up the wrong tree. But if they're trying to keep it similar, that is as close as I imagine they could get. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, no, that is true. And that's why I said that this is probably the one I look forward to the most. I guess I look forward to all of them, don't get me wrong. And it has nothing to do with the song itself. It's really just, this is the first time in years, many years, that Sweden has to figure something out. I know that 2019 John Lundvik was slightly different, but it was still ultimately the same idea and concept. So, but for the most part, we don't expect any major surprises with Sweden. Here, it's a little bit more like, what now? Which is kind of fun. Let me take a look at Twitter if anyone has anything important to say to us or nah. So I just see that Karya has arrived in Liverpool with his very green suitcase.
Show us.
Hang on. I don't have that tab on share. Hang on. I share screen and I'm gonna do my Twitter. Not working. Oh no, there it is. So let me zoom in a little.
There he is. Such a sweetheart.
I know. There you go. So he has arrived. But yeah, that's all I have. So now you know what his green suitcase looks like. Very important for you to know.
Yeah, well, if any of you spot him, there you go. That's what you need to look out for.
Yeah, I mean, it works with his outfit.
Green.
Yes, so he spoiled it there with his luggage anyway. So, but we kind of knew that was going to happen. Yeah.
There's a really fun video actually on the on the UMK channel, the Finnish national finals YouTube channel, with Karja. There's one where he's reviewing the other songs, and there's one where he's packing his bag for Eurovision. So later on, after the stream, of course, you guys should go and watch that. For now, just make a note. Set yourself a reminder in your phone for this evening and go watch those later because you'll enjoy them.
Yeah. So we're going to bring up in just a moment the Malta pictures. Stay tuned for those. I just got to do something real quick. So that one, as I'm bringing them up here, I just got to save them real quick because, in addition to posting them, I have to post them on social media as well.
But one thing I can confirm is the cardboard cutout of Destiny has made it to Liverpool.
Yes. And there are more than just Destiny. There, I'll show that to you in a second. Hold on tight.
In fact, yes, there are additional cardboard cutouts, more than we have seen
I
before.
think Claudia Faniello is one of them, if I'm looking at it correctly, but I could be wrong. Anyways, let me. Oh no, I have the wrong one up. Okay, I gotta reshare my screen. Hold on tight.
It's my fault for the Twitter feed.
Yeah, you messed it all up. Okay, so as you can see, here they are. It looks very similar what they were wearing. So you can see Destiny in the back. There's Faniello. What's his first name? His name just escaped me from Malta 2001 and 2006. Fabrizio.
That's it. That's it.
Name just escaped me. And then, oh, that backdrop looks amazing.
Yeah, I love that. I think it's really striking.
Oh, and you can see the sets here. That's, as I said, it's more elaborate. They can move it around probably, and you can see all the cut up boards in the corner, bottom left corner.
Yeah. If you look closely at the sets, you can see that they're set out. They're set offset from the floor. You can see that that they can be wheeled about. It wouldn't surprise me if they were wheeled out about live during the performance. So you've got these dividers, which are like frames.
Yes.
And then they'll be turned as and when they're needed or moved across and that kind of thing.
Yeah. Okay. Keep talking for a second. I'm typing something real quick.
Yes, no problem. So the other bits, which you'll see in a moment, there is a very, very kitsch sort of fake car. I don't think you can see that in there. You can see just behind the drum kit that there's a sort of red thing. That is a fake car. There's a photo of that, which we'll show you in a moment. It suggests that the drum kit is among the bits that will move. I think it'd be interesting for the drummer if he's being moved around by the stage hands while playing. The writing on the hand, I'm fairly sure, is back. Yes, it is. That was, perhaps unsurprising. The sort of hey, wait thing. You've got the party hats. I'm just trying to see who else is in the on the cardboard cutouts.
I'm sure we get maybe one of the pictures, but here you can see us. I can show the picture. They're sitting in the car here. I think this is going to be a really fun performance. This is going to be one of the visually like whoa moments that we were looking for. Of course, the picture spoiled us a little, for us now, but we kind of know what to expect a little. But this is going to be cool. So here you can see these are all previous Maltese representatives. This is Destiny on the left, Fabrizio Faniello, Claudia Faniello, and then in between, that's the guy Glenn Vella from 2011, I believe. And then I think that's Chiara on the right, where you see the arm on the right. That's Chiara from 2009, 2005, and 1998. Not sure who else is there, but and then disco balls and all of that stuff. We got some sax action here.
Well, you get a better look at what they're doing with the staging thing. You can see that that's been designed to move fast during the performance, because basically, to explain to you guys, with stationary props, usually they will have some kind of lever or brake that will set them into that will plonk them down onto the stage once they're on. Or they will have something they'll slide under it to move. With props that need to move live in the performance, they leave the wheels out like this. So that is definitely moving. Obviously, we'll wait and see how, but it's definitely moving.
Yeah, this is going to look so good. I mean, those three already, they're just very likable. They just feel comfortable on stage. And I think this whole visual thing, I think, I could be wrong, but I think a lot of my people will talk about Malta after this, once they could see it in the dress rehearsals, because there is something to a fantastic staging with songs that often are not talked about as much. Moldova oftentimes comes to mind, something like the likes of 2018, so you can certainly make a case here that this is in a similar vein, not a copycat, of course, but the idea that it's very like visually stunning.
I think, but there's a few people saying that, oh, it's ugly. It's you're still screen sharing here, Matt.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it off.
Oh, really? There's a few people saying, oh, it's kitsch. It's a bit garish. We'll come. There has been an update on Serbia. We'll come on to that in a moment. But I think it's worth remembering that part of the appeal of this song is it's a bit brash. It's a bit whimsical, and I think that these kinds of bright colors and all that it's part of it. So even if it's not quite to your personal taste, I think at the same time also do remember that it needs to be, this song needs, it needs sort of brightness, lots of brightness and happiness and joy. That's what it's about. So just try to bear that in mind too.
Breaking news. Still no TikToks. That's funny.
Yes. And Serbia has smoke. So it's the backpacks. If you run from the national final performance, the backing singers have backpacks. Smoke comes out of the backpacks during the final chorus. That is from the live blog. And thank you very much, Ruben, for the 10 Swiss francs.
Yeah, I was going to check it myself, but I was slightly busy with...
Sorry, I feel like I stole your job there, Matt.
No. Take it away. Okay, sound like Jan Ola Sand. That was just no
You're good to go.
Yeah, you're good to go. Boring.
Yeah, I hope Mimi Cat surprised the public because I love her. Me too, Ruben. Me too. And the good news is I think she will. And I think her vocal is absolutely exceptional. So we know that she's going to deliver. I just hope the staging matches her voice. And Matt, it is on the set of the same high caliber that her voice is and that her song can be. And then I think we're on for a really good result. So keep the faith with Mimi Cat. Keep the faith. It's going to be good. It's going to go well. Be excited.
Thank you, by the way, Ruben, for the super chat for that. And hopefully we answered your question. And yes, we do know there will be no couch. She already has said that. We don't know if there are going to be any props or not, or it's really just based on choreography. So the camera work will probably do a lot there as well. But we do know there's going to be dancing, of course, with the dancers and all that stuff, even though, unfortunately, the one gentleman was hurt. But unfortunately the show must go on in that sense. But from what I'm hearing, he will survive all that stuff. He's probably just injured. But that's it. It does suck. I was actually on a jury a couple of years ago that involved, because in America we have like jury duty, and I ended up on a jury that involved a motorcycle accident. So they always scare me a lot. Yeah,
we have jury duty here, but it's like strictly secret. No, you're not allowed to tell anyone.
Even afterwards?
Details, even afterwards. So Matt, you're now a criminal in Britain. You're going to be arrested at the border.
Now, Pierce is allowed. You're not during the trial, but once it's done, even the judge said, like, you can speak about it, you can write a book if you want. I'm like, sure, I'm going to write a book about the tiny little civil lawsuit that happened in my little town. But no, it was a great experience. But anyways, we're not here to talk about jury duty. We're talking about the rehearsals. I know we're getting some information from Serbia soon. We know that they are smoking. But everybody in the chat, I didn't even have an opportunity to ask y'all at ESC United, based on the pictures, your first impression of Malta. Do you like it? Is it a little much? Let me know. Well, I am jumping to Twitter machine and see if there are any updates. This is a busy experience. How long are you going to be here for, Gabe, by the way? I know you have to
I'm going to be here until about 2 p.m. That's an hour and a half from now.
Okay.
And then I might catch you at the end, depending on how late the rehearsals run. I might catch you at the end. But if not, I will be back tomorrow because it is a bank holiday in Britain tomorrow. So I will not be at work.
Oh, well, what holiday is it?
It's a coronation bank holiday, I think. But we've also...
I keep forgetting about that.
We have 2 public holidays for the next 2 Mondays. One of them is the normal May Day bank holiday. It's a bit bizarre that we have a May Day bank holiday, given that this country does everything it can to undermine workers and trade unions. But there we go. And then we also have an additional bank holiday this year for the coronation. So I'm not at work on Monday. Then I'm working Tuesday and Wednesday, trying to scramble, get everything done. Wednesday night, I hop on a train. Thursday is election day here in the UK. And some of you may know I'm quite involved in politics. So I will be campaigning on election day on Thursday. And then I'm in Liverpool on Friday morning.
Yeah. So, yeah, we have a holiday coming up in May here, Memorial Day, but that's about it. I think Malta's cardboard cutout need to go. They weren't really like featured in the national final enough for me to have a strong opinion on them, but it seems since they have a designated and dedicated place that they will mean something. Of course, most people will not know what this cutout means. As diehard fans, we're like, yeah, that's 2011 representative from Malta. He came 12th or 11th in the semifinal. Like most people like, what ifs? So yeah, it's a little interesting. So, what are your thoughts regarding the situation of the press kisses from Portugal? Gabe, I talked ad nauseum about it yesterday, so I think most people know my opinion, but I would love to hear from you. What are your thoughts about the press situation this year?
So I think it's clear that I think the EBU's tack has shifted slightly. Firstly, I mean, we talked about the accreditations. So there are things to be happy about. There are things that have improved, right? But I think closing the press center, and the delegations agree with us on this, as we've already seen. You know, that letter, which I can, which it may be relevant to, if anyone hasn't heard, to just read the letter that was sent.
I read it yesterday on the live stream.
Oh, perfect. In that case, yeah. I will not bother, but it is on the front page. If you want to go to escunited.com and read that, the letter is there. I completely agree with delegations that the limited press opportunities this week and the limited press center access, it has a negative effect on the delegations and the artists. And in some ways, that the reason that one of the reasons they've cited is the amount of pressure that's being put on on the artists during Eurovision fortnight. Okay, sure, but now you've squeezed even more stuff into a short amount of time, because all the delegations will be scrambling to do the press on with whoever is in the host city on the Sunday or the Monday, because after that there's no time. So the only time they have to do presses on those 2 days. Those people, those poor artists are going to be exhausted because they would have done press nonstop. Then they've got to do shows. Then they might get the Wednesday off if they qualify. Then they're back into shows again and rehearsals and all the other sort of circus that goes on. So I think in some ways you're actually putting more pressure on artists, not less. I think they would rather pace themselves through this experience and have the full 2 weeks and sort of take it at a sort of a jogging pace instead of a sprint for the 8 days, because you're just gonna, people are just gonna get worn out, in my view. So obviously, like our self-declared, selfish interest is, I would love to be sitting in the press center right now with you, Matt, doing this live stream, and I think it would add so much for us to be able to do that. But yeah, so what I will say is, I think if I was going to say something to the EBU, I'd say you listened to the delegations and you've listened to the press when it came to accreditations, and that was the right thing to do. I just hope they take on feedback in the same way about the press center and revise those arrangements for future years. I think we've seen that on some level they are prepared to change their approach.
Yeah.
I just hope they do the same with this. If I could say one other thing about this, I think one of the key things that it has become apparent to me is that the dialogue between the EBU and fan media in particular, I think has become highly stratified and highly, I heard this person say this thing to this person, which means this is going to happen next year. I would really love to see next year some kind of, whether it's a group or just, some sort of like group of fan media, like a liaison of some description. There is some kind of line of communication between the EBU and fan media. I think that would massively help, and it would help, fan media, rather than being seen as a sort of set of, dispersed stakeholders. In some ways, we are one big stakeholder, and I think we hold a lot more influence as a collective than we do as individuals. So that's something I'd love to see this year, but that's, we can think about that after the contest.
Yeah, we shall see. So let's see some questions here while we're waiting. I know that Latvia has taken the stage. We'll find out more. There's still no TikToks. I can't wait to see Israel's and Poland's dance breaks. Any predictions? I keep forgetting that Poland has a dance break now. With Poland, I just expect a similar choreography from what we've seen in the national final, and I think they're just going to do more of that. I don't think, I don't expect much more. With Israel, I have no idea. That's a big question mark because it was only a music video. We haven't really seen anything from her yet. Your thoughts?
I think I want to shout out to the first set of Beba is kind of crazy jokes which have appeared in chat. The first ones of the season. I'm sure there will be very many. I think with Israel, I think it will be really good. The thing to know about Noah Carell is that she's one of Israel's biggest stars, and she's also been essentially a professional performer since she was about 15 years old. This is somebody who's extremely, extremely qualified. So I'm not worried about that. When it comes to Poland, I think there is more cause for concern. And the reason I think that is that I don't think the national final performance was very good, with the greatest of respects. I don't think that adding more features to that is necessarily going to be massively helpful.
Okay.
We saw this, if you think about Roxanne in, representing Romania a couple of years ago, and she's come out and said it since. One of the key problems with the performance is she could sing the song or she could do the choreo. She couldn't do both. And that is, I think, potentially an issue. The other thing is, I just don't think the song's very strong, and I don't think it's going to get people into a kind of, the reason why the Chanel dance break worked, the reason why the Unicorn dance break will work is because it pumped you up, and so you're ready for the dance break when it comes. There's no sort of crescendo in the Polish performance. At least that's how I feel. And I'm sure if anyone wants to, say differently, then
Thank you.
do. Yeah. But that's my view.
Yeah. Thank you for the super chat, Rorona. If Poland starts the staging with Beba instead of Blanca letters, lots of Eurotrolls will vote for her.
They will not. They will not.
Well, I still think, and I don't think that Poland is going to go far this year, but I still stick to my gut feeling that I think Poland still has a televote potential appeal because it's lighthearted, it's simple, it has a catchiness, and people oftentimes like that kind of simple music, and we often see them doing quite well in national finals. But the problem here is Blanca herself is not the strongest vocalist on top of it, and that could be its biggest downfall. But maybe they're bringing a lot of backup vocal support this time around. We'll see.
One thing I will say about, and because it has been mentioned a few times in chat already, and I think it is going to come up a lot over this fortnight, so worth addressing now, regarding this sort of national final controversy. As I know that a lot of people feel strongly about it. I know that a lot of people felt strongly about other songs in the national final. I did too. But we're at the contest now, and I don't think it's really fair for us to define Blanca's performance and Blanca's experience by how it compares to another song that is not competing. And you guys can check my Last FM profile. That other song is one of my most played songs. I love that song. But we need to evaluate and judge Blanca for Blanca and not for Jan or for whatever TVP did or didn't do. And so I hope we can do that.
Booty.
Yeah.
Booty. So bad. It makes me mad when people get so crazy over it. I'm like, come on. I know it's just a joke. I'm like, let's not go back there. I still get
that song won. There was a fan contest called the Eurovision Trash Song Contest, and Booty won it.
I mean, you cannot beat that. Oh man. So we shall see. So doing a quick update here on the live blog does not result in any updates. Once we have more information once we have the pictures on some of the other ones, I think Serbia's next. And Latvia's done rehearsing. Oh, I see there's the typing going on.
Latvia takes to the stage.
I got the information. Let me, do you want to read it real quick?
Okay, so Latvia takes the stage. This performance uses the same style of atmospheric/sudden lighting, good pun, as we saw at Supernova. It's exactly the kind of performance that lends itself to a big arena stage. Also, lead singer Andres Reyes Sitmanis' melancholy, I can't pronounce that word. Lyrics sound great. There's a lovely moment of quiet stillness at the end that's giving us all the feels. Luggage news. We've had an update from the band on the whole missing suitcase situation. We don't have our costumes. The airline lost our luggage, but we heard they're coming today, so it'll be fine. First rehearsals are with the clothes we're wearing now, so we'll be rocking with them. Honestly, if they hadn't told us, we wouldn't have noticed. They looked and sounded just fine to us. I'm sure they didn't mean to shade, but saying, oh, we didn't notice you weren't in your costumes is not a compliment. Take note, EBU live blogger. I don't know, Rob Holly or whoever's doing this. That's not a compliment.
Yeah, that is, yeah. It's the best case scenario, a backhanded compliment.
Yes.
So, yeah, but I know what they meant by that. But yeah, the way it was phrased, that is something like foot in your mouth kind of thing. But so, yeah, that's what we have here. So the first 4 performances of the night all had a national final. And they're all apparently stuck to the feel and the theme of what they had, except for like the likes of Malta, who went a little bit above and beyond what they've had, because they just have a lot. And you can say the same thing apparently for Serbia as well. So, but at least, you know, those 4 will kind of give us the same feel. And once we have more pictures, we can share that with you as well. And everyone in the chat, keep me updated.
A question in the chat, Matt, I'd like to answer. Do you think the EBU could be more flexible in terms of artists interacting with the media? That's from Connor Wells. Thanks for the question, Connor. I think the thing is that the artists and the delegations want to interact, with the press. And in fact, if you take us, for example, over a long period of time, over the last decade, thanks to the work of Matt and others, ESC United has a very good working relationship with a lot of delegations. You know, they like us. And so it's not so much that the issue isn't the delegations wanting or not wanting to do it. The delegations want to do the press. The issue is that the EBU has not provided the press center this year as a venue to do that for the first week. So they could give us a bit more access. Yes. But the delegations, they want to be talking to us. They, as you will have seen from the many interviews on our channel already, and the plenty more to come. The artists want to do it. The delegations want to do it. It's on the EBU to provide the best possible platform in which to do that.
Yeah. And they worked better out last year, because even though the first round of individual rehearsals was closed, at least they opened up the press center for the second round of individual rehearsals. So Wednesday or Thursday, I'm trying to remember what day it was. And that's when we still had the opportunity to meet with the artists. They can do the press conferences and then do interviews in the interview room. A lot of them did it online because we have an online press center as well. And some of it can still be done, but it is different doing them in person. It's just better exposure, and it's just, it's a much more effective way to communicate. So it is certainly, missed. So hopefully they'll learn from this experience, because, there's a reason why I'm right here and not over there in Liverpool, because, it's just financially not feasible for me to do that.
Yeah. To those people, thanks to the people who've said, by the way, they like the Pikachu hat. However, I will not be moving it, because the reason that table is clean is because I hid all the crap that was on it underneath the Pikachu hat.
Wow, that's clever. It's funny because it's a similar situation for me as well. I have I cannot move the chair much, because then you see the clutter behind me.
Oh, well,
you see,
if
on the chair.
You can see I have a bin behind
me. There's a chair
here
behind the fridge, and I have thrown everything on there.
Let me show you. This is some engineering that I did just before the stream started. Once I pull up my trousers. As you can see, we have.
Oh, that's it.
A political party membership card, a roll of duct tape, an old bank card. This is a zip card. Don't know what that's for. My passport. I need that.
Yeah.
Pen knife. Not to come to the arena. I'll get arrested. Charging cable. Paracetamol, because I'm always sick. All hidden away. It's like it's not there.
So, Gabe, very important that I need to communicate that to you, since this is going to be your first time in the press center. I'm not sure if you read through the media handbook, but they specifically, and that's going to impact you specifically a whole lot. So I just want you to be aware that you are not allowed to use to be a racist and a xenophobe. They said that specifically, so you need to be very careful. However, it didn't say anything. You can be homophobic and you can be anti-Semitic because it didn't mention those. So just want to make sure that your hatred is geared and aimed towards different minorities.
Oh yes. Well, as you know, Matt, I am, I'm very flexible in my hatred and in my prejudice. So I'll make sure to only hate those who the EBU has sanctioned for hatred.
I know they'll probably switch it up next year. No, it was funny because the way they phrased it was racist, xenophobic, and other discriminatory. Like, it's very interesting how those two were pointed out, which is good. We all agree with that. Yeah. But it's just funny how they.
I'm very used to this because obviously for those of you who don't know, I'm Jewish, and it's really funny how often you get things which say like where I look at something, I'm like, oh, I'm other. Because it's like, no, we say no to, it'll say like no racism, xenophobia, or other discrimination. And I'm like, yes, I'm in the miscellaneous category.
Yeah, the miscellaneous. Sexism is okay. Somebody asked, yes, you can be sexist, you can be ageist, you can be homophobic, you can be transphobic. YouTube's going to totally demonetize this video now.
Oh yeah,
because they don't understand sarcasm. Yeah. So
it's badly. So that one's badly worded. We'll feed that back for next year.
I thought it was just funny to me. So anyway, breaking news: no TikToks.
Oh. You got me excited there. Why would you say that?
I don't know. It's just fun. So I feel because in the second round of individual rehearsals, we only get those 30-second as seen on TV snippets in the evening in like a compilation video. So I was assuming we're going to get most of the information, but I guess we still have to wait. So that is unfortunate. Yeah. Anyways, so I'm refreshing everything, and there's nothing to add right now. There are no pictures, at least not the last time I checked. So I'm going one more time.
We don't even have the Serbia gallery yet. Actually, it's been a while. If they drop them both at once, that's too much content all at once. It's like having
I can't manage. I just can't manage with that.
I'll have a meltdown.
So Mia and Dion from the Dutch delegation have also arrived in Liverpool, along with Duncan Lawrence. So we have a video from them like arriving at the airport. Blanka also arrived with her Polish flag in Liverpool. So she's ready to take the stage tomorrow, right? Or the day after tomorrow? I don't know. I have to double check. She must be right on the...
I think it's day after tomorrow, but I could be wrong. Let me check.
Yeah.
I'm getting the old rehearsal schedule up. Probably should have had that up anyway. Eurovision rehearsal schedule 2023. I'm scrolling. We are looking at Poland on Tuesday at 1:30 Central European time. That's 12:30 for you. Those
That's why she came in early.
British or in Britain. Yes, no, it is quite early.
Because you arrived the day prior.
Yeah, well, I mean, to be fair, if I was a Eurovision act and I did my first rehearsal like the Tuesday or Wednesday, I would definitely come the previous week just to have a good time. You want to have a nice time before you.
It is because it's supposed to be fun for them as well, and hopefully, they will. That's why I'm always, even if I don't like a certain song or I'm not crazy about it, I'm still rooting for the artists because most of them are here, or all of them, to really just do their best.
Even if you're not crazy about it.
Did I say crazy?
You said crazy, but I'm saying crazy.
Oh, okay. I'm like, did I say it wrong?
It was a joke, Matt. Please laugh.
Okay,
please
laugh for you.
Please laugh at the joke.
I laugh for you whenever. That was my fake laugh. I think they're uploading all the clips together so that people won't be over-analyzing and comparing the views. I love your optimism and that you believe they have a strategy behind it. I can tell you right now, because we've been through it last year, it was just a much bigger cluster F last year with the uploading. It just took forever. And on day 2, they were much more consistent and on time. So I feel like they're going to have a similar issue this time around. So as much as I would love to believe that's the case, I don't think there's much strategy behind it.
What I can say is whoever is managing their social media this week will be extremely stressed and probably has 100 million things to do. And it's, often these things can be simply a matter of whoever's in charge of it has a million things to do, and they're just not going to get to it, and it's not a priority for them, so they'll do it later.
Yeah.
You know, the live blog, I'm going to presume, because it's live, is the first priority. Yeah. But like, we aren't seeing galleries either. There's just not that much going on. It might be that they're slightly understaffed.
So I talked about it yesterday in the live stream, but Gabe, I know you've been a fan of the song, so I would love to hear from you. Does the Netherlands still have a chance to qualify if they deliver a good staging, especially after the information about changing the song and, you know, lower tone pitch, you know, it's more backup support? What are your thoughts as someone who actually had in the top 10 video, right? I remember one of
yes. No, yeah, they're qualifying. The Netherlands is going to qualify. I know I'm in a minority opinion here, but the Netherlands is going to qualify. They're going to be fine. I know everyone's been very stressed about this, but you know, as they showed with their live performance on TV a couple of days ago in the Netherlands, they've pulled it together. I think it's a really good example. You know, the thing is with the Netherlands is that we have been told, you know, thinking about the way access has changed over the last few years, a lot about protecting the artists, right? Protecting the artists, you know, avoiding excessive, you know, hate and the rest of it. So what the hell has happened then? Where has everyone been? Because Mia and Dion, I struggle to think of an artist who has been treated worse in the media prior to the contest than Mia and Dion have been. It has been absolutely disgraceful. What has the EBU done? I mean, maybe they have done something, we haven't seen it, but I bloody hope somebody was speaking to somebody in their team and saying, is there anything we can do? Is there any way we can support these people? Because they've been having a horrid time of it. You know, you want to, if you want to address artists getting, you know, hatred in the media prior to the contest, then we need to start looking at the newspapers who are saying that May Muller hates Britain. We need to start looking at the Dutch TV stations that were openly, don't get me started. The Dutch media who were, you know, saying that me and Dion were embarrassing and everything else. You know, these are human beings and they're being treated like circus animals. And these things have very real effects. You know, if you think about what, you know, musicians often, and not just musicians, actors and so on, they're driven to addiction and to, you know, and to alcohol and to worse because of sustained campaigns of hatred from papers and news outlets like this. And
Let me ask you this though, real quick. Isn't that part of the, like, that's not just a Eurovision thing. That happens everywhere, right? So isn't that, and I'm not saying it's right, I think it's wrong, it shouldn't be, but when you make that conscious decision to be an artist and like have that kind of exposure, I would think that you would be aware, you would be trained that this is part of the gig. It's not right. I completely agree it's wrong, but I think that has always been part of it. Before internet, it was magazines. You know, just everyone can blurt it out online.
So, to an extent, yes. But like I have personal experience. I've seen this with my own eyes. Not for myself. I won't get into the details. Those who know. But
actually, can you hold on that thought?
Yeah, I'm going to hold my thought. Let's come back to this in a minute, and I'll answer your question. But let's do the pictures first.
Yeah, let's do the pictures first because we have Luke Black in a shell, not in a nutshell. And next up, it is, there you can see, it looks like it's like an interesting look. But again, the colors and the feel, very similar to
very dark again, actually.
Yeah, it's like Malta is looking good, you know, with all of that. They can see a little more. This is a far out shot. And this picture is not that telling, but you can see the 4 backup dancers, you know, with the smoke effects, I guess, that they'll be using. What are your thoughts on this look so far with the...
It looks a little, again, it looks quite like the national final, but it's much more spread out. As you can see, I do like how if you scroll along, they do get onto the sort of the more sort of video game like dark red and so on visuals later on. It's really striking. I think not changing the outfit, keeping it still was the right choice.
Yeah.
Like, this is very visually striking. I think it's going to be memorable. Obviously, it's qualifying. I don't think there's any argument about that. But I just think it's incredibly visually striking, and I'm really excited about this. I think it could actually surprise some people in terms of how well it's going to do.
Yeah, I think it's going to do really well. Look at the backdrop here. It's going to look amazing. It's going to be one of those moments, especially you can see a little bit of smoke there as well. I think that this is the only downside to this is really we've had already into song 4 like 2 other fairly dark performances, right? And then we get another dark performances. So that's the only downside that I can think of, but I do think that the song is in itself strong enough to leave an impression. It's just how they did the running order. And they always complain about the random running order, but in this case, maybe. But they didn't know all of the staging yet. They just had some concepts, I guess.
I love the backing dancers' costumes. It's very industrial. The whole feel of it is very industrial, and I think I love that because it's sort of obviously this song is extreme, like the kind of industrial vibe in music. I think is something that people really like. I mean, if you look at bands like Rammstein, for example, who've been hugely successful, I don't think we see enough of it in Eurovision. So I hope we do get a bit more kind of gritty, grungy kind of, electro pop, metal, that kind of thing. All those kinds of things. I think it's just so good. I mean, maybe that's just my personal taste, but I love it.
Oh, I love it. I mean, it was in my personal top 10 video, so I don't really have to complain about the song itself. I'm a fan. The only thing is, somebody pointed out in the chat, it is true. It is maybe, do you think that the song itself may suffer from some accessibility issues in terms of like, this is really not a easy, like mainstream song?
Well, everyone said that about Constructor is the thing. And, I don't think it's going to come, I don't think it's going to place as highly as Constructor did. But, to be honest, if the Serbian general public understood it, which they seem to, they gave it, it got 10 points from the public in the national final. I see no reason why the rest of Europe wouldn't. It won't be for everyone, but you're not trying to, if you try to make a song that'll appeal to literally everyone, then you'll just lose. Like,
then you get a song that everybody likes, but no one loves. I always call it that, right?
That's how you end up with, like, nobody really hates Embers, for example, by James Newman. Like, but nobody loves it. Nobody listens to it and goes, "Oh, Embers," and so that's how you finish last. Like, that's the unreleased sequel to That's How You Write a Song. Yeah. Sorry, my train of thoughts got slowly. Yes. No, my point is, it doesn't matter that not everyone's going to get it. Enough people will. Enough people will and will really, really like it, in my view.
Yeah. I think you are not wrong about that one. And I had a thought as well that I was just going to put forward, and it escaped me as well. Because, Go ahead.
So if you want, we can quickly return to the... about
your thoughts.
Is it part and parcel of the music industry? So I think artists and musicians accept that there will be scrutiny and pressure. They're not naive. People understand that. But there is, I think, certain responsibilities that, and this especially applies to shows where people can be very suddenly catapulted into fame. Eurovision is in that genre, whether we like it or not. There is a responsibility on the organizers and on the delegations to protect those people. Because if suddenly everyone is talking about you for good reasons or bad, that's scary. It's scary. And people suddenly, your whole life and existence is, open to scrutiny. And especially now, you think about, take me for example, I'm 26. I've been on the internet for more than half my life. I made a Facebook account when I was 13. That is half my life's worth of data, a lot of which is just strewn out over the internet. And if you're famous, people are going to go and find it. and people are bloody good at it as well. And they're going to show up outside your house, and they're going to doorstep you, and they're going to try and and they're going to film you on the street. That's a really alienating experience for somebody who's not prepared for it.
But then, is that a case to say maybe Eurovision should not be for the unprepared ones? And because one thing is the thing, you cannot prevent it. You cannot stop it. What are you going to do? Shut down social media? It'll always happen, no matter what EBU says or doesn't say. They can maybe delete comments on the YouTube channel or make them private or whatever. But when it comes to anywhere else, there's nothing you can do about it. And I'm not defending it. I sound like I'm defending it, but I'm not.
Yeah, I know. Of course, I know you're not defending it. I'm just saying that there is support you can provide the artists in terms of, like the EBU and the delegations. They should be thinking about things like, we need to have like mental health professionals, either as part of the delegation or being ready. We need to ensure that that our artists have a support network of friends and family and so on. And there is a certain amount of pastoral care that has to go on. That I know they're adults and they're their own people and they make their own decisions. But the fact is that this whole thing, you're a team and you have to protect every member of that team. And the artist is part of that too. So while you can't stop it, and I mean, we can say, and we'd be right when we say it, that the press has to do better. And, the most recent example being Wild Youth getting slammed in the British press and by certain washed up children's authors. I
don't know what you're talking about, Jackie Roman.
Oh, yeah. Well, the thing is, okay, here's the thing, right? Because I saw some Eurovision fans defending that attack and saying that, and saying all kinds of things. And it's like, quite frankly, if you're a Euro fan and you're transphobic, you do not understand anything about the Eurovision Song Contest. Like, I just got to be honest. If you're a transphobic and a Euro fan, I don't know why you're here. And you're not going to have a good time. So you might as well see yourself out before we tell you to fuck off. Ooh, sorry.
Oh, gosh. This stream is not going to survive the algorithm. But that is okay every once in a while.
But yeah, the point is there needs to be more support available to the artists. There needs to be like political management, media management, mental health support. All of these things should be like, there should be, and if the delegations aren't equipped to provide those, the EBU should have some sort of proprietary service available. Has the Eurovision always been gay? I mean, I think we both know the answers to that question.
Yeah, I think in the 50s and 60s, it was not necessarily... I mean, the contest is nothing like it was back then. It certainly has become a lot more flashy. Back in the 50s and 60s, you're not even allowed to dance. You couldn't even leave the microphone. So I'm sure at that point, it wasn't. But it has changed quite a bit.
You say that. It was probably still... I think it must have been at least a little fruity. There must have been at least the musk, the whiff of fruit in the air. It was always very show-tuney.
I guess that's true. That is true. But yeah, I wasn't around back then. Let's see here. No updates in the live blog, I don't believe. But I actually went out of it. So because I was looking at the pictures, let me go back into
it. They're typing, apparently.
Oh, they're typing.
Time for lunch!
Oh my God, I've been waiting for that update all day. Well, there's not going to be any updates from the artists, but there is still plenty of stuff to happening because we're hoping, sending good thoughts, positive vibes, that we're going to get some TikTok clips.
Okay, so it's day one. I've dropped an F-bomb. You've just said we're hoping we're going to get some dick.
You know what I said? Remember what I said last year? You're all. I mean, I was mortified. I just wanted the ground open up underneath me because I wanted to be like all clever and witty. Because I said, like everyone thought the first semi was really good, and then the second semifinal comes around, and I said, "Hold my semi," and I'm like, "Oh no, that's not what I meant." Do you remember that? And I was like, "I didn't mean it like that. I meant like I tried to be clever and smart, and it completely backfired." So that was pretty embarrassing.
Anyway, I'm older than you, and with all the respect, I don't mean to start. I'm not going to start a brawl. I promise, Matt. With all respect, who are you to tell people who they are and what rights they have to be here? Well, transphobes tell trans people they don't exist. Who are they to tell people who they are? They're not welcome. I'm sorry. It's just, in order to be welcoming, you have to not welcome hateful people, and transphobes are hateful people. That's the beginning and end of it for me, and I think that's the beginning and end of it for the vast majority of Euro fans. If you have a problem with that, I'm sorry, but that's just how it is.
Okay, now
back to holding semis.
Now, I mean, I said the same thing on Twitter, actually, so it's in writing as well. I said basically the same thing, but now my dick talks are don't make a trend. Don't make a trend.
Is this how you're announcing your OnlyFans launch, Matt? The ESC United OnlyFans. We're not allowed to make money in the press center anymore, so we've got to find alternative sources of income.
I know, it's going to be ESC United OnlyFans, yeah.
This is a hard semi. The first semi is a hard semi, to be fair. On that note, Matt, I'm just going to quickly make myself some coffee, if that's all right. I'll be 2 minutes.
Off you go. So yeah, no, I agree. Everyone agrees that, or most people, I'm sure there are always some outliers, some people, the contrarians who say the second one is harder, but for the most part, the first semi is much harder. Now this sounds dirty as well. We're talking about it. So, in terms of like all the fan favorites, the betting odds favorite are in that one. And while the second one is a little bit more unpredictable. So certainly an interesting thing. So let me just double check again. You all have to help me. There is nothing on TikTok yet. And then the only thing we're waiting for besides the TikToks are pictures from Latvia. And then I have stuff to do while we're waiting for the lunch break to be over. But for now, the website, let me go to the pictures here. Forgive me, this is like multitasking. The first few days are a little bit more messy because, we didn't even know until yesterday or the day before how the EBU is going to release the information. I didn't even know how to schedule these live streams. So it's all playing by ear. That's the fun, but also the stress of this. So we'll just hang on and hold on tight. Someone is saying TikToks will be in the evening European time. Anna is saying that. How do you know that? Is that a new announcement that they have made? Previously, they said it was throughout the day. So it would surprise me that they all post them in the evening. If that's the case, then I would be a bit surprised. But hey, they always change it every single year. I know that the second round of individual rehearsals, they will be released in the evening, right? But this is the first round, so I think that it's a little different. Let's see here. I can see Croatia and Switzerland not qualifying, and Malta along with Latvia sneaking to the top 10. So I do think that those are the 4 songs that I would call, as of right now, the borderline qualifier. I can see that universe as well, but I can see also universe where they cannot all qualify. Well, technically they could, if other songs won't qualify, but they all are contenders in my book. That is true. I feel like 8 songs feel more secure, and then 1 or 2 are a little bit more the wild card. Who's going to grab those spots? And I still think Malta has a really good shot. The only downside is we have so many strong songs in the beginning. Norway is considered a likely qualifier. Serbia is considered a likely qualifier. Portugal is high up there, right? So could we get 4 out of 5, the first 5 songs into the finals? That is where I'm like, I don't know. But we'll find out. So we shall see. Now, some people made the case, I saw in the chat as well, that people are overestimating Croatia. I think Croatia is a little bit of a wild card. Some people are convinced. I'm not convinced, but I do think that if it clicks with people, it does have a shot of qualifying just because of the wild factor. I don't think necessarily melodically and visually it may be as easy as some may think. Because it's not like lighthearted and fun like some of the other, like we are the winners, that kind of stuff, right? That nobody thought would qualify, but it's just light and fun, while Croatia is very so that is my only concern about that one. But it could completely just people have that WTF factor that just all it takes for it to succeed.
Hello, I'm back. I think with Croatia, I know we were just saying like you don't need everyone to get it, but I think that the appeal of Let 3 is very confined to the Balkans, and I don't think they have enough allies to get through. And I still maintain that I think it's going to be one of these, sort of very unusual entries that doesn't get much further than that. I think we're looking at a pretty low finish, the 13th, 14th in the semi, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll be proven wrong, but I can't see a way through. Cannot see.
I don't necessarily think you're wrong. I just think there's still a chance. And I said it before, and I know that some people disagree, but I do think what they need to do, even besides the song itself, to me, I thought there were some really cool moments in the song. However, I was completely distracted and put off by the visuals because it was just too If you want to have those moments, it needs to be effective. But there it was more off-putting than appealing, especially, as you said, maybe for those who don't know the band or that style or that genre. So if they make it a little bit more like, okay, a person from Belgium can get it, then maybe we have a conversation. But we still have the song. It is what it is. And I think your point certainly is not invalid. So let me double check one more time. TikTok? Nope. Nothing yet. Somebody said there won't be any much change from the national final staging wise, so that's unfortunate. So that was the hope that I was holding on to. Do you agree though? Like people you already talked about the song. What about the staging, Gabe? Do you see it the same way?
Is this for Croatia?
Yeah.
I imagine it's going to be, they've got the same props, don't they? They've got the big missiles and stuff.
That's what they're saying, like they're going to change much. I was hoping they're going to change and make it a little bit more lighthearted and less like bombs and dictator looks in dresses and all of that. It's very jarring.
I think it's, I wasn't a fan when I first saw it. I'm still not a fan. And I suspect I will remain not a fan of it. I think it's just it puts me off. Like, sort of really good striking visuals can really add something to a performance, but it's just in this case, it really does just put me off.
Yeah,
and I find it distracting and overbearing. So,
yeah, I think you're not wrong, and I think I was more convinced. I don't know why in the beginning, but the more because I was still holding on to the making it a little bit more accessible, but I think that is what they're here for. So we have no updates yet, and yesterday during our live stream, people asked if we could during the lunch break, and you have a few more minutes, right? Yeah.
I've got loads of time. I've got like an hour.
We could do a little Eurovision quiz. So test our knowledge. So I went just to the website here they have, and let me see what we have. Do we want to start out with easy? I don't think we should do easy or me. I think we should go right for hard, because easy ones will be like, who won Eurovision in 2018? That kind of stuff. So
my knowledge falls off really badly after the mid 2000s. Just going to warn you now. I'm sticking out.
I'll help you with that. So I'm going to start with the first. It's called Hard Eurovision Quiz. So let's see what it has. 7 questions. Okay, the first question is, how long was Morocco's first song?
How long?
Yes. So I can put up, you know what? It's on Eurovision World. I can bring up the screen so you can see the multiple choices. Hang on a second. I probably got to start over here because it's not on the right screen. And everyone else in the chat, you let me know when something pops up.
I'm waiting for the screen share.
Yeah, hang on. I got to move it over.
Oh, there we go.
I'm going to...
Oh, God.
So my guess is songs are usually 3 minutes long. So the bottom 3 options are out of question, right? So it must be 248 or 157. My guess
I was thinking 248.
That would be my guess as well. So let's do that. Yay!
Yes!
Which song won Eurovision 1959? I'll let you go first.
Okay, well, we can rule out a Barnaby and Arcade, obviously.
Don't look at the chat. Don't cheat, Gabe. Because I'm not
looking. I think, and it's not refrain either. I think that was tune.
What?
Net als toen. I'm going with.
And you are wrong. It's in
Oh.
beetje.
I had no idea. I was
Yes.
the very first singer to perform, not the first one to win.
Yes. Oh, I think I know that.
I think this is a trick question. I think they put Liz Assia, so everyone's like, "Oh, Liz Assia." But did she perform first?
I'll let you guess first.
Okay, I think Jetty Pearl is the one to. Oh God, I try not to. Wait, I need to turn.
Is it ABBA?
Completely. There we go. It's not ABBA.
Is it Celine Dion?
No.
Is it Isa Cohen?
No.
So you think it's between Liz Assia and Jetty Pearl?
I'll go with Jetty.
Is that your final answer? Locked in?
Yes.
And you are
Come
correct.
on, Jetty, don't let me down. Thank you,
The
Jetty.
Dutch went first. Good job. Okay, which country gave to which country the first 12 points in Eurovision history? Okay, I'm not going to look at the answers. I don't know that either. So let me think. In 1975, the current system was introduced. Because ABBA was the last one that had the old voting system. 1975. The Netherlands won in 1975, and I remember that they were the first to perform. So my thinking is the Netherlands voted first for someone, but I don't remember who they voted for.
But Netherlands to Luxembourg would make sense for that era.
Okay, I haven't looked at it yet. So it must be Netherlands to Luxembourg, because I know Netherlands voted first in 1975.
Chat seems to agree,
Yes!
and yes.
Okay. Next question. Which singer represented Greece at Eurovision 2002? Well, that's easy. Go ahead. Look at the names. Any ideas?
Well, Sakis was 2004, 2008, wasn't he? Just out of bear in mind, just a disclaimer here. I started watching Eurovision in 2008. So it's a few years before my time. I should know this. I know
it. What's a bad song too? I can sing you the song. Sagapo, Sagapo. Hey,
it's Rehearsals, isn't it? It's Michalis Rehearsals.
Yes.
I needed to visualize the song.
Yes. How many times did Effendi mention the word ma?
How does anyone know this?
Mama, Matahari. So like 18 times at once.
No, that you counted Ta and Hari there. So that was only 15,
yeah. So let's say 16. 16. 15. How many times? 15. So she said it at least 3 times, right? So that must be at least 45. What's closest to 45? 48. But that's just what I'm guessing right now.
No. Oh, no, it's 52. No, it's not 15. It's 13. 13 times 4 is 52. It's 52.
52?
Yeah.
Okay.
Aww.
50. Oh, la. The first one we got wrong. Not cool. Oh, I hate this quiz. At what time did the Eurovision Song Contest 21 broadcaster start in Greece? Well, this is... Oh, wait. Oh, trick question. Gabe? Isn't Greece in a different time zone? They're 1 hour ahead. So it didn't start at 9.
I think, are they 1 hour or 2 hour ahead of how?
1 hour, I'm pretty sure. I think they're 1 hour ahead.
Then that would make it 9 p.m.
No, 10 p.m. Because the show starts
ahead of Turin.
It starts at 8 in UK. It starts at 9 Central European time. Greece should be 1 hour ahead.
Okay, 10 o'clock. Let's make it 10 p.m.
10 o'clock. Whoop, whoop. We got 6 out of 7, except for the question. How did we guys do, chat? Did we do okay?
Or are we banned from streaming now because we didn't get 100%? Should we do the hard one as well?
That was the hard one.
There was one that said, I thought it was extreme.
Oh, that was extreme.
Can we do the hard one as well?
Well, there are much more quizzes. I just didn't pick the first one. So what you can difficulty. I go to extreme, and I pick the very first one. So there's Armenian, Eurovision, but I want to do more general stuff. Let's do Eurovision 23 lyrics quiz.
Oh God. Okay. Yeah. Let's do
I'm so bad at lyrics, so this one I will mess up on. Do we have time? Is there anything but Okay, we do one more. I don't want to do it all day, of course, but this was a short one.
Yeah.
18 questions? Oh my God, we're going to do this
That's
fast.
fine. We'll fly through it, Matt. Honestly,
Okay.
we're pros at this.
Which country of something that has a line from Who Will Conquer All? Oh, I know that one.
It's Norway.
Norway. Who will conquer? It's going to be phenomenal. Israel.
Yeah.
And have you ever done anything like this before? Okay, yeah, I know that one too. You know that one?
Australia.
Yeah.
Australia. I'm not sure I'd describe the difficulty of this as extreme.
Well, maybe it's good. I'll try to say the right words. I had to think for a second, actually. You faster than me. I haven't finished the sentence yet.
Oh, sorry.
I want to buy a land 1,000 miles away.
Oh.
I know it. No, I think I know it. Don't look at the chat. I think it's Azerbaijan in the rap part.
That was my instinct as well.
Because it's not Ukraine, it is not Ireland, it is not Iceland, it's not in Greece. It wouldn't work. It must be Azerbaijan. I went to Bali. Yeah, I remember that one. Yes. Because life is too short and we sure got to celebrate.
Belgium.
Must be. The other songs just by default. Crazy. Switzerland. It's not going to be Switzerland. Belgium. Yes. You might be a leader. I might be a freak. Okay, well, that's easy.
Ireland.
You might be a leader. I might be a freak. Blood on your god's head. It's not Germany, though.
Oh, it's Czechia.
Czechia. Yeah, it's Czechia.
Yeah. Took me a moment though.
Me too. Because my soul's like a fortress. I feel I'm progressed. Words getting worthless.
Thing is known.
That is Georgia. Thank you. Georgia. I love that they put that in there.
Oh, good.
I'm so hypnotized by someone that I have never, ever met. I don't even remember that line, but it must be Future Lover.
Yes, I can see it in cursive now.
Yeah, it must be
on a Tumblr graphic.
Armenia, yeah. Okay. Mama. Mama, kupi la traktora. She. Croatia. Okay. Don't be scared to say what you think.
That is Ukraine.
Don't be scared. Yeah, I had to think that for a second, but yeah. Don't you? Okay.
That song's so good. I love that song.
Violins playing and the angels crying when the stars align, then I'll be there. Say it. Say it to everyone, Gabe.
It's San Marino, obviously. Yes, it's Sweden. Just click the button. Let's move on.
Go on, spread your wings and fly away.
Oh, it's
not Lithuania. It's not Norway. It's not Poland. It must be it's Iceland, I think. I never listened to that song, so I don't know. It's not Cyprus.
No. Cyprus doesn't work. It doesn't work. It's Iceland, yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah. Go on, spread your wings and fly away. Yeah.
My heart is bleeding. I need your healing. It's not Belgium. Is it Lithuania? It's not Lithuania.
UK. Yeah.
It's
Lithuania. I'm going to take this opportunity to flex. Well, I say flex. Monica did a really amazing, intimate gig in a pub in London the other week, which I went along to. It was really amazing. It was really lovely. And I got a nice photo as well. There you go.
Yeah.
There we are.
Yeah, she's very nice. I met her in Barcelona. Okay.
She's lovely. And her favorite drink is a gin and tonic. So if you see her in Liverpool, buy her a gin and tonic.
Well, she can buy us one. There's always time to get back on track.
That is.
There is always time to get back on track.
It's
Estonia. Yeah. I thought my heart would break. Oh, shoot. Oh, wait, is that Denmark? It's not Sweden.
No.
Or is it Cyprus?
It's not Cyprus because you can't break a broken heart. It's already broken. You can't break.
It must be Denmark then, right? I thought my heart.
No. I think it's the UK.
UK? Huh?
I think no, maybe. Yeah, it's the UK.
Is it?
It was she's
What part? I don't know.
Believe me, Matt. I promise.
Okay, no, I trust you, but I want to figure it out in my head as well. What part? It's probably somewhere in the verses. All right, you're right. Yeah, that is very different. Oh wait, no, not Australia. I just saw all.
Oh, if you'd clicked that, then I would have
left the team.
There we go.
We got 100% correct.
We are the greatest Eurovision pundits of all time.
I know, right? That was fun. And I'm sure. So, and forgive me, everyone in the chat. We didn't want to look at it because you were going to spoil it for us.
Everyone's saying Guinea-Bissau for some reason.
The what?
Oh, one of the options of the last question was Guinea-Bissau.
Oh,
if you go on number 18, I didn't see that. God, I was so focused on the po.
So there's no pictures from Latvia yet, so we didn't miss a thing. So hopefully we kept you entertained. Still no TikToks either. So it is just. I feel like it takes even longer this time around. Matt, when will you go to Liverpool? Somebody's asking. So I will be there late this time around, and I mentioned the 4 reasons why that is yesterday. I will be there Sunday, and meaning in a week from today. And Gabe will be there Friday, right?
Yes.
Yes. So,
you'll see me probably on this stream on Friday from ESC United House.
I know that Melanie's already there. She's been posting stuff on social media. We've been talking, but I haven't time to chat to her today because I'm slightly distracted. And Roy will arrive in a couple of days. And when's Sean getting there?
I feel like they're both getting in. What is it, like Tuesday, Wednesday? But it's before me.
Yes,
it is before me. They will be there. I know I'm the 4th. Do I mean 4th?
Yeah.
When's Connor arriving? God,
Wednesday, I think he's arriving Wednesday.
I know I'm the 5th person to arrive. Sorry. I think they'll all arrive on Tuesday and Wednesday.
Yeah, and this is bringing in one of the good questions that comes here by Pavlutsenko. Do you like the new concept of limited press center time? Do you think it is good for your bank account, or does it take away from your annual Eurovision experience? The second part, answering first, yes, it does take away from the annual Eurovision experience. I'm sad that I'm still here, but it's just a reality. So that, in terms of, is it good for your bank account? For me, it's a little different. Because the flight's the flight, right? So the flight's very expensive coming from California to wherever in Europe. So that, even if I'm there for 1 day or 2 weeks, it's the same thing. The only thing that you can say will be cheaper is lodging, accommodation. So there you can certainly save some money. So I guess there is a case to be made.
At the same time, you do get to access, if you're there for 2 weeks, you get to access some opportunities in terms of accommodation that you can't if you're going for 4 days. You get suddenly, places where they only take people on for minimum 2 weeks or minimum 10 days, similar, start becoming available. You start getting longer term lease discounts, things like this. So it is a bit more expensive, but it's not as extreme as you might think. And also the actual days when you're there, it's not very expensive. If you're sat in the press center for 8 hours a day, you're not spending any money. So you don't spend as much as you might think while you're there. But no, personally, I think I agree with Matt. I would love to already be there. There is a sort of, you do get a kind of FOMO, fear of missing out when rehearsals start and you're not in the city. It's like the
I like that. I never heard that FOMO before. Yeah,
FOMO,
I have a major case of FOMO. Especially being here, because this is the shortest time I've ever spent at Eurovision since I've been doing press, of course. So it sucks, and but it's just reality. So it's not the same, but you'll just make the most of it, and that is why I'm also traveling makes it difficult, because when I travel now during rehearsals, I'm going to miss a day. So on Friday, keep in mind I'm doing this in the middle of the night. Like I started this stream 3:30 my time, so I had to be up like at 2:30 or like 2:45. My alarm was for 2:30, but I crawled out of bed at 2:45. And then so on Friday I'm going to do the live stream in the morning from like 3:30 or whatever time it is, and then I have to head out. My flight's at 8 p.m. local time, I think, or something like that. So I'm gonna arrive in Paris. We talked about already the Paris airport at in the afternoon. So Saturday I will miss the rehearsals, but Gabe, Roy, and Sean already kindly volunteered to kind of lead the charge on that one. So your guys are in good hands, and it's a short day anyway. So that was my best option to make that happen.
I do understand some people, I guess I understand why for some people, I know loads, many of you either aren't able to come to the contest in person for reasons of logistics or finance or whatever else, or only come for a few days and so on. So I know it can sound, when we're complaining about being there for 8 or 9 days, I know that can seem a little strange, but I just think the thing that I'm missing about this week, you want to be, it's like even though we're sharing a lot of the same things with you and be having a lot of the same conversations, I think the stream feels different when we're actually sat there.
Yes.
When we're actually there in the room, I think it adds something. Speaking of showing you stuff, Latvia photos are out.
Let me refresh. Oh, I gotta get out the chat first here. The quiz. Hang on. And people are asking, let's do more of those during the lunch. We can do later on some in between as well. Don't worry. Okay. Show. Ta-da! This is Latvia.
I love that array of lights in the back. That's gorgeous.
It is an array of light. And then they bring these, And keep in mind, the outfit that you see right now, not the stage outfit, because, they are coming today. But I didn't expect crazy outfits for them anyways. Probably more similar to what they had in the national final. Did they use those lights?
Trousers. Yes, those lights are from the national final.
So it seems fairly similar to what we've seen in the national final again. Just, they have the advantage of utilizing the backdrop and all the lights more than anything. And here, once again, Liverpool learned from Turin's mistake, because these are all just panels that flip around between lights and LED side. And certainly works a whole lot better and much quicker.
I mean, that wasn't a high bar, but...
True, fair enough. But still, even if the bridge, the sun would have worked out, it's still more clever because it goes like, bloop.
Yeah. Oh, that's a gorgeous photo. That is just gorgeous.
But once again, dark.
Yes. But it's just so pretty.
So
hey, Matt, try pressing the full screen button. See if it works properly with the. Oh, yeah, that does. Yes. Oh, that works perfectly with the stream. It fills the whole screen share.
Okay, but it's harder for me to scroll now. That's what's my only concern.
But you can click on the next photo at the bottom.
Yeah, I have to go.
And it'll just go.
Oh, we already been for these ones anyways. So there you have it. So go ahead, Gabe. Again, summarize your thoughts.
I think the sort of the soft lighting, the the minimalist staging, I think really suits this song. I think you want it to be focused both on the on the vocals of the lead singer, because he's a really strong singer, but also because they're very sort of yearning and melancholy. And for that reason, I think they've got the staging right, because this is a song where you really want them to focus on the song itself. I really feel for them being in that semi-final, because it's going to be so anyone would find it tough to qualify from that semi-final. So it will be difficult for them. And the thing is, no matter who I say, I hope they qualify, that means losing someone else who I want to qualify.
At the expense of somebody else, I know.
Yeah.
I said it yesterday. Call the EBU to complain if they're only allowed 10 in the finals. So yeah.
So I really, really hope they qualify. At the same time, there's like 10 or 11 other songs that I really want to qualify as well. So I'm going to be stressed. It's just these guys. It's so good. And it's really, it has some really nice, unusual sort of features that you don't see in Eurovision very often. Like parts of this song being in 5/4, for example. Really unusual time signature for Eurovision.
Do you think that
fingers crossed?
Latvia would have had a better shot if we had juries, or you think that it's not even a jury-friendly song?
Well, what you find is looking back at past years, the juries or lack thereof wouldn't have affected the qualifiers that much. I mean, obviously, aside from the Albina debacle in 2021, where she was like in the top 10 with both the juries and the televote and didn't qualify, I don't think it would make. My general answer to this is I don't think it makes a big difference to the qualifiers. I think in the semi-finals you tend to see, juries and televoters clustering around similar songs. So I don't think it would make a difference. I think they'd be in with a tough fight no matter what.
Yeah. Usually it helps the songs that are borderline non-qualifiers with the televoters, and then the juries drag it up high enough for them to make the cut, unless you're Azerbaijan, you get 0 points in the televote. So it can happen. Yeah, I mean, so it's not certainly impossible, depending on how the chips fall. And by chips, I mean the points. The ranking actually is less important. It's really more about how many points you get. So that is always a fascinating part. But yeah, I think, that's why the, not the head of delegations, what they call the reference group. The reference group felt okay going away with the juries in the semis, because they don't feel they would have had that much impact. It's usually identical or just like one song that kind of flips around. Last year it was Ranella in the first semi and Cyprus in the second semi, right?
Yeah.
And instead Switzerland and Azerbaijan went in, I believe.
And the other thing is, given the scale of, I mean, it was, I feel like because it was caught and there weren't really any consequences for it in terms of the playing out of the results, what happened in the semi-finals last year, what was attempted by a number of delegations, was a scandal. It was a huge scandal that I think was underplayed in some ways.
Are you talking about the jury rigging?
Yes.
Okay.
And quite frankly, if the kids can't play with the toys safely, then you take the toys away. So I understand why they've done what they've done, because it is harder to rig a televote now than it used to be. And it's clearly harder to rig a televote than a jury.
Is it though?
I mean, given the kind of widespread rigging that was attempted last year.
I mean, that is crazy.
There's no way you could coordinate that level of. I mean, we've seen it before with. I mean, there was a lot of stink around Moldova getting all those 12s in the semi-final in 2021. It's just there's been less public scandals about this since. I mean, the example I always bring up is if you look at Azerbaijan's results, the year that they got investigated for rigging televotes. After that, mysteriously, their results get much, much worse and have stayed worse. But yes, so
that was 2013, particularly because in 2014 is when the transparent process started, right? When they had each juror's results revealed and whatnot. And then, that's 2014 was the year where they dropped off. Yeah. To be fair, I also think that a lot of their song quality dropped off a little, so it's a mix of both, I think. But
if I was going to fix it, what I would do is I would make it so that, and I'd put really strict rules in. I'd say to the broadcasters, you have to provide, your jurors will be. I think they should take them all to the contest. It would be like 200 jurors to the contest, and not tell the broadcasters your jurors will be in separate hotels. They are not allowed to communicate at any point in the contest. You are not allowed to tell each juror who the other people on the juries are. And then I would put them in randomized rooms with jurors from other countries in like cubicles or something. So they cannot communicate with each other. They cannot coordinate. They cannot be instructed to do something by the broadcaster, and they cannot influence each other's viewpoint.
Yeah.
That way, I know that's quite a lot of logistics, but that way it would make the jury so much more credible, because it would remove a lot of the corruptibility from the process.
Do you think that, as some people suggest, maybe increasing the number of jurors to potentially minimize, just getting a couple of individual, like a certain group of people on the jury, could counter that rigging, or you think that's not good enough?
Sorry, could you say the first bit again? You cut out slightly on my end for some reason.
Okay, no problem. Do you think increasing the number of jurors for each country could help as well?
I think in the cases of smaller countries and smaller delegations, I'm not sure how practical it is. If you have 10 or 12 jurors, if it's logistically feasible, I think a larger jury is generally a good idea. But that's provided it's logistically feasible. I realize, and someone's pointed it out in chat, Stephen in chat has pointed this out already, it's about separate flights and stuff. I realize what I suggested wasn't very feasible as well. I think it's more kind of in an ideal world, that is what we would do. Obviously, it's not necessarily going to be possible. A TikTok has just come out, Matt. Oh! This is not a drill. A TikTok.
Everybody, stay tuned. Oh, yay.
Are we able to play it with sound on stream? Do you know?
I think so. Just hold on for
a 2.
I'm using the wrong window. The pressure, I can't. Okay, hang on.
Everything depends on you, Matt. There we go.
Ta-da! Let's play it.
Yep, there's sound.
Hello, this is Alessandra, and we are ready for the first rehearsals on stage. I'm so excited. I just can't wait. Ready for some Queen of Kings. It was super fun. So funny because the last whistle was like I started laughing and then I got into the character again. But it was so much fun. I can't wait to do it again.
So she clearly hated it. So I say basically what's expected, and I don't mean it in a bad way. Clearly consistency is important, and why fix something that's not broken? And so the vibe, clearly as anticipated, appears to be the same based on the snippets that we saw. So I'm happy she sounded good, but of course it will always pick the more flattering sounds. They're not going to put bad clips on there. So we'll know once the dress rehearsals start next week, when we're going to be in there, to give you a better idea of the whole thing. But I think it's working. It's working well. What do you think?
I think it looks good. I think we saw a lot of the choreo, which we got. It looks like they're keeping a lot of the choreo from the national final. Certain moves you spotted. There's the one where she goes over to one side and puts her arm out behind her back. That was still there. You had the lightsabers. So a lot of that is similar. I think that's a good thing because they had a pretty strong package to begin with. And while it might be familiar to us, most of the viewers won't have seen it before. I was enjoying getting a closer look at the at some of the outfits. They've got the nice necklace, a closer look at the sort of crown thing. I like how her in-ears, they'd sort of glammed them up, and so she had sort of sparkly in-ears and stuff with pearls and all the rest on them. I thought that was really cool. So yeah, I mean, it again, not really any surprises, but I thought it was pretty cool.
Yeah. And again, it's a 30-second snippet. So we're going to read a lot into it. And it's not just 30 seconds. It was even less than 30, maybe even the whole performance was like 15 or 20. It's from the audience, so it's even less of a first impression. But the only thing that I will say then is it still feels really dark. And the camera work can potentially change that. But the song itself, I don't expect fireworks for sure. But it's, it is certainly very dark, especially for an opener. Openers are usually not that dark, so that is the only thing that stood out to me. But other than that, it seems like they're on the right track. We're good. Anybody else in the chat? Let us know in the chat, of course, your thoughts at ESC United. Once again, this is not a drill. The first TikTok of the day, of the year, in terms of rehearsals is out. Norway's Alessandra, Queen of Kings. Once again, it's just a little introduction and just some information. Nothing too crazy, but I'm sure you'll appreciate it. And then hopefully now they're gonna upload them quicker, because now we know that we have Norway out. It's only a matter of time until the rest comes in. And you're gonna miss out on them, Gabe. You got to watch them all when you come back tonight.
I might make it back in time at the end of the stream. I'm out this afternoon from like 2:30 my time, so about 50 minutes from now, until like 5:30. So maybe I'll catch the end. If not, I'll give you my reaction tomorrow.
Okay, perfect. And we'll have other people here as well, of course, throughout the time. So I basically had an open invitation to everyone on my team who wants to join, and we'll see who will. I know that James will be here soon. And then also Roy and Sean will come in, once they have the time. But right now they're getting ready to leave, so I didn't want them to focus on this too much. So let's see some questions here. Like statements, comments. I like her outfit, but the staging doesn't do anything for me, which kind of summarizes what we were saying earlier. So I share that. Staging, I mean, some people are, it's Eurovision. You could go all the way out. She added a crown. May as well add a throne. But, that's not the route they wanted to go. And I don't think we have to worry about it because, once again, it won the televote in MGP by a significant margin, even over one of the other fan favorites. So we're overthinking it because 99% of the people just see it once, and that's about it. And they'll enjoy it probably. Again, I still think for an opener, it's quite dark. That's my only concern.
But I think the darkness is one thing because of the energy of it. I think, like if I arrived and heard that song, I'd be like, okay, we're here. We've made it, like Eurovision has started. So I think it's a really good opener. You could have maybe swapped it with Malta.
Yeah. Malta would be a great opener.
And because that I think would have the same kind of, big dramatic effects.
Because for the longest time, they wanted to have this whole, you want to start on when I say high note, it's just like energetic note, I should say, and end on an energetic note kind of thing. I think that thinking has evolved a little bit as well, I think. Plus, they have to take other things into consideration, staging and all of that stuff. Like,
let's flip it on its head for a sec. Sorry, go on. I'll wait. Go.
The one example was Snap last year. Not necessarily like you think a closing song. This year, Finland, Australia, even though I thought they were daring closers, they're great closers in my opinion as well. But go ahead. What
do you think would be the worst song to open a semi-final
in this semi?
Year? In either semi?
Well, Croatia.
What worst songs would be?
Croatia would be the worst one on this one. I think I'm trying to think the second one. Probably San Marino, because I feel like San Marino has like the least energy. Or like it's like impact, I should say. It's one of those more like, and it's done. So that would be my guess right now.
I think Poland as well. It's very sort of ploddy. I think wouldn't be a good opener. I look back and I remember, that random draw really did give us some gold. I remember Rambo Amadeus opening Eurovision for Montenegro in Azerbaijan in 2012. That was hilarious. Like
that's the reason why
I thought we can never ever do this again.
That and then Engelbert Humperdinck opening in the grand final. It's not an opener either, right? So it was just the worst case scenario in that one. I will always be a proponent of running order, just because I think it's just a lot of unfairness going on in the producer deciding running order, because they certainly favor certain countries and certain songs over others, and we can approve it, but it's the proof is in the pudding. That's what I would.
And the things and getting picked to go second really hurts the artists.
Certainly in the grand final.
And it's like if you get picked, the artists that and you sort of, because you do see this stuff filters through, to us, the kind of media, is that in general, artists who get picked to go second do, and in my opinion, a bit justifiably feel a bit screwed over.
Yeah. Albania 2 years in a row on top of it that was like really. And I remember in 21 Malta was pissed because they were one of the fan favorites right in the betting odds, and then they gave them a really not the second one, but still number 6 only in the running order. And they can make a case now because they came just focus on the televote, because I don't think the running order is as important with the jurors, but with the televoters, it statistically is. Went from second in the semifinals to 15th or so in the finals, something like that. And that happens a lot. Czech Republic going first versus going last, right? There's so many examples. So it does have an impact. So yeah, it does feel unfair, and it feels like really. And then the Netherlands been getting really good running orders almost every year lately, even within the first half or so, right? So it seems like maybe it's really just fair, and it just happened to be in the right place. But perception is reality, as they say.
And I think the other thing is, are the same people doing it every year? Because that then said, because if you have different people doing it every year, different sets of producers, you can accidentally, sure, it makes it, in some ways, it makes it fairer because you don't have the same biases every year, but you can have things happen like the same country getting number 2 multiple years in a row. There's a bit of stakeholder management that has to be thought about there. I think you could be a bit more zany about it and sort of have it to be a bit convoluted, but you could split the final into quarters instead of halves, and then draw random numbers out of those quarters.
I think that would be my favorite idea as well. Quarters, but we know that because they even said, we wish we wouldn't have even halves. They just wanted to have it all. So that was pushed at some point as well. So it's more likely they're going to give the entire running order to the producers. So I'm at least holding on to the first and second semi. Because I don't want this to turn into Melodifestivalen even more. So that is certainly one of the things. So for the time being, we still have a few minutes before the rehearsals kick off. Here, a few questions, statements. Denmark opening semi 2 instead of Belgium also makes absolutely no sense. That's what I said. I had Belgium thought as the opener. That was the only logical opener. Denmark doesn't have the right vibe and energy. So, but this running order this year is, the closers are great. Risky, actually, great. But the rest, oftentimes, I don't agree with it. You were clapping?
I was applauding the opinion.
Yeah.
I was applauding Liam's very good opinion.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I said the same thing. I did a predicting the running order video. I had Belgium was the one that's the only song for me in the first half of that semi that would make sense. But that's just kind of how it goes. I don't have any say, unfortunately. That needs to change. Somebody call the EBU. So Latvia is up? Oh, no, that's an old.
Yeah.
What is up?
No. We looked at Latvia. There's just somebody saying Latvia's up, but we already looked at Latvia. I have an unpopular opinion about Melodifestivalen, and if you want to hear it, I might get a bunch of hate for this one, just to warn you in advance.
Let me get ready. Hang on, let me get comfy.
Melfest this year showed some serious warning signs, and they were saved by 1 or 2 really outstanding songs. The quality, in my opinion, obviously Loreen was Loreen, and everyone knew that was going to win from the second they first heard it, and rightly so, because you've heard it. But outside of a couple of songs, this was a really, really weak year in Melfest. And I remember some years ago when Sweden started to get, they were not complacent previously, but there was the quality of Melodifestivalen sort of had a bit of a downtrend, and it culminated in that non-qualification at the start of the decade in the 2010s. It's only 1 year, and it could be better next year, but it feels to me like they may be getting a little too comfortable again. I think, they've got a very good format, but I think they shouldn't be afraid to shake it up. And if there is a noticeable downturn in the quality of the entries and that continues into next year, I don't think they should shy away from doing that. I do think that they are lucky that Loreen happened to them. But this is the thing, is that sometimes an artist shows up and is Loreen and makes, and completely covers over any sort of potential issue.
Okay. Can I throw a little conspiracy theory into this? Since you already end the controversial, is there a possibility that they all thought we want and Lorraine to win, so we're going to make it less competitive this year, and it was all strategic? Or am I going really down the?
I think you've gone down the rabbit hole a little bit, but I did want to. Someone just said in the chat that I never like Sweden.
Never. What? Well, here's the thing.
I go and sit in a Swedish church in London every year to watch the final of Melodifestivalen. Like,
I actually like Melodifestivalen, but they hardly ever choose a song that I like. So when it comes to Eurovision, they're not in my top 10.
Like,
This year,
Hold Me Closer was great. John Lundvik was great.
Yeah.
You know, Statements would have been my winner in 2017 had it been picked. You know, Sweden, I have a kind of, I respect, you know, I it's not that I dislike the Swedish songs. One thing I will say is, because Sweden is so good at Eurovision and has been so good for several years now, I think there's a certain thing, for me personally, they're sort of like the Manchester City of Eurovision. Like, they're brilliant at it. There's no denying that their operation is amazing. They've got it down. You know, they're well funded. They've got everything they need. But it's just like, so when they do well, it just feels more expected for me than with other countries. I think the bar is set so high that it's easier to be disappointed. And that's no disrespect to any of their artists, because like I said, I've loved some of their songs in recent years. I just think that, I did say Man City, right?
Man City?
Man City is in Manchester City, the football club.
Okay. I don't know anything about soccer, football, so I don't know what
Don't worry about it. Basically, they're the best by a mile in and they're, you know, but, you know, okay, this is turned into a gay-sponsored Sweden hate PR campaign. No, like, Sweden are brilliant at what they do, and I really like their songs. And Loreen I'm so excited to see, you know, what we're going to have from Loreen this year. And if she won, it should be a deserving winner as well. So no hate here. But yes, I agree with the person in chat who says Statements should have been Sweden's return to Eurovision. It's one of my favorite national final songs from any national final of all time. It's unbelievably good. Yes, I adore it. Absolutely adore it.
Yeah, it's interesting but that one got a similar hype. That's why I'm always like, I'm not convinced about Sweden winning yet. That's why I'm like, it always seems to be the Loreen hype, but I am still confident about it.
I don't think Sweden is going to win. I do have a prediction. I have a graph. I'm going to keep a hold of my graph for now, but when I'm in Liverpool, I'm going to show everyone my graph. I have a graph that I think shows that Sweden is not going to win Eurovision, but I'll let you hold on to that for a few days until I'm in Liverpool to share it.
Oh, suspense. You have to follow us and always stick around, because otherwise, you know, you won't know.
You'll miss my graph.
I know you have to go in a few minutes, so let's just see if there are any other questions at ESC United in the chat. The rehearsals will continue, I should say, in a few minutes as well, with Portugal taking the stage. And we'll keep you updated on that. But anyways, the question is, do you think we'll get the Albania treatment this year with having a good song but having messy staging and not qualifying for the final? Who do you think we'll get the Albania treatment this year? Having good song, messy staging. Which song do you think could have that honor?
So I think what we need to do is look towards countries. Essentially, you need to look towards countries where they have songs which are considered strong and are very good, but where they are likely to have a limited budget. For staging.
Lithuania often is false victim for that. That's why you've done so many props there.
Yes, but I think Lithuania is going to be fine. I think
their song is different. Yeah, they don't. In this case, in general, I was just talking in general terms. You never see like crazy props for Lithuania.
I think the ones that I would consider to be at some risk potentially, the Czech Republic, maybe.
Czech Republic. I could see the UK. That's why I'm pointing at you. The UK because the UK is known like let's go with something big. You know, like Cerise standing in that thing, the big trumpets. You know, they tend to. I mean, last year it works, but it was still big. You know, they're just like bigger the better. So my concern is the UK goes a little bit overboard, because you have a great song this year. It's in my top 10, so I'm not going to deny that. I'm just worried that it worked last year. It's going to work every year. You know what I mean? Because it didn't in previous years. So I'm a little bit nervous about that. So that's who I would pick.
Yeah, well, I mean, the key thing I think with the big stagings, that is obviously the opposite. There is a sort of a kind of the more is more mentality must be combated too. I think the thing is with the UK is that what we did right last year is the focus was solely on Sam and everything, and the staging, the way it was constructed, it everything was pointed towards him, angled
it was
towards him.
accentuating it rather than demanding the attention. It was, that's a good point.
So we need that, and not something like the trumpets were just kind of big trumpet. They were just kind of there. We had the same thing at the last really good UK staging, 2017. I Will Never Give Up on You.
Mm-hmm.
That staging was perfect because you had that very elaborate prop, but it focused everything in on Lucy. That's the kind of thing we need.
Yes. I remember 2017, it was the UK that really took the longest because they had a lot of issues with the setup, the lights, and we were all just like 10 minutes later. So they had like one run through or something like that, or two in the rehearsal. It's like, oh my God, but it all worked out in the end. But yeah, your point, I agree with that. What has Sam Ryder and Lucy Jones, what they have in common is, yes, it's an elaborate, very complicated prop, but it wasn't taking away the attention from the artist. While, with, I'm not saying the UK wouldn't have gotten 0 points with better staging or whatever, but it is true. Those trumpets were just hanging there, just like the big moon in Spain. I'm like, what's the purpose? It's big. You can just use the backdrop for that. So yeah, bigger isn't always better per se. And the focus is very, very important. So you make sense for once.
Hey.
Oh, I thought my microphone
makes
was
sense
up.
sometimes.
Sometimes. Let's see the next question here. Are we absolutely sure Ukraine won't get a similar treatment as last year and ultimately win again? So I'll go first on this one. I doubt it. And human nature comes into play, of course, and that doesn't mean people don't feel equally terrible about what's happening in Ukraine. We're all very supportive of the Ukrainian cause. It's just, people know that they've won. They're going to be highly featured in the whole event as well. And I want to be careful how I phrase this. I wouldn't say people gotten used to it, because that's not what it is, but it's certainly, when it happened last year, it was like fresh on people's mind. It just happened, and that's all people talked about. And I mentioned it yesterday, and a lot of people agree with me, because people always say, well, this Ukraine win, that was a political vote. I said I strongly disagreed with that. I want to call it an emotional vote. Just like with a song, you have a ballad and it touches you emotionally. I'm like, it really touched me. I'm going to vote for it. And it was a similar thing with Ukraine. You just saw the band out there and the context of what they were going through. And people like, this touches me. Therefore, I'm going to call in for it. It wasn't like, suck it, Putin, da-da-da. It wasn't really that. It was really just more like, the emotional vote that came out. And that's why it went so big. I think even though there's still emotions, it is less like on people's fresh minds. And I think, and especially since they've won, I don't think it's going to happen. You saw the junior Eurovision. You saw even in Sweden, the Ukrainian act didn't do that well. So, she did qualify, but then in the televote, she wasn't that high, and in the jury vote. So I don't personally think it's going to have, I'm not saying there would be no impact, but I don't think in any shape or form near what it was in 22. And that's not taking away from the song, because I loved Stefania last year. Go ahead, Gabe. Any other thoughts?
I pretty much agree with you. I think last year, I distinctly remember last year in the first rehearsal, the first audience rehearsal, so the jury show in the semi, when there was a standing ovation for Kalash Orchestra before the song had even started. I think also the song matched the mood, because if you remember, in May of last year, things were bad. And it was very scary, but Ukraine had just started to turn the tide. So that and the song kind of gave the kind of slightly like, things are bad, and this is like a melancholy song, and the chorus and so on, but also we're still fucking here,
Yeah.
So the message really chimed with people. I just think it was a sort of convergence of circumstances at the right time. The one thing I will say is Ukraine will do quite well in the televote, because, as somebody in chat rightly pointed out, the diaspora of Ukraine will have a heavy impact, but only in certain countries. So I would expect Ukraine is going to get 12 points from the Polish televote, for example.
Yes.
Because there are more than 1 million Ukrainians living in Poland.
Georgia will get a high vote. It will get 12 points to Ukraine.
Yeah. And then there'll maybe be a few others. But it's not going to someone. Yeah, Theodore in chat says Ukraine will continue to exist. We didn't know if it would in May 2022. That's a really stark thing, but it's true. It felt like, I mean, I remember how scared, like especially like in sort of March and April. I remember how, for me, sitting in my in comfort on the other side of Europe, how scary it was for me. God knows what it must have felt like for people. Let alone the Ukrainians themselves, but also what it must have felt like for people in Finland or Latvia or Lithuania or Poland, where the aggressors are literally a few miles away on the other side of a border.
Yes.
That existential fear is still there, but it has materially changed in the last year.
I completely agree. Well, quick, I got a super chat. Thank you so much for supporting us. Let me read this. It feels good to have you back, you guys. We really appreciate your hard work. Let's all like this video. Good answer. And subscribe. I think Cyprus will be the surprise of the year. So thank you, first of all, for the super chat. If you want to support us by super chat, that's great. You can also become just a member here on ESC United or on Patreon. But the most important thing is, and it's free, like this video or any video on ESC United and comment on it. The algorithm will be kind to us, and that helps us to stay alive in this crazy world called YouTube. Now, to get to your question, I think Cyprus will be the surprise of the year. What do you think, Gabe?
It's going to make the final, I think, or it'll be very close to it. I can't see it troubling the top of the leaderboards just because there's a sort of anti-male ballad bias. I think the higher you go when it's sort of a sad ballad, notwithstanding the Sam Ryder factor. So I'm expecting it'll get to the final, but I don't think it's going to be the surprise of this year, personally.
Yeah. I can see it doing better than people anticipate, because on paper, it has everything that people like in a song. So I've always been still surprised it's not more popular. I really like it. And I didn't want to give my exact ranking of my top 10, but I will say this. I had Cyprus in my top 10 and Sweden as my 11th place, and then I flipped them the last second in my top 10. So to me, they're kind of like, it's a similar kind of vibe for me. But ultimately, I gave Sweden just the edge because we know the stage and we know Lorene's unique ability to elevate a song to something that's even more than, on paper. So I had to give her the nudge on that one, while we haven't seen anything from Andrew. So, but I'm not discounting Cyprus at all.
Something interesting I wanted to point out, actually, and you've just mentioning our top results. Something that happened this year is, I'm fairly sure both Wee Blogs and ESC United gave the highest jury score out that they've ever given.
Mm-hmm.
We gave ours to Finland, and they gave theirs to Sweden, which is interesting.
Well, I'm not surprised to give it. Yeah,
I think we both had them 1 and 2, but they were flipped around. But
we got it 1 and 3 actually.
1 and 3, sorry. But we gave the highest score we've ever given, and they did too, I believe, as well. So I'll be curious to see which one of us aligns. Who has aligned the stars correctly? Because one of us is wrong.
Or both of us. You never know, right?
God, yeah. I mean, something can come through the middle.
I mean, and to be fair, you cannot really be wrong when you talk about taste, right? These are not predictions, to be fair. So my system may be crashing. If I disappear, I'll be right back.
Yep, no worries. I'll hold the fort. I'll sit here and you're still here.
Still here? I see it. I just got a message. Page unresponsive.
Oh dear. Oh, and he's gone. Well, guys, I guess we're in charge now. So let's break all the rules while he's gone. If you have any questions, please do put them in chat. I can't wait for Ireland, Eurovision, i.e. same. I'm really excited to see what they bring. I stopped following Wee Måneskin, handing them out. Their performance last year was the best thing that happened to the channel. So Wee, I actually think, and I do want to say that Wee Blogs, they've set up their sort of Lush Lounge in Liverpool this year. They are giving some of that space to other outlets to conduct interviews and so on as a sort of alternative one.
No, it's not like that. No.
Oh, is it not? Oh, that's what I thought was happening. Also, Matt, your microphone's off. Either way, my point is that I wanted to say, that I think all the fan sites, well, it's a big family, really, and I think we blogs are very much part of that family, and they work, and you see how hard they work and how late, people working late into the night in the press center.
Is this better?
Pre-parties, yes, that's much better. I can hear your dulcet tones. But yeah, so I think I really want to say that all the fan sites that do work so hard. There's about to be a new live blog entry, by the way. I can see them typing. It's just them saying, next Rehearsals is Portugal.
No.
And speaking of which, someone asks, Andre Ferreira, what do you think of Portugal's chances to qualify? Good, very good. I think they're going to qualify. It's really unique, really fun performance. Yes, so I think they're going to qualify. And her vocal, she's a brilliant vocalist. She is an absolutely stunning vocalist. What do you think?
She is. This comes number one from a biased position because I'm in love with that song. So of course I'm going to qualify, but even putting my Stan hat off for a moment, I do think what can work for Portugal is the fact it is different. It is still a fun, upbeat song, but it is in a very different genre from what we usually get. And I understand in terms of like Eurovision bubble, it's hit or miss for people because it's a little bit more cabaret-y and, that kind of stuff. But I think that music will have a lot of appeal to a more broader audience. Talk about Gen X, even boomers, that kind of, they will actually probably really gravitate towards that kind of music. And I think there is an absolute market for it that we sometimes ignore. It just comes down of the vibe because, unfortunately, she's fairly early in the running, number 5 in the first third. And usually I wouldn't be as worried, but there's so many strong songs early on, so there, and I just have a hard time imagining them all making it through. There will be some sacrifices. I don't think it will be Mimicat, though. Losing out, I mean. So I feel really good about Mimicat. So my opinion is, yeah, I'm pretty sure she'll go through. But I have to wait for the whole thing. We're going to get some more ideas. We'll know Monday for sure in terms of like what it looks like next Monday, not tomorrow, the week from tomorrow.
With that, I am going to have to depart. So it has been lovely. I will maybe back later. If not, I'll be back tomorrow.
Okay.
And I will be enjoying the rest of the rehearsals alongside you guys, even from afar.
All righty. Enjoy the rest of your evening. If I don't see you.
Take care, everyone. Bye.
Oh, thank God he's gone. Okay, so for the time being, it'll just be me. But hopefully we're going to have more. But breaking news, we have another TikTok. I just need a second to bring it up. The Malta video is out, but not video. Oh, wouldn't that be nice? I mean more the actual TikTok. So let me find it. Don't go anywhere. The suspense is killing me. There you go. So let's click on it. Oh my God, I have too many windows open. No wonder my system froze.
Hey everyone, we are the Busker from Malta, and our song is Dance Our Own Party. We're just excited for our first rehearsal. We just got our facts checked and we're just happy to go on stage. Let's do it. Let's have some fun, guys.
Let's go! What's up, brother? Let's have some fun.
In my sweater. Oh, look.
Sweaty.
That was fun!
Okay, there you have. Oops, still running in the background here. Let me turn it off. I see there's a super chat. Give me 1 second. I am bringing that up first before I even give my comment because they always get priority. Where do you think Italy will end in the final? It's a random question about Malta. But thank you for the super chat. I have to wait for the rehearsals and on the feel of everything. but I can see Italy easily entering the top 10 once again for the 18th time in a row. So it's a good song. Marco is a fantastic singer. Now back to what's the country called? Malta. I loved it. Did you see the backdrop, the colors, the feel, and they're gonna stand out. I understand some people may not get the song, and some people may not even like the staging, but it'll be such a moment, with Norway. Amazing song, and that song will go through regardless. She could just sit on a chair and sing, and it would be fine. But it's a darker feel, right? And then followed by Serbia, a darker staging, followed by Latvia, a darker staging. But then there is Malta, like, ooh, colors, woo, and energy and fun. And this looks so good. And we haven't even seen everything. We just seen that 10 seconds of, no, it was a little bit more than that, snippet with the colors. I can only imagine what it would look like with proper camera work. So it is absolutely a fun factor. And I really think people, this will stand out. Oops, I got a message here from my team. Oh, it's Roy. Hang on a second. I got to text Roy real quick. He's asking how long I'll be online for. Until all TikToks are out. There you go. I just messaged him. Okay, so let me go in here. I would love to hear your thoughts on Malta as well, by the way. At ESC United in the chat, did you like it? Is it not working for you? Once again, I know there's this big ass caveat out there that this is a very short snippet. It's the first impression, as you will. Based on your first impression, do you like what you see? Once again, it's fairly similar, the vibe wise, from what we saw in the national final, but yeah, it is just more. Do you think we'll ever see a superstar in ESC again, and how many years forward, and in which countries? Sarah Larsson, ABBA for Sweden, Adele, Sam Smith, UK. Well, can't you just make a case for Måneskin? Måneskin has been hugely popular. They were on Saturday Night Live here in the US. So that's a pretty big deal. But it really depends on your definition of superstar. And Sarah Larsson she, I don't even know her well. I just found out about her. So it really depends on where you live. Lots of acts are very popular in the US or in the UK, vice versa, but it doesn't always transfer everywhere. Tim Stormont is saying, I really loved it. Colorful and fun, and outfit change. Yes, they got, although it's kind of almost counterintuitive because he sings, I feel better with my sweater, and then he takes it off. I'm like, it probably should have been the other way around, but I get it. Some people in the chat made the comparison to Eat Your Salad, and I'm highly offended by that. I love Malta, and I was more of a critic last year of Eat Your Salad. So those two songs are very different for me. Just because they have colors doesn't necessarily mean they're the same. And the song here, I think, is a lot more, I think it has a lot more mass appeal than the other one. Glitter sweater change should be like reveal moment and not so underwhelming. I know I'm being silly right now because I know that he's wearing another sweater underneath it, so it's still the same thing. I think what happened here, because the cut that they used for this clip, that included, will not be included in the actual performance that we see on camera. So I was surprised they could showed us that part, but it's a cool little piece of info that you will not see on camera. So we shall see. But yeah, so as of right now, about 4 minutes ago is when Mimicat from Portugal took the stage. So let's take a look at what we have on her. Portugal ready to take the stage, and I am going to actually, you know what? Let me share my screen again, because so you can read it yourself. Un segundo, por favor. That was the wrong language, but oh well. The opening piano, glissando, that's a weird word, gives big I Will Survive vibes. Those are really old-fashioned references. But this performance is pure musical theater fabulousness. The staging has been stripped back from Mimikat's winning performance at Festival de Canção, still for backing dancers. Bring the energy. We definitely spotted some samba moves in there, but no sofas. The theme of the lighting and costumes is red. Mimikat's dress is entirely made of red feathers. Okay, this is just popping up with the live stream. Rude. And we will not rest until we're wearing something very similar to Euro Club. Vocally, Mimi sounds incredible. This is a classic cabaret crowd pleaser, and the final note is huge. Just what we need to get the mood for a packed afternoon of rehearsals. There you have it. So the thing that stood out to me, if I can believe the description and consider it accurate, is that it is stripped back. And I think what they just mean is they don't have a couch. I don't know. So I need to see pictures on this one. That one is difficult to judge without seeing anything. I hope it's not too stripped back, because I love the energy and the theatrical appearance of the first performance. So I hope they're not going to lose that in that process. That's the only request I have. Don't lose that. But other than that, I am looking forward to it. But I think we'll have to wait for at least another 15 to 20 minutes before we get any pictures. And then God knows when we're going to get Mimikat's actual TikTok. Because we're still on TikTok number 2 with the buskers. So, but, well, once again, in case you don't know how this all works, in the first round of individual rehearsals, which is the first 3 days this time around for the semifinalists, we're not counting the big fives. We only get this snippet that I showed you earlier that are exclusive to TikTok. And then in the second round of individual rehearsals, which are closed this year as well, we'll get a 30-second as seen on TV snippet of all the performances. Apparently, they're all being released at the same time in the evening. What that means, how that's all going to pan out, I don't know. But that is basically what they are doing. And then starting Monday, we have the actual dress rehearsals, and then the press will be allowed into that as well. So we'll all be there, Team United, and I cannot wait for that. I feel like I'm missing out on so much right now. But hey, at least I have to pay for the very expensive hotel rooms in Liverpool, because ain't nobody got money for that. So any other thoughts and questions, as always, at ESC United in the chat. You're always doing such a fabulous job keeping me updated, because I do jump between Twitter and TikTok and the official blog to see if there are any major updates, but nothing yet. So let me actually do one thing here. Okay, so this is not easy sometimes. I have 4 monitors and jumping back between all of those, not the easiest thing in the world. Let me just type in our address here. I kind of complain about it. I was like, this is too much work, but then I kind of live for this. I'm always looking forward to doing this. It's just, the first day is always the most stressful one. I'm just going to tweet real quick for people who are not paying attention. Don't forget to join us. We are covering today's rehearsals live. Hashtag Eurovision. Hashtag. Why am I reading this out loud? Okay. Because I feel like I need to fill the dead air when I type. Like, I need to say something. Okay, so is semifinal 2 tomorrow? I will not watch, only like Slovenia, Greece, and Cyprus, etc. No hate. Well, tomorrow is a little bit of both. We have the second half of, well, kind of the second half, what's remaining of the first semifinal, because we're going all the way to Sweden, minus Israel. And then we're going to have Israel and everyone that performs after Sweden, including the Netherlands and Finland. So they will all perform to rehearse for the first time tomorrow in the morning. And then after that, we're going to have the first few songs of the second semifinal. And then on Tuesday is when the rest of the second semifinal will rehearse. So that is delayed. And then the following day, which is Wednesday, we're going to have a lot of countries. I think all semi-1 performances on Wednesday rehearse for the second time. Then on Thursday, we have like the first half of semi-2 rehearse for the second time, and then the Big Five in Ukraine get to rehearse for the first time at that point. So it's a little bit of a mix there. So that's basically how it works. Okay. All right. I'm done with that. Let me jump out of this. And then, that was Thursday, the first time I think the Big Five will rehearse. And then on Thursday, we'll have the second half of the semi. Well, not Friday. Friday will be the second half of semifinal 2. And then Saturday will be the Big Five rehearsing again, I believe. And then Sunday is a day off. It will be the turquoise carpet. And then Monday is when the dress rehearsals will kick off. So that is will be interesting. Israel is apparently flying late to Liverpool, but we know it's because she's coming by a unicorn. Wouldn't that be nice? Are we hoping there's going to be a unicorn on stage? No, that would be, and I'm all in favor of like fun, literal translations, but a unicorn maybe pushing it just a little. That's maybe just a little too much, even for my liking. But the thought of it kind of makes me giggle. So, yeah. This is, I need to bring this one up. This is my first Eurovision. That is the most amazing experience. I enjoy it. Take it all in. I hope to see you over in Liverpool and say hello. Yes, Wayne, I will be in Liverpool. Usually I'm there for 2 weeks, but this year it's a little different. So I'll be there in a few days. So yes, I'll be there, and I'll make sure to meet as many people as humanly possible. And we'll go from there. So let's see here. Maybe a unicorn, not on stage, but in the backdrop. I personally think they should stay away from any sort of imagery when it comes to unicorns. It really turns into a little bit of a cliche. I know she's going to do this, unicorn. But other than that, it may be a little bit too distracting. And be like, oh, unicorn. Oh, come on. I get it. It would give me more like the feel like, imagine if Alcohol is Free, or Greece 2013 would have actually bar on stage where people were drinking. Like, wah! That kind of is a little too far. When you have Queen of Kings and I say I do a throne, it's a little bit more, not subtle, but appropriate. But some little staging could be a little dramatic. Am I the only one that is bothered with the black lines on the LED screen? You know what? I have not noticed them as much. So now that you said it properly, I will not be able to unsee it next time. Just like, yeah, so I'll pay attention to it next time. But at this point, they have not bothered me. Not really. Matt, can you ask in a poll how many of your followers are going to Liverpool? I can do that. Hold on tight. If that start a poll. I don't think a lot of people. Are you going to be in Liverpool for Eurovision? Yes? No. You know what? Ask a committee. There you go. There you go. I'll ask away. All right. Next question. Can you ask if you, I don't know if you already discussed this, but how do you feel about Latvia staging? I'm disappointed. Ante, I would not go too far. We haven't really seen anything. All we saw is pictures. The pictures could be misleading. It seems very much in line with what they had in the national final, and just with a lot more lights, right? Because of those crazy light effects with the backdrop that they have to you. So I would love to hear, what did you expect instead? So what I'm hearing is that you probably didn't like the national final staging. Keep in mind, and I'm not sure if you just joined or what happened, the band, they have lost their luggage, or the airline lost their luggage. So their costumes haven't arrived yet. They'll arrive today. So whatever they were wearing, that is going to change. Maybe that'll be a little bit different. So don't worry about it too much. The only thing I pointed out, and I've been pointing it out for the entire time, there are lots of dark performances in the first 4 acts, right? Besides Malta. So that could only work in Malta's favor. That's what I'm thinking. So 80, let me post this end poll. As you can see, 15%, 14, well, 15, percent of individuals will go to Liverpool. So that's not a bad number. For the rest of the 85%, of course, will also provide you with as much coverage as possible, so you feel like you are there. So yeah, that's where we're at. So yeah, we can certainly do more polls as well. I just don't know what to poll. And it's another layer of things that I have to do. I already have to do 500 things. Let me scroll down here. I cannot wait for Sweden, Alicia is saying. Well, I said the same thing, because it is one of the countries that we have no idea. No idea, but we don't know, because it's uncommon for Sweden to be a question mark, because the staging is usually set by the time they get here. But due to the unique circumstances, that whatever they're doing, we don't know what's going to happen. So that is what I'm really interested in, what they're going to put forward. Today, we only have Switzerland in the running that is not a national final winner. All the other acts, Ireland, Croatia, Moldova, and Sweden, won a national final. So at least as somewhat of an idea what may or may not happen, Switzerland is the only song in this running year that was an internal selection. So we already have some ideas, though, that he was talking about. There's going to be 4 dancers on stage with him, right? Even though it's not very a danceable song, but it's more like probably interpretive dance rather than just be like, whoa. Not really the song for that. So it's going to be more like that, down that route. And people will either like it or down. That's going to be one of those performances, probably polarizing. So we shall see. Any news on Portugal rehearsal? Well, I read you what we know. We only got the information in writing. We don't have any pictures or anything yet. All we know is that she is having an opening piano glissando, as they call it, and that there is no couch, and that there are 4 backing dancers. It was described as the performance is stripped back from what we saw in the national final, and that she is wearing a dress made of red feathers. So that is what we know. The next thing will be getting some pictures, and then in like 18 hours by the end of Eurovision, we'll probably get the actual TikTok. And is everyone has been so kind to me. Let me know if when this TikTok comes up. I keep checking, but I can always see it right away. ESC Discord posted a video clip of the going on stage. Okay, that's I haven't had time to go to all of that as well. So that kind of stuff, feel always free to communicate that to me so that I can bring it up. Okay. I feel better with my sweater. Da 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 da. I cannot stop this song in my head, but hey, wait, do you wanna dance? Dun dun da 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 dun.
La 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 la
Okay, we're just really literally watching her walking. There you go. And that's what we have. So that was the clip. And then we'll just see what she's going to do on stage. But I love the dress. I love the dress. It's fabulous. And it's going to look really great on stage. It's really like eye-popping and make her stand out. And I think similar to what I mentioned about Malta, what the good news is for Portugal, it's going to be probably a lot more bright and uplifting after Latvia's and Serbia's more darker performances. This will certainly make like, oh, this is nice. So I think Portugal has a good running order from that perspective. We need a little bit more color here. And Mimi Cat is certainly delivering. And they, as you saw in the clip, you saw the dancers behind her. They were all wearing red as well. So, yeah. And we do know that the lighting itself on stage will be very red as well. So it's just going to be an adjusted performance from what we've seen in the national final. That would be my guess. So, but one thing that Mimi Cat has going for her is just her amazing vocals. When she hit that big note at the end, whoa! So, ending on a good note. And I just find her a very interesting artist. I met her in Barcelona. We talked. I think I was the last one who interviewed her. And she was still a champ and a pro. So I really like that. So we shall see. Alicia is asking, is the rest of the world voting for Semi 1? I think they're voting for both, right? That was my understanding, at least. I'm not voting, even though, I refuse to pay to vote. Like, why would you charge me for that? In America, they would never charge you to vote on like American Idol. And minus maybe any texting costs that you have with your carrier. But, that's included, yeah. It's a very European thing to do. And I refuse. Oh, my God. Why is my eye so red? Not the other eye. That's like you see in the corner. Oh, dear. Well, maybe that's because it's 6:30 here in the morning, and I've been up since 2:30. So we'll take that. But for now, I'll keep refreshing my screen. I thought it's going to be slower, but no, it's kind of fun to get like little pieces here and there. Again, the Malta clip, you already have that one. There is no new TikTok yet. So we'll just hang on tight. But how can they get some profit when they don't charge voting? Well, that's the point. Should they make a profit? Shouldn't that be more of a non-profit thing, since it's basically you're already paying taxes for this in the first place? Your tax money goes towards the public broadcaster. So you're paying for them in the first place. So why would you pay for voting on top of it? Do you know what I mean? It is a money-making machine. I get that. But that's just me. Keep in mind, that's in America, they're still making money even when people text for free. There's advertisement and all that stuff. But this is just another layer, And it's different. I get that. I'm just talking, from my perspective. but So, any other questions at ESC United? I love Ibrahim's response here. Not just because he agrees with me. I agree with Matt. It's our tax. Well, the thing is, that's again, I am a American European, right? Born in Europe, but spent my adulthood here in the US. I still have a very European mindset on so many things. But when it comes to taxes, I'm always like, I don't want to pay for this. But and then again, people here, the conservatives in America, are a little bit outrageous about that as well. So there needs to be a middle ground. Taxes exist for a reason. But there's also a limit. And the funny thing is, I was just about to say that, Antonio. If they want my money, they better not geo-block this year. That's what happens in the US. None of the Eurovision shows or clips are available in the US unless you have a VPN. And I'm referring to the live shows. We do get the official preview music videos and all that stuff, but any of the live performances or the entire show, they have been geo-blocked since 2016. So nobody in the US can watch it unless they watch it like on Peacock or whoever has it available, or you need to know about it and have a VPN. And so that certainly hurts getting in a more international crowd here in the United States. And I'm pretty sure that applies to a lot of other countries as well. So yeah, it is interesting. So they better, especially if we have to vote, that they have that available for us to view. That's a very good question. So do you think Australia is a dark horse? Depends on what your definition is of a dark horse. Dark horse to win, dark horse to qualify, dark horse for a top 5. Dark horse to win? No. I don't think it's going to be a winner, but a dark horse top 5? I could see that happening. I could see a universe where Australia could do that. Dark horse to qualify, it's not a dark horse. It's a guaranteed qualifier. I mean, it's one of the better, if not the best song from the second semi in my book. So I don't see that. So that is certainly my outlook and observation about it. I don't know why, but Malta continues to get stuck in my head. I can't get rid of it. Let's see here. Next question. I know Romania, as of right now, doesn't have many chances at qualifying, but if they bring a good staging, do you think they will make it? We already know Theodore can nail a live performance. Renara, it's hard for me to even answer that question, only because my personal bias comes in here, because I'm actually quite fond of the song, and it's in my personal top 10 in the semi. Probably even like in my top 5 in the semi, maybe 5th place. I don't know. I haven't done a proper ranking. Which maybe I could do live at some point. So I could use like the sorting tool or something like that. But I really like the song. It's my point. But I am fully aware that it is not having the mass appeal. Although I'm always right, it's not that bad of a song. It's just my kind of music, I guess. So in terms of qualification chances, doesn't have the greatest running order. It's just not the kind of song that the mass appeal is there. The staging needs to be improved upon. I think it'll still be an uphill battle for Romania. The good thing is they're in the second semi, and it's the predictable semi of them all. I see you, Roy. I'll bring you right in. I just want to finish my thought real quick here. And already forgot about it. Oh, Romania. Yeah, so I certainly, and I bring Roy in because he's also a Romania stan. Let me hang on a second. Hey, Roy, did you hear everything I said?
Not everything, no. I just jumped in, really. I see a Romania question. So
yeah, I was just talking about it, and I said, well, let me bring in Roy because he is also a Romania stan. Can I answer that question?
Let me read it. I know Romania, as of right now, doesn't have many chances at qualifying, but if they bring a good staging, do you think they will make it? We already know Taylor can nail it live. I actually think so, because they already said they will change a lot from the live performance. I think it was mostly Theodore and maybe his team who thought of the staging in the national final, and now he has like a professional team behind it. And like you said, we know he can nail it live. So I think maybe they have a little chance, and I would love to see it because I really like that song.
We both do. You like it even more than I do because you had it. Didn't you have it in your personal top 10 even in our video?
Yes, I have it in 9th or something at the moment. in my top 10 somewhere.
I have it definitely in my top 10 on the semi. Probably even top 5. Like, I think I haven't done. I was talking about it. I don't have it done a proper ranking first. I barely put together top 10. But I could see this one. I mean, it's definitely in my top 20. I just don't know if it's in my top 15. You get my point. Somewhere around there. I think it's just an underappreciated song. But I understand the challenges that it faces at Eurovision. But what they say, don't count your chicken until they hatch. So we'll go from there. So I think, did you watch anything of the clips yet on TikTok or the pictures?
Well, my parents were here to visit today, so I haven't been able to really be on top of everything. But I did watch the pictures real quick before I hopped on. And I did watch Malta and Norway were the only TikToks out, right?
Malta and yes, correct.
Okay, yes, I did watch them.
Okay, so you are almost caught up.
Okay.
Minus the specifics here. You heard about Latvia's luggage was lost, right? So they're not wearing the outfits. So they will arrive today. Israel's not rehearsing today because even though in the running order they would be in there, but I think they're just leaving today. So they will push to tomorrow.
Okay. Will anybody else rehearse instead then? Or?
Well, I think Sweden was moved in there, because Sweden will be the last one of the day. And Sweden performs after Israel. Same for Moldova, technically.
So Sweden is also rehearsing today. Yeah.
Yes, the last one of the night.
How far in are we at the moment? I'm a bit out of it. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Portugal just finished, I think. So
nice.
So we are just waiting for pictures. We saw a clip on ESC Discord of her costume. It's like a red dress, feather dress. So it looks
surprise.
Really cool. Yeah, but it looks really nice. It looks slightly different, I think, but it's the same idea. Let's see some questions before we jump in there. Before actually I do that, how are you?
I am good, actually. I had an exhausting day yesterday. I went to Belgium to watch the 6 hours of Spa, which is like a big race.
Oh, is that why you were in the bad place?
Yeah, I was in a bad place. I was in Belgium.
I saw a screenshot of people posting that, actually. I'm not sure you probably didn't see that.
It was a joke, but it's a
I know, I got it. I know.
It's always like that friendly rivalry we have with Belgium. So yeah, I woke up at like 4 a.m. for that one, and then I came back a bit late. So I'm catching up a little bit on sleep. So today was a bit more of a chill day. My parents came around to visit because they wanted to see me before I went to Liverpool, because it's still scary, I guess. I don't know.
I know. You're leaving Thursday?
Is it the 4th? Yes. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Anyway, I've got a question. Yeah. If you watched the national selection of Romania, did you think Ale Daida with blah, blah, blah could have made a better work than Theodore? I'd say, yeah, because she was my winner and she was Amazi.
Amazi.
Roy, you're shaking your head.
No, absolutely not. I think Theodore Andre, when I heard the songs for the first time, I knew that was the one they had to go for. And watching all the performances, all of them had big issues, in my opinion. So I definitely think they chose correctly. But yeah, I don't know. You always say that when somebody doesn't do as good, they should have picked something else. And maybe, but I don't think so. I think this was the right call because he's a great performer. He sang it very well.
Yeah, I'm still sad that he is not getting more love. Just in case you're wondering, the live blog just said that Ireland is taking the stage, but we won't get any information on that.
Qualifier.
I know your controversial pick. But I don't even blame you. It was, it's I don't consider them a guaranteed non-qualifier either.
I'm pretty confident, actually.
Really? Yep. Without seeing the staging or anything?
Yeah.
With all the upbeat songs in the semi?
I don't know if you've watched my video that I do with my friends, but they reacted to Ireland and they had like one of the most positive reactions to Ireland out of all of the songs. And that was quite surprising to me. And I was like, wait, it makes actually quite a lot of sense that more casual viewers will like Ireland a lot more. And I know it's a very small sample size, but I can imagine like a lot of just casual viewers watching it and be like, Ireland, this is a nice anthemic song. I kind of like it. And then give it a vote or two. So I can see it happening.
Yeah, no, I see that too. But again, it's such a tough semi. And who did you leave out? Like, was there one that you sacrificed? I think, did you sacrifice Czechia? No.
Oh yeah, definitely. I don't think we have to see the live performance. I'm just not too confident about it, so that might really change. If they can nail it live, I think they will qualify. I'm just not confident they will nail it live because it's a difficult song to stage. It's really difficult to get the message of the song across without being too corny, I guess. And they need to nail it as well vocally. Like if it's just slightly off, the song is not going to sound that great. And they're already with 6 people. So you have the stage completely filled. You cannot add any dancers to it. It's a difficult little puzzle they have to like solve. So I don't know. Czechia, waiting for that rehearsal. And I'm very curious to see it.
Okay. By the way, how long are you going to be here for?
To be honest, I don't know. I might need to eat at some point, but
okay, so you don't have like an appointment or anything.
I don't have anything after this anymore. I thought my parents would stay until dinner, but they left already. So
do they live nearby?
Not really. They have like a 1.5 hour drive. So
oh yeah, I mean for
yeah, for you it's
like,
very
cute.
close.
That's just around the corner.
For me, that's the other country.
Yeah, in some cases that is true. That is kind of funny. But I remember still living in Germany. Like I remember, I would never ever go to like Hamburg. It's a ridiculous distance from where I lived because it was like 2 hours away.
Yeah,
like I would never. Like who has that kind of time? Now it's like 2 hours. It's nothing. Let's go to San Diego. Yeah, it's a very different feel. So let's see a few more questions here. Another in regards to Romania, since we're on topic here. I spoke with Theodore and he changed the song a little and the choreography at all.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we knew that. Yeah, so we are going to have something completely new at Liverpool. So that's one of the performances you look forward to the most because it's a big question mark. Or which one are you looking forward to? Not just today, but what's left.
Yeah, like I said, Czechia, I'm really curious. I hope they nail it. I think I'm looking forward to see what Croatia will do, just how far they will go with the changes and what Eurovision will allow them to do on the big stage. Romania, definitely, because it's completely new. Just really the ones we haven't seen live yet as well, like Switzerland with Sasha Jean-Baptiste, I think. She could do a great job staging that song as well. Yeah, kind of those songs. Maybe some, Australia, I'm very curious how they'll do that. Probably just band stuff, but yeah, maybe they have something cool in store. We don't know.
Yeah, I have to ask since you are my Dutch go-to, well, Melanie too, but you know, since you're here, your thoughts on what happened over the last day or two in the Netherlands, changing the song, the notes, the tone, the backup vocals. Do you think it's a good idea? Is this or not? I can share my thoughts as well that I shared yesterday on the live stream, but I would love to hear from you first.
I think it is smart because I don't think they were good enough to really nail the version they submitted, really. And I don't think it's necessarily their fault. It kind of starts to feel that they were kind of given this song as a package and be like, okay, do it now. And then like a lot of pressure, and it makes a lot of sense. I think it was really good to showcase what backing singers can do. They can mask a lot of the flaws that they might have, because I still think they struggle a little bit towards the parts where it gets a bit more difficult. But I do think they gave a better view of what it could be like. So is he going to qualify? I don't know, but we've definitely seen now that they can patch up here and there and just put like a little Band-Aid on it. And, you know, maybe they'll make it.
What I said, I mean, I'm paraphrasing right now what I said yesterday, but in a nutshell, it was basically what I said. I hope that even when if I qualify the Netherlands, that this was a little bit of a wake-up call for the Netherlands on this particular issue. Only because the biggest issue I have more than anything is how it was handled. Of course, they weren't forthcoming about that it wasn't unanimous, the vote on that. That was a little embarrassing that this kind of happened that way. But I'm also talking about how the statement of Duncan Lawrence, that like he was surprised to see that this didn't work and that the song was not in the right pitch. Like, you've been doing this for 6 months now. The fact that you do these changes virtually last minute, that is a little bit embarrassing to me. That they did not. That's something they should have known before. And that's the risk when you have a song that they just decided to pick up the song and put some random artist into it, the match, because you should have that package come together for it to work. And that felt really forced. And I think they just felt very confident, since this was written by Duncan Lawrence, that this would be just enough. And clearly there is a lot of concern about that out there. And that is my thing.
There's a lot more drama going on as well.
Like what?
Like at first, Duncan Lawrence gave a little bit of a snare towards Eurovision in concert, like, oh, it's run by fans. So they don't know how to do the sound properly. But like all of the other acts were just perfectly fine. And they, from Eurovision in Concert, put out a statement basically saying, okay, we just did everything for every country the same way as we would do for other countries. So there was nothing different there. We are just sound people who know what they're doing. And if you really were so bothered, why weren't you there? Which is very true, because he wasn't there, and he could have been there after all to just support them at least, I guess. And now allegedly, and this is a rumor and it's not confirmed at all, there was a fifth writer of the song who is like left out of the credits now or something, who now also is trying to get re-added to the credits. So there's a lot of things going on behind the scenes, with money-wise and stuff like that. And now the Afro-Tros is also a bit like, oh, I don't know if this is a nice situation. So I definitely think it is some sort of wake-up call. And yeah, it's a bit of a mess in the Netherlands. But also people are overreacting here.
I mean, there's some overreaction to dramatic things, but you can say two things can be true at the same time. You know, that I think the team, you can put Duncan Lawrence in there, you know, they didn't handle this correctly or fairly, and people being a little bit too nitpicky on certain things as well. So it's just funny, not haha funny, but what's going on funny, that Netherlands became like the center of controversy this year, right? Because it's not necessarily kind of obvious, but every year we have somebody. This time
it's your
turn. It's your turn. You're not the only
go.
one, though, so that is good.
Yeah, true.
All right. So, any questions while we're waiting at EST United in the chat? And what's very interesting is because usually we have two breaks, the lunch break and a break, like a 30-minute break. That's not happening this time around. They're going to run through the rest of the songs all the way up to Sweden. Yeah. So I like that. Because, you know, who needs breaks? I mean, again, I've been doing this, you know, I woke up at 2:30 in the morning to do this crap.
Mental.
And
are you okay? Do you need a break? I can run the show if you want to.
I'm okay for now, but if I do, I'll let you know.
Okay.
I may have to run to the bathroom at some point.
Fair enough.
But let me ask a question. If one of Switzerland and the Netherlands qualifies, which do you think it'll be? So
for me, I think it would be the Switzerland, because like I said, Sasha Jean-Baptiste knows what she's doing as well, and she's doing the staging for them. And he's got a great voice. Like, he's won the Voice of Switzerland, I think. I think they have a good package, but I'm not the biggest fan of the song, I guess. But I don't think people across Europe will care as much about the issues that I have with it. So I think it has a bit more of a better shot at qualifying than the Netherlands. Maybe the issues that we have with the singers also distracts a bit from the staging, and maybe we don't have as much time to figure that out fully as well. So I don't know.
I will agree with that. I think on paper, Switzerland has a better shot over qualifying than the Netherlands. Netherlands has the advantage of the running order, of course. You know, Switzerland's somewhere in the middle of the running orders. Netherlands will, of course, go second to last. The only downside of that is, of course, who's going to follow Netherlands? Finland. So I'm worried that Finland takes all of the attention. Everyone forgot about Netherlands at that point, even with the running order. So, but it's certainly a different vibe. So it comes down to that. But yeah, I do think that Switzerland, knowing who's involved, and we know the singer, how capable he is, I think is currently set up to be a little bit more of a threat than the Netherlands. That doesn't mean I'm counting the Netherlands out. You know, so I'm just getting a little bit of 2015 repeat, where the Netherlands was quite popular in the beginning, and then as soon as we saw the rehearsals, like, and we're done, you know, and we're out, and that is exactly what happened. But we don't know yet; we haven't seen the staging yet. But yeah, with the vocals, like even the performance that we saw a couple days ago, it was way nicer, right? But you are absolutely right; they were very breathy. That's why they weren't singing that strong. They were just like, which is nice for like an acoustic version. But I don't know if that would really translate on the Eurovision stage.
And it makes sense because, like, they've got a lot of hate in the Netherlands for not being good singers and stuff. Yeah, it's terrible. So
why would they pick them, though? That I just don't understand. If they know they couldn't do this, that's for me. It just anyway. Go ahead.
Yeah,
I digress.
I mean, Duncan put them together. Apparently, like Mia Nicola was going to sing a song on herself, and then Duncan at some day just randomly decided to sing a bit along with her. And then he was like, wait, this actually sounds a lot better than the original. And then he decided to pick Dion. So that's how they kind of got together. But like that's already a bit of a recipe for disaster if you like get put together and be like, work it out, you know? It's a bit weird. But yeah.
Yeah, it reminds me always, it's kind of what happened in 2016 with San Marino, Valentina, and Jimmy Wilson. Because it was a Valentina song, of course. And they're like, you know what? We should add a black guy. You know, that's kind of what they even said in the interview. I'm like, ooh, okay. That's a little weird like concept. And that's, you know, and Jimmy's a great singer and all that stuff. But it's just like, you knew it was just thrown in there and there was just, it wouldn't work. Not that I'm saying the song would have qualified regardless, but it's just had a similar kind of feel.
Aussie Rose has put in her chat, and love to you, Aussie Rose. You always do an amazing job for us, being a nice little watcher of the chat to see if people behave. She says that the TikTok from Serbia is out.
Oops, sorry. That's a little loud. Telling me that now, just like you have to stop everything I said. When a TikTok is out, chat is over. All right, let's bring it.
Yes. Oh God, I'm sorry.
Shh, not you.
We're about to have the first rehearsal, and we're listening to Malta in the in-ear monitors. We're so happy that this song is before us. Just to dance and unwind and relax, and I can't wait to step on the huge stage for the first time in my life. I'm really excited, and thank you so much. First rehearsal was amazing. It's quite tough to perform on a huge stage, but we're getting there. The third rehearsal was better than the first one, so yeah, we'll keep going.
Okay,
there you have it. Thoughts, Roy?
It's pretty much an upscaled version of the national final performance, I think. Right?
Basically, yeah. I mean, it has the color scheme is kind of the same. Now they have these industrial look with, you know, the dancers having like the smoke thing and all of that stuff. Do you like that choice?
I mean, if it ain't broke, then don't fix it, I guess. I
mean, it's fixed. They didn't have that in the semis, right?
What? The staging?
The smoke effect and the dance was like the way they...
All right. No. But like... I think the overall concept of the national final really worked. So they just tried to polish it and thought, okay, where can we improve it a little bit? Where can we make it a little bit better? And I think, yeah, it seemed quite good. Again, it's a very short snippet, so we don't know the full picture yet. But yeah, I think it looked quite decent.
That is correct. People are talking about Portugal pictures being up, not on my end.
I have them here.
Huh?
On the Instagram from Eurovision, at least.
Oh, on Instagram. I'm usually checking the website. So
yeah, I would expect it to be there as well, but Instagram.
No, it's not there yet. I'm not an Instagram person.
That's okay.
And I can only check so many. Instagram.com, ESC United. Eurovision, I guess.
I don't know about this dress, to be honest.
But I like it.
Maybe
they only have one picture. Like... Okay, yeah, that doesn't tell us much. We'll wait for the whole thing.
Yeah, definitely.
So I would love to hear people in the chat. What are your thoughts on the Serbian clip at ESC United? That's very important. Does Roy know not to be racist? Are you aware of the rules, Roy? Because the EBU was very clear in the rules that you cannot be racist and you cannot be xenophobic. So you're kind of screwed in the first place, but they didn't mention any other groups. So you can be homophobic, you can be anti-Semitic, you can be sexist. So I just want to make sure that you need to hate somebody else this time.
What did I do now?
No, it's just a joke because I made the joke because I think it was phrased no racist, no xenophobic, or discriminatory. So miscellaneous bucket for everybody else. You know, so I'm like, well, Roy gotta point his hatred towards somebody else.
I'll point it to you then.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, matophobic.
You dare come to Liverpool and ruin our part. No,
I know, right? That is okay.
I'm really excited to see you again.
I'm used to that. So, Portugal pictures are up. At last. At last. Oh, now it's not loading. I hate that website. Okay, let me go to the... Yeah, so I click on the pictures, but then it goes to an empty page.
Ah.
Let me see if the blog will have them. Can you bring them up on your end?
The pictures on the website.
Yeah.
Let me see. Eurovision.tv.
It's probably just delayed.
Live blog.
Actually, you have to click on the latest and then photos.
Oh, okay.
Or you're on the homepage, you see a link as well. Oh, no, actually, no.
Well,
actually, that's only there.
I do have the album, but yeah.
But when you click on it,
I get a blank website.
screen.
Unfortunately.
Oh, it says the requested page could not be found. Okay, so that.
I mean, it doesn't say that. It just says.
On mine, it does say
it's
that.
like join
black.
our
It's hard to
newsletter.
see. Yeah, well, look above. Just a little bit above. It's like in black font.
Oh, yes, I see now.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, gosh, this was supposed to be laid back, but now everything is happening. Let's go back to the blog because we need to talk about it came out 5 minutes ago. We've been so busy with Serbia in terms of island staging. They can confirm that the sequined masks, they always use this word that no one else used. Can you be like people more comfortable words? From the official video, are nowhere to be seen. Instead, it's Connor in a glam gold cat suit with flares. The staging also features our first stairs of the day, a horseshoe arrangement featuring all the LEDs. The whole performance looks and sounds fabulous, subjective of course, and we've already heard there's a pyro incoming. Update on that shortly. Even on the first rehearsal, it's easy to imagine the crowd in the Liverpool arena singing along to this euphoric. Okay, we weren't typing. Okay, this is just like fluff. Ain't nobody got time for that. So, thoughts on hearing that?
I mean, it was pretty much a given that they wouldn't bring those masks to the stage because I think that they already said it before, and it doesn't make sense to have those masks anyway. Those stairs, I think we've seen them in the little bit where they what thing did they deliver? Some Eurovision artists shared a story that their props were delivered and you could see like a little shoe or like two curved staircases. So I guess those are from Ireland now. We know that now, which is cool. Yeah, it sounds pretty good. Like it's an anthemic song. Maybe like people are pointing out they'll have a golden shower. We had the joke.
Pyro's golden shower. Yeah, I mean we get pyros. I would think it would be more like
yeah,
you know what I mean, like probably, shooting out. Yeah. But we'll see. We'll find out.
It could be a pyro curtain. Who knows?
Could be. And then the horseshoe, thing, with LEDs. I'm sure that adds a little layer of it. Again,
I'm curious about the LEDs, how they will do that.
Eventually we'll get pictures. But we got to be a little bit more patient. Yeah, the link is still broken on my end, so I assume that's for everyone. For Portugal, somebody is going to lose their job today. It's not going to be that bad. So, other than that, now we're going to just wait. Because also after the, we now have Serbia. We're going to get the Latvian TikTok shortly, and then there'll probably be a break in that as well. Only because there was an hour lunch break, unless they still work through their lunch, those people. But I don't think that's what Europeans do, working for lunch. No, in America, we do. I always explain to people here, Americans live to work, Europeans work to live. And that is, basically.
That's pretty accurate.
Yeah. So, and I certainly prefer the European way. But yeah. So somebody says they're now on the live blog. So let me go to the live blog now. Got to always jump around back and forth. Jeez, I'll get better at this tomorrow. It still says requested page not be found though.
Same for me.
Okay. So annoying. So annoying. But that is all right. So in the meantime, we are going to. I'm sorry, I'm multitasking. I'm going to double check their Twitter as well because sometimes they put pictures on there as well. Maybe I can pull those. Nope, still on Serbia. Okay.
Yeah.
As always, questions in the chat at ESC United. It's always greatly appreciated. So, and after, well, it's a little early to already look after Ireland, but we have Sweden left. We have Switzerland left. And what am I missing? Croatia.
Ah. Oh, I get Switzerland as well today. Nice. Okay.
Yep. And again, no. Oh, and Moldova, right? Moldova as well. So we got 4 more. Croatia, Switzerland.
Oh, I'm curious what Moldova will do.
I feel like Moldova will also stick kind of to its national final idea, just then reimagine for a bigger stage.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, or maybe not. You know,
I hope they bring a bit more of the music video, like with the forest view kind of thing.
The what?
The foresty kind of feel of the
music video. Okay, forest. Oh, that would
yeah.
be nice. Yeah, that would be cool. Putting some fake trees on there.
I would volunteer tree.
Yeah. I think Wild Youth deserves credit for having a change their long-time lead vocalist. That can't be easy for any band. I didn't know they had a change in a vocal. I only know them since the national final. So they had a change in the lead singer.
I don't know about that either, to be honest. I just know them as the people who are now in Eurovision for Ireland.
Yeah. Okay, let me refresh these silly pictures again, and see if Button Boy figured it out. Nope.
It always seems like the people in the chat have the pictures and we don't, and like we need them. Like
it happened last year as well, right? Because last year was really weird because it seems like it updated for people at a different time. The website, it was super odd.
Yeah, I remember like you or Connor having the pictures already, and then we in Turin not having them yet, or the other way around. It was really weird.
Yeah. Well, I was in Turin from the beginning. I arrived the day of rehearsals, but it's somebody,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. This is,
That's right.
People keep saying they're on the page. I know they're on the page, but when you click on the pictures, they're not coming up. It still says this, unless, do I need to delete my cache or something like that? Or you know how it sometimes happens.
I mean, you could send me all your cash. I'm sorry.
That was a dad joke, but a good one. I'll give you that. Let me try a different browser. Let me try Edge.
I got a phone call for someone. Let me text them what they want.
Same error message. Nah, it's just a website being broken, not your fault. Okay, that's good. I mean, it's not good that it's broken, but it's good that it's not me. Close. Okay, then somebody, once it's working, you let me know. You let me know. All right, let me see. Any other comments in the chat? They're working. Somebody says they're working for them now, but some people don't. So it's what happens last year. It gradually updates for people, I think.
It's okay. We'll work through it.
Yep. We'll get to them eventually. But I'm also more interested in the TikToks anyways. But we're still waiting on Latvia. So that even hasn't happened yet. It's a good question. What do you guys think of Belgium's qualification chances? And before you answer, Roy,
okay,
we did a prediction video.
Yes.
12 of us predicted, and then we saw out of the 12 panelists, 11 said Belgium will qualify, including Roy. The person that said it will not qualify, I was the only one. I was the only one who said, I don't think it's going to happen. This is not we're not in the year 98. And but I'm not certain about this one either. I had it more as a borderline non-qualifier, but I was pleasantly surprised that everybody on the team still thinks Belgium is a qualifier. Roy, you still of that opinion?
Oh, I think it's qualifying. Definitely. I had like 4 for something in the semi. I'm pretty certain. I'm even surprised people think it will not qualify. Like, it's so low in the odds. I look at it and be like, wait, are you listening to the same song? Do you not understand that this is a televote magnet?
It's not. I don't
It
see it.
is.
Really?
People will
It
love
came.
it. Yes.
It didn't even It didn't even win the televote in Belgium. How would that
That's
be a televote
true.
magic?
That's
But
true. But it's
yeah,
gonna
so
be fun.
I think it's a Eurovision televote. Eurovision folks like that kind of music. It
Yeah.
reminds me more of like What's the Pressure kind of sound
Mhm.
from 2016, and that doesn't do so well in the televote. So that's one of the things that stood out to me.
How do we?
So yeah. So, but I know these are opinions. I was just surprised I was the only one.
Yeah, I'm
So-
surprised you were the only one. Like,
Yeah.
you had it as a non-qualifier. I'm
Because the
surprised.
betting odds have him in 10th place right now.
I know,
At
but the
least
betting
it's-
odds are really crazy this year. Let
Are
me
they?
tell you that.
I don't
think
know.
so.
I actually looked at them yesterday and was like, I can see this. There were not too many surprises to me this year. Who were
Really,
you
I
surprised?
think semi-final one is really weird. Ireland only on 23, Malta only on 34%.
That's the only one. I said Malta, I was expecting higher. That's the only
Czechia
one.
on 91. That's high.
Yeah, but that's a very popular song.
I know, but I don't know. Armenia on 84. I mean, 84 is not that high, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, let's answer this question. Which the countries do you think are going to be hurt by the lack of jury votes in the semis? The first one that comes to mind for me is Estonia.
I was gonna say the same.
Same thing. Estonia. Estonia just is such a great singer. Well done. All of it seems like jury favorite that completely leaves the public cold. And I was surprised because because I love ballads, but I cannot access this ballad at all emotionally. It just kind of goes by. And it's in a similar boat as Netherlands for me in terms of like emotional impact. And the only difference is for sure with Estonia, Alika is a fantastic vocalist, and that would be rewarded by the juries for sure and the structure of the song. I just don't know if the televoters are not emotionally connecting with it, that it will go far. But with the televoters, with the juries in the semis, this would be a guaranteed qualifier. Right now, I'm more of a possible qualifier. How about you, Roy?
Yeah, 100%. Estonia was immediately the one that I was going for. I think just ballads in general gets heard a bit more, or just slower songs. Maybe something like Iceland even as well. I think she has an incredible voice. I think juries would have really appreciated that. But like the song itself misses something that the televote might grab towards a bit more.
I'm sorry, what country did you say?
Iceland.
Iceland. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Armenia maybe even. Although it
think
does
so?
have a rap part, so
Yeah, no, I'm always like, it's the rap part. Not that I think juries would not ever vote for a rap song, but it's certainly probably a little bit more of a
Greece is another one as well.
I
think juries could have really appreciated Greece more than a televote will.
How about Latvia? I always thought Latvia has a potential jury appeal as well.
True, definitely.
Yeah.
I would definitely have Latvia in the qualification conversation if there were juries.
Yes, I think, and I would have Latvia as almost a likely qualifier if they were in semi too. But
yeah.
You know,
I think it's too complex to really convey in one playthrough. And that's just its biggest downfall, I guess. So I don't know.
It has surprisingly though a dedicated fan base. More
I know,
than other
but
songs.
it makes sense because it's like more of an indie rock kind of thing. I feel like a lot of Euro fans really gravitate towards more of an indie sound in general outside of Eurovision. So it makes sense that when the sounds gets introduced to Eurovision, they really gravitate towards it. But I feel like casuals would really
maybe too
struggle
niche
to get it.
For the lack of a better
I
word.
think so. I mean, I like the song a lot. I just think it's very uncompetitive because it is so complex. But I hope I'm proven wrong. I really hope it qualifies.
But finally, 3 days later, the pictures for Portugal loaded on my end.
Let me see if I have them too.
Here you go. So as said, there is that red dress. I really like it. I don't know what you're on. You have the four dancers. So they're dancing around her, I guess. So there are no props at all on stage. They say they're going to get rid of the sofa, and they're not using a backdrop either. I think it's just lights for
It's
her.
a bit dark as well.
I'm surprised it's so dark.
Yeah, me too.
No, they have. I mean, the red certainly changes it up. So that alone is color, but certainly not as much color as I thought it would be. I'm also a bit surprised that they're not utilizing the backdrop more. The lights again, that's what they're doing. But could they have used something really pretty to really, because the song is it's cabaret though, so they probably want to just get the cabaret feel more highlighted there, as you can see. So
yeah. But look at this picture. Like, they get a bit swallowed maybe. Like, of course we don't know the camera angles, but it's very dark. I don't know.
So you can see the dancers do their own thing while she walks up in front. I think really this song is difficult to judge. Based on pictures, only because this will be all coming down to the camera work, as you pointed out.
Yeah, if anything, like it could be a very intimate, like camera angle kind of staging where they really focus on her, because she's amazing. She sells the song, so maybe they realize that, and all the camera angles will be very focused on her and very close.
Yeah.
So then the backdrop that we see in this wide picture doesn't matter as much. So
yeah, should Portugal consider something? I mean, again, we've not seen the whole work yet, right? So we don't know. But one thing reminds me, because they're all wearing red. There's so much red on stage. They should have another color to offset that. It always reminds me a little bit of Malta Destiny 21, when her dress, I think it was originally pink, and then she blended into the whole backdrop, and then they changed the color of her dress, which was a very smart choice. Again, not all the pictures are red. There's some gold in there as well, but it seems like like some silvery white stuff as well. But that could be a risk as well, huh?
I think I could have really offset it with the usage of the LED, but I guess, is this again that they can choose either of the two sides or something?
Correct, kind of like Italy, except this one spins.
Works.
Yeah,
okay, cool.
Except it works.
Yeah. I would have maybe played a bit more with the LED and maybe like get a bit more of contrasting colors, maybe some green tones or something like that. I think that always contrasts well with red.
Yes, like the flag, the Portuguese flag almost, right? Red.
Oh, right, yeah. Not even because of that, but like
I know,
it
just
contrasts nicely. Yeah, they could have maybe done a bit more with that. But again, like, we need to see the camera angles, because lights, it's a bit different when you see the big picture, and maybe the lights really focus on her.
That's the thing. Like, LED screen looks great on pictures, right? Because you can see the pretty backdrop. You saw that with Malta. Beautiful. With lights, gets a little bit more tricky, because they're not necessarily just meant for, taking pictures. That's all the feel and the camera work. So let's be a little bit more careful before we jump the gun here. Thoughts of people in the chat at ESC United, your first impression on the comments and the pictures. We're going to get the clip in a little while. Oopsie, I double-clicked this one. I said show. I sometimes hate this chat. Not you people in the chat, but the function, because it doesn't. I hate you people. Get out. I don't think her dress works. It's more between red and orange rather than the red international final performance. It didn't look orange when she walked through, when we saw the clip on ESC Discord, but on stage, I can see where they're coming from. Do you agree? It has a little bit more of an orange feel to it. Maybe because of the lighting that makes it look more orange.
Yeah, maybe. And maybe because the other dancers also have a red suit, that this one, it pops out a bit more towards an orangey side of things. Maybe that could be the reason. I think for me, it's just a tad bit too poofy. Like, she gets a little bit swallowed in it. I see the first picture on Instagram, and that one wasn't the best at all. I think after seeing these on the Eurovision blog or the official Eurovision website, it looks a lot better. But still, I look at a few pictures and I'm like, I don't know. I'm not fully feeling this dress. But I get what they mean. It also looks a bit pinkish, maybe, in one of the pictures.
Yeah. Again, could be just a light. Again, and that's what also very important. This could easily change. That is exactly what, and they're going to sit back and you know what? Those lights don't work. Yeah, you look like this, you look like that. And they're like, okay, let's adjust that for the second individual rehearsal. And then they try something different. And if that doesn't work, then they still have time to do it in between. Because even though the acts only get 2 individual rehearsals, if things don't really work out well, they can still do closed rehearsals, even, once everything is done. They've done that quite a bit in the past. So I remember that many issues with, especially where technically there is issues. I mean, we can go back as far as to 2011 when Eric Sade's glass wall didn't crack as intended, and they did it until the very last moment, until it finally worked. They had issues with Estonia, Victor Krone, the storm effect. That was just a big, big mess. They had issues with the Sand Lady in 2019 for Moldova.
Yeah.
So all of that stuff can happen. So, but I think in a nutshell, I think we agree. I was based on the pictures, subject to change. We have very limited information, but based on the pictures, it might be a little bit too dark for my liking for this.
I agree.
So hopefully, once we get in the performance, a short snippet, and then once we see it in the arena, and before we even get to see the whole thing, we get a 30-second as seen on TV in the second round of individual.
Yeah, that's something I'm really looking forward to, especially since we can't see full rehearsals now.
Yeah,
which
we
will
will
really help a few.
Yeah,
true, but it's
far out,
through very late, and they can't really change much after that.
No. They can use both sides. Malta uses both. They start with LED and end with. That's true. I forgot about to say that. I should have been more clear. Yeah, they can use both sides. Because instead of like the big sun that takes like 3 minutes to spin, they just have these panels that just flip basically.
Very
so
like
that is true. So that makes it a little easier. Next question. Y'all need to understand that Portugal does not have the budget that most countries have, and with this budget, all they can do is this stage. I'm sorry, but it's awesome and very beautiful. Well, that wasn't the point of what we're saying. The point was the lighting. They have the ability to crank up the lighting. We're not asking about her climbing up a LED wall, or anything like that. It's just more about the lighting. I withhold final judgment because we haven't seen the camera work. I think it's still pretty and it's a nice song. But I do think there could have been, more lights there, and we'll see it. It's hard to judge. I completely get it, but it's not about that she didn't bring crazy props with her.
No, not at all. That would not even fit, I think.
The couch, I like the couch because it was a nice prop to do some dancing. Putting a couch on there, that would have not been expensive. They could have done that. But other than that, no, I don't think so either. I mean, Conan in 2019 had his stairs thing, so little things like that would not be as big of a deal, I think. Think about 21, the band Mambo. Something. They had mostly just beautiful backdrop staging, but they made a song that was on nobody's radar. All of a sudden, make it almost like a certain qualifier for everybody.
They really made it work with that LED.
Yeah, and this may still work. We've had so many countries where the first rehearsals were like, and then they pulled together. Blanche, Belgium, 2017 is a prime example. We usually like, okay, this is it for her, right? And then on the night, like even in the dress rehearsals, it did not go so well. She even messed up in the first jury show in the semis, which is why she got a pretty low result with the juries, I think. And then, but as soon as the live show came in, boom, something switched, and then she was great ever since. And keep in mind, when we say these things, it really comes from a place of love and respect because we want every country to succeed and do their best, and especially Portugal, because those who follow me, they know that Portugal is one of my favorites this year. I just love.
And we also know that sometimes some of the delegations do watch these kind of live streams, and they often even use the feedback that we give to improve their product. And that's ultimately what we want. We want every country to be their best at Eurovision.
That's not going to be the case this time since we don't have the full picture anymore, so they cannot really take on it. So yeah, but I hear what you're saying. So let me double check here. TikTok, no update yet. So we're waiting on Latvia's TikTok. And then at some point, we will get pictures for Ireland. And then I think I got a burp. Hang on. I'm drinking too much. Who is next? Croatia? Yeah, it's Croatia's next, right? That one makes me nervous but I heard already they're not going to change the staging at all.
They were going to have a few things changed. They were not allowed to bring a few things, I believe. but it's not going to be that much different now. But that's good.
According to you.
Question is, will it be good for the masses?
True.
So
I mean, they go for the WTF factor. Might as well go overboard with it and not try to not do it, I guess, or do it half-heartedly.
Yeah, but then again, couldn't it be too jarring, too much, and down the roads lines of San Marino last year? You know, it. I know it was fun, like it was epic, but even for the casual, it's like, what the hell is that?
Yeah.
So maybe, you know, but you know, you can make a case that song wouldn't have qualified regardless. To me, and I can only speak based on my own experience when I watch the song, because, you know, I talked before that I like certain parts of the song, the counter melody and the choir part, you know, how they kind of play with each other. It was very hard for me to watch it because it was just very off-putting, the visuals. And that was my biggest concern.
It's so interesting how other people look at those kind of things. I don't know. I just loved it. I was just like, what the hell? I love it.
Yeah, maybe it comes down to, well, then people have more my reaction or your reaction, right?
Yeah, true.
Or it's going to be split.
It's got to be controversial. That's the thing. And you cannot vote against it. So, I don't know.
Yeah. But whatever it's going to be, one thing we know for sure, it is not going to be boring.
Exactly.
You know, they will not just blend in. And we'll see if it's going to go down more the circus-mircus route and people don't get it, or it goes down a route that does work more for people. You know, we don't know. Like Moldova. Not that I'm saying Moldova song, you know, but, you know, it was a little bit more, you know, quirky. So we don't know. But that is the beauty of the contest. You never know for sure until the results come in. Well, we all know for sure certain countries that will qualify. But you get my point. You get my point. So, any thoughts, again, in the chat at ESC United to make sure that I don't miss your comments? We're still a little bit on Portugal. Mimicat said they would work with LED wall. Doubt the pics are saying it at all, but it might be wrong. Interesting. So if
maybe they want to hide it for now. That could also be the thing, right? They can maybe select the pictures they want to put on the Eurovision website. I don't know how exactly that works.
It's a strategic thing. So I'm not 100% sure if the delegations have a say in what pictures will be released. My guess is yes. They usually have a say in everything, even like what snippet is being used for the recap, whatever it may be. So I'm pretty sure that they will have a thing here as well. As say, like, they're gonna ask, what do you want us to show the public? And they're like, I want you to show us this and this and this and that. So we'll see. All right, let's see here. Next comment. Croatia is politically committed and will be well understood in the punk tradition of Central and Eastern Europe. It's very interesting, Roy. I'm gonna ask you, because we had this similar conversation while Gabe was on about that. He made the case it could be understood and well liked within like the Balkan area, you know, this kind of music. The problem is beyond the borders of that, and the numbers wouldn't be enough just to survive on that one, because they don't have that many like friendly votes. Well, for that purpose in that semi, what do you think? Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, I agree that I think those countries are likely to give it like 12 or 10 points. Looking at Moldova and Serbia. But it also charted in Switzerland, for example. So that's kind of interesting. So it could get some nice points from there as well.
True.
And then at that point, you only need to scrape a few more in other countries. So
we're talking 10 songs qualify. You only have to beat 5.
Yeah, exactly. So you don't need that much more than that. So yeah.
I think they found you. Are they arresting you now? They found you?
No, there's an ambulance driving through my
street. Oh, it's an ambulance. Okay.
Yikes.
But the police finally caught up to you.
Yeah.
I saw you on the stream. I'm like, aha!
That's where he lives. He's got pizza boxes. Now we can arrest him.
A pizza box. Is that an Andrew Tate reference?
Definitely.
Oh my God. I never had Andrew Tate and Eurovision thing here, but I didn't even know you guys know him. That is hilarious.
We just know he's a jerk, so
yeah,
that's anything you need to know, really.
I didn't know anyone outside of the US really talks about him.
To be honest, I didn't really know much about him until the what's her name? With her, Like they had that beef. That's why.
With Greta Thunberg.
Exactly. I couldn't come up.
That's
with
when he
the
was
name.
arrested the next day.
Yeah.
Yes.
After that, I really knew him, I guess. But before that, I didn't really know him. So.
Yeah. So that's funny. Yeah. So let me go back to the blog and see what blog says. Okay, so on the blog we have. Oh, I'm in the wrong article. Why do I suck at life? Okay. I got to go back to the main page. Okay, what?
Don't say that. You don't suck at life.
I just suck at this. So islands. Well, I mean, they talk about pyros. Yeah, she was talking. They mentioned that earlier in the first review as well. That they are going to have pyros. So I'm not surprised about that.
Yeah.
So, yep, we are just now waiting for Croatia to take the stage, and we already talked ad nauseum what we think is going to happen, what will happen, and then, as I mentioned earlier, the only non-national final song, Switzerland, is coming up shortly, which is weird that we have all these national final songs. We had a lot of national finals, I guess, which is good.
True.
Yeah, that is funny. That's funny. Andrew Tate was taken down by Eurovision. Greta is the daughter of a Eurovision star.
Yeah.
Whose daughter is she again? I keep forgetting. Who was she again? I know. I remember.
From the La Voix lady.
What?
With the opera from Sweden.
Oh, Malena Ernman. That's right.
Exactly.
Yes. I forgot about that. So that's funny. ES United, next question. Oh, no, I clicked out of it. Let me do that again. The average points to qualify semifinal with this system is 50 points. Why did it disappear? Yeah. 50 points is a safe 10th place qualifies. Serbia, Moldova, and Switzerland would make between 24 and 36, at least 26 to 14 to get.
And I think they can get that quite easily.
We'll see.
There'll be people who love it, and it will get like 3 points or something from the Netherlands, and like 4 points from Malta, and maybe like 6 points from Azerbaijan. I think they can do it.
Yeah, I mean, I have them at the qualifier. I have them but at like a 9th place right now, so I'm still feeling comfortable like putting them around there right now. I will do when I do my predictions, I actually look at all of the countries and see where points could come from and all that stuff. In previous years, you had to do both juries and televote, maybe like, and then you add them up. Now I just have to worry about televote, which can be a little easier because, you know that,
And maybe we're overreacting because like we often say, oh, it's a ballot. Telephone don't like it. But sometimes like the televote and the jury just agree on who qualify and it's not going to matter as much. So
I think it's more traditionally juries tend to give ballots higher points. It doesn't mean ballots cannot do well. Portugal 2017 was mostly a ballot. You know what I mean? So Netherlands won with a ballot, basically, more of a power ballot kind of thing, but still ballot nevertheless.
I mean, even Portugal 2021 was quite a nice, solid, I think 6 or something with a televote. So
in the semis, but then flopped in the finals.
Oh yeah, true. But we're not talking about a jury or the final yet. We're just talking about semis, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's gonna be interesting. It's just a different dimension that we don't know yet.
Exactly, and that makes it all so much fun. It's 12:30 here in Australia, so if I'm quiet in the chat, it's because I've fallen asleep. Also, I'm not looking to getting up at 4:30 to watch the shows at 5 a.m. Hard being an Australia fan. Well, I guess technically, well, depending on where you live in the US, it's a little easier in California. We are 9 hours behind. So if the show starts at 9, we can start watching it here at noon. But I'm always in Europe. So, so I'm there when it happens. So it doesn't really affect me. But yeah, no, it's a hard knock life. That's for sure.
For us, it's a hard knock. Oh, no, we might get copyrighted because
we already get copyrighted with all the clips from like the TikToks. Most of them were fine except Norway. Norway had like 30 seconds off the song. I'm like, oh gosh, I gotta cut that out if they let me. That's always so annoying.
It's not really that bad this year with copyrights. I can't remember.
Well, France is the worst this time around. Spain. Some countries just kind of say, okay, you cannot monetize it. Some countries completely take it. And Austria is really bad this year. Austria is bad.
I have Austria more often with visual than with audio claims.
Yeah, me too. But then
Yeah.
they shut it down.
Yeah, exactly. True.
Which is, again, we talk about this like because technically it falls under Fair Act here, but you have to then dispute it, and that takes 30 days, and it's just not worth the hassle.
Yeah.
You know, so, and we would win unless I would really take a small channel to court and would willing to spend all that money, which is not going to be worth it for them. But nobody has time for that because then our videos are no longer relevant. It's a pain.
And it's even like free promo for them, so it's a bit annoying that they do it nearly.
Yeah, especially if it's like a 10-second snippet, right?
Yeah.
It's just a little ridiculous.
I
understand if you don't want to just upload the entire song. I get that. You know, you're just going to get all the credit for that. But it is covered by law. But anyways, long story. So let's do another round of checking anything new. TikTok, give us something. TikTok. Nope. Nothing. Blog, give me something.
Dancing.
Nope. All right.
Come on. Okay. I'm a perfect singer. Don't tell me otherwise.
Yeah. I sometimes okay. So what do we have? Oh yeah, I meant to post because I said Portugal's pictures, but I wrote Latvia.
Nice.
Okay, so let's move on. It will be interesting to see how no jury bribes will impact the semis. Well, instead, they're gonna buy SMS cards.
Exactly, because that's way easier to just buy San Marinese SIM cards or Maltese SIM cards.
Oh, yes. So don't think that I've been a big proponent of the juries and the televote because I don't trust either system completely. Now, what happened last year is particularly bad, and the blame goes mostly on the people cheating. There should always be blamed. But it's also the EBU has not gotten involved for years. They shouldn't have gotten involved years before that every year, even the juries now, because in the beginning when we had that new system come in, Cyprus and Greece didn't give each other 12 points in the juries. Right? They gave them like normal points for the first few years. And then slowly it went back to they all give each other 12 points in the juries as well. So they no longer serve the purpose, but the EBU didn't address it. Like, well, what can we do? You're like, well, it's also just not right every year. But they didn't attack that, you know. So it's also the EBU not really doing anything about it. That being said, the televoters, we see, I mean, and this is nothing against Serbia, because, you know, I want Serbia to do really, really well. This is one of my favorites this year. But when you see, like, in years, like in 21, 19, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 12, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 12, 0, 0, you know, like it's either 12 or nothing with them. And that's or 10. And that's a very dramatic number. And that's not the only one. Lithuania has a huge support in like Norway, UK, Ireland, you know, so but
it's also because of diaspora.
That's what I'm talking about.
Ah, right, yeah. But yeah, okay. Yeah. I was thinking more like neighbor kind of thing. That's
neighbor, diaspora, all these things, you know, for whatever reasons, you know, it's not a perfect system either. So that's why I'm always a big proponent of having that set up. Now, it's a good thing in the semis, at least, you don't have this bulk of countries being able to vote for each other because you only have half of the countries in there. So that limits that particular impact significantly. And that's one of the reasons why Turkey was so upset, because Turkey got so much televote every single year.
Yeah.
You know, that was crazy. But yeah. All right. Let's go. Oh, the thing froze for me here again.
Yeah. It's just a waiting game at this point, right?
It is. And let me see here. Sometimes I go fast. Oh, they have something that just said, oh no, they said that a while ago. Never mind. I'm wrong. I thought I got the actual description of Croatia, but it was still the introduction. All right. Well, any questions at ESC United? I'm sorry, I'm just multitasking. I'm moving back to the blog. Nothing new about Croatia there, and nothing new on Twitch, which still Twitch, TikTok. Let me look if anything is new on Twitter.
Huh?
Let me go to
The
my
hellhole.
The hellhole. Oh, it's gotten so bad. Nope. Just pictures that we saw on Oz delegation. More arriving in Liverpool. We already knew that Finland is there now. A bunch of the countries that are rehearsing tomorrow show up. Monica from Lithuania is here now. So, and that's about it.
Let's see if there's any questions.
All right, let me move back to the next screen because I have nothing better to do. Have you seen anything yet that has changed your opinion on any of the songs?
All right, I'll let you answer that controversial question.
I mean, not really.
It's too soon, right? It's too soon. We have
Yeah,
very limited information.
like we don't really see that much. We just see a few pictures. I think Malta looks incredible, but I already knew it would look great. So, and like Norway is pretty much doing the national final, but polished. Latvia seems to be doing mostly the national final, but polished. Serbia seems to do mostly
most of them,
the national final, but polished, and like Portugal as well. So, not really any of them.
The first, I would say, I mean, and it's so horrible to judge everything based on pictures and that very limited clip that we get, right? But I would say the best first impression is probably Malta, only because it really, as you said, most of them have like a polished version of the national final, but I do think Malta has taken the team to another step up, to another level with all these different sets and acts that they're going to do. And it's the backdrop. It looks just really good and colorful and surrounded by these dark performances. It just really stood out to me. Portugal on the pictures right now, it's just the only one where I'm like, I'm not sure how this is going to look. I will not use the word disappointed because it's just not a fair assessment. It's really, I just need to see a lot more of the camera work and the feel about it, because we felt it was very red at times when they're all wearing red, not for the entire song. And somebody mentioned as well that Mimi Cat mentioned that she wants to use the LED as well. So maybe the sides flip and all this stuff. So I don't think we have a full picture. I mean, we don't have a full picture on anybody, but especially on Portugal, I feel like we're missing context here.
Yeah, I agree.
Yep. Okay, a fun and hypothetical. What's one thing you would change about the live shows if you were a part of the production team next year? Anything you would introduce to improve shows? If you have can play Eurovision God for 1 year and you can make one change, or you got your Eurovision Aladdin lamp, whatever, what would you change?
I have two thoughts. Either allow 8 people on stage, or have random running order. Either.
I was going to say that. I know a lot of people don't like because people like, I don't care. I want to have, like a diverse running order, but I'm all about fairness. And I think that predetermined running order is not fair. And we have seen year over and over again that certain countries get better treatments. And that is what bothers me. And you can make a case it's just coincidence. Sure. But the perception is there.
It's getting a bit too much of a trend to still be coincidence, and that's really the issue.
Yes.
And it's just unfortunate that you kind of already know which ones they kind of want to ignore a little bit more. You could say like, oh, but now they might change it if they qualify this year. Maybe that's the case, but spot 2, they put Malta there, favorites.
Okay.
And it's very like,
I think I'm losing internet unless it's
you're
can you
cutting
hear
out
me?
a few times. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, you were cutting out on my end as well. So I'm not sure it was you or me.
It was you.
Now it was you.
Okay.
No,
but I think it's a bit too obvious what they want to tell us to do. And I think a randomized running order, yes, there will be issues because the show might not flow as perfectly, but it's gonna be less of a thing, right? You cannot really say, oh, boo-hoo, I didn't qualify because the producers didn't say it. You're like, okay, well, fair enough. We got a random running order. We did everything we could. Unfortunate.
Yeah, That's kind of like, I know that people keep pointing out what happened in 2011 when like Eric Saade from Sweden, then Ireland, and there was another upbeat song that came right after. Was it Estonia? I don't remember which one it was. And they felt like they all canceled each other out. I'm like, they didn't cancel each other out. They all did well. So it is what it is. Yeah, I understand if you have like 5 ballots opening the show, I understand that, but that's just something the luck of the draw, and it wasn't an issue in the past. It's really just, we know why. They want to have more control over the running order, so I just don't like it.
Yeah,
but
I agree.
Some people are fine with it. And
my other point about 8 people on stage, I think 6 for bands or something like that, or a group, is already such a hindrance, because your group is already 6 people. Maybe, for example, Czechia this year had 6 people in the band. Can't do anything with dancers or anything like that.
Stop talking. We have a TikTok. Hold on your thought. It's for Latvia, of course. So, but hold your thought. We're going to talk about, of course.
Yeah,
but
don't worry.
Priorities.
Hi! We are Satellites from Latvia, and we are super excited to be here in Liverpool for Eurovision. Cannot wait to go on stage.
I'll try to say the right words at the right time. See you around my
This fireworks?
I think it's nice.
Did this thing start over? No. It was
It's just amazing. Just amazing. Yeah. We are overwhelmed. The stage is nice. Everything is fine. Thank you.
Okay. Penny, for your thought, Roy.
It's pretty much the national final performance, but like smoothened out, made into a bigger stage. It was interesting to see those, like you said, fireworks kind of thing. I think it's just light going around. I don't know if this conveys the message of the song enough, though. So I don't know. I wasn't the biggest fan of the live performance they did in the national final.
Which surprised. It sounds like a song that Roy would like. So it's.
I like the song. I like the song a lot. I just wasn't the biggest fan of the performance, because it just doesn't really do much for me, or it doesn't really tell me the story. It doesn't really tell me why it is so complex. It like doesn't do enough, and I fear that might be the same now. I hope I'm wrong. But...
Yeah, I don't disagree with what you're saying. I think that if you like the song and what they've done so far, you will be pleased with that. If you were not into the song, I don't think this may win you over based on what we've seen so far. Once again, there's this big caveat. We got this 20-second thing of a performance shot from the audience, right? So it's not completely telling. So we'll be careful with doing a final judgment. But based on what I'm seeing, they're staying kind of true to what they've done in the national final. Yeah. And then people will either they like it or they don't. I don't think they're trying to reinvent the wheel here. Yeah. So I would love to hear people in the chat as well at ESC United.
And there is a blog update on Croatia. Do you want me to read it out?
Yeah, read that out loud, but I'm bringing it up.
Okay. Croatia takes to the stage. Tractor emoji. Well, this is fun. See, Matt, it is fun. Let 3 kick off with their trademark extravagant costumes, mind-bending graphics, and high fashion. Oh, it's now updating to the Latvia thingy. It just jumped away. High fashions, hat/dress combos. And then for the final chorus, they all strip down to their underwear and wave huge missiles. So that's staying, I guess. They have an extensive track record of getting naked on stage, but they've kept it classy for a Sunday afternoon. Phew. Read in English, the lyrics to this song feel like a nursery rhyme or a lullaby, but with tractors, kissing, and war. It's a 3-minute epic that isn't sending us to sleep anytime soon, but it is making us want to go dancing. Yeah, okay, well.
Okay,
they're just saying stuff.
Exactly. With a trademark extravagant costumes, mind-bending graphic. I'm just rereading that again. High fashion. So it sounds like final chorus, they're all stripped down
Well, when they say to their underwear, are they referring to underwear like what they were wearing last time, or are they talking about briefs? You know what I mean? Or like boxer shorts.
I'm pretty sure it would be the same like costumes thingies they had on in the national final performance or in the music video even.
Okay. All right. So
yeah.
Okay. So that's the question. I know. Do you think that this would? I am just trying to. Okay, they're going into underwear mode. Then people are like, oh yeah, that's amazing underwear, woohoo! I am just trying to put myself away with how I feel about it. Just trying to see how people would absorb that visual, whatever it is. So that is just the thing for me. I think I like the song better than the staging. That's how I would put it. And I think that's always, and again, not a perfect song, but
I mean, they already did it in the national finals. Like it wasn't naked or anything. It was like a costume that looked like they were naked. I think
it was like
there.
Yeah, no, that is certainly true. I would love to hear your thoughts at ES United in the chat. Now, the TikTok clip will be a little while. We just got Latvia, and Latvia was before the lunch break. So I don't anticipate that's going on anytime soon, but we'll get at least pictures in the near future, or at least that is the hope. But once Croatia is done, then we'll have Switzerland. I'm really excited about that one because, again, first non-national final song. We already had some ideas on what's going to happen, who is staging it, and all of that, and that we're going to have 4 dancers. I use that air quotations is because it's not going to be Luca Hani dancers. It's going to be more like probably interpretive dance. I would assume. I could be wrong. They're going to go over the top and it looks completely out of place. I don't know. I'm sure they know what they're doing. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see here. Croatia is.
Go
ahead. Sorry.
Going back to that thought of 6 people on the stage. A big thing for me, for example, one of my favorite songs of all time is Fizat Nyar from AWS. And in the national final, they had 2 female backing vocalists who added a lot to that song. But because the band is already 6 members, they, from the band, now had to appoint 2 people who never sang before, really, to do the backing vocals for the song. And of course, then the song doesn't come across good enough, or not good enough, but like less good than it could have been. So I think increasing the number of people allowed from 6 to maybe 8 or something could really work in that case.
Yeah. Well, now you can make a case since there are no more backup singers needed. They could have had 6 people on there now. But on paper, I agree with you. But there's one thing, I am a realist. I know how difficult it is already to get 6 people already on stage. The more people you have, it becomes more and more tricky. Just allow the sound check alone. There's tiny rooms that they're in there. Then you have to, even some of them don't even need sound check because they're dancers or whatever, or musicians, but they still need to be put in place. Each person on stage has some dedicated focus. And the more people you have, the more difficult it gets, the more accreditations you have to issue, the more logistical nightmares happen. So I understand why adding more people would create more of a big hassle. At the same time, I understand that sometimes we may need that. Because one of the things I wish we could have, but it would never work, because I understand a choir. I know they have a Eurovision choir thing, but nothing like sometimes you want to have like this really powerful choir sound. Like going back to, coincidentally, Malena Ernman from 2009 Sweden with the operatic singing there. If you had a proper choir for that, that would have been so amazing, but they couldn't do that because, they don't have enough people. So that would be one thing, but it would be nice. But I understand the limitation that they could run into with that for sure.
Yeah, that's definitely the counter argument for it.
Yeah.
It's okay, but
I mean, on paper, I would love to have the orchestra back, but I know that's never going to happen again.
But if I had the opportunity,
if I had the opportunity, I would make the orchestra optional.
Yes.
But that's one of the things I understand why this is difficult in this day and age. I get it. Yeah. I get it. But I love it. Yeah. So no updates, but I know the chat will always let us know when something is going on. Bring back the orchestra. Somebody agrees with me. That's right.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember.
Although then maybe you don't have as modern songs anymore as well. Like maybe we go back in time a little bit too much then.
True. That's what I'm saying. Optional. Certain songs would benefit
True.
from it. You couldn't have Who the Hell is Edgar with the orchestra. But
then you could also argue it's not a full plain field.
Yeah, that's true, because there is the risk of the orchestra messing up. Right? There was this the saxophone player in the 1 year of, was it the Greek song from 1991, where the saxophone player went rogue and sounded terrible, screechy. I think it was Greece. Somebody correct me on that one. I think it was that one. So that is always a risk. So you never know. But yeah, no, I get it. I get it. Greece 91. I was right. Yeah. Check it out sometime, Roy.
Oh no, I've seen all the songs.
But do you remember that crazy saxophone?
I don't remember that. No, not really.
It was really bad.
I do like the song, apparently.
Yeah. Well, what about Sanremo, though? Somebody's pointing out they're doing an orchestra.
Yeah, but a lot of the more modern productions sound a lot less good.
True. Yeah, that's why they you don't see modern songs that you modern. I'm going to be very careful. I mean, certain songs are modern, but they're just not electronic sound, that kind of
EDM
stuff. You don't see that EDM. You don't see that kind of music coming from Italy. So that is certainly a fair thing to point out. Anyways, moving on from the orchestra back to our. We're not going to expect anything except for pictures, right? So,
I need to hop out for a quick second. My parents are stranded next to the road somewhere, and my dad needs to call me real quick. So,
okay, I'm going to take you off.
Yeah.
Okay, off you go. Which is a shame. I was just about to bring up a quiz for him or for us, but maybe we'll do it later. Let's see some questions while we're waiting. I clicked on it. I think that Portugal is probably saying the best for the day and not showing everything to surprise us. And she also said PT, Portugal, is one of the countries that is going to use all the LEDs. So you may be right. The pictures, maybe they're going to surprise us. Although there's one thing you need to also take in consideration. If you only see the pictures, the reality is the bookmakers, that's all they're going to see. And people do not want to drop the betting odds. That's what people freak out over a lot. So if you don't give them enough, that may hurt them in the betting odds. And that's bad for a lot of countries. So one thing to take into consideration as well. So I need to pay attention in case Roy comes back. Do you think this year's Eurovision... Oh, I went down the wrong pipe. Hang on. I forgot to unmute myself. Do you think this year's ESC is going to be silly songs contest due to silly songs? Going to be the worst contest due to silly songs? Oh my God, Matt, I'm done. Depends on your definition of silly songs. I'm sure you're referring to Croatia, maybe Austria, but I don't think that we have a abundance of silly songs in the running. Correct me if I'm wrong. So I don't think so. No, I don't think it's the worst year. If anything, this year is more the most alternative year, because we have a lot less mainstream songs than usual, right? We have a lot of more bands, rock, a little bit more metal, a little bit more alternative and indie, and it broadens the variety, which then a lot of people who more listen to like chart-friendly mainstream pop music may not be as pleased. But the people who really like more like the unexpected sound, they're all in. And I enjoy it. To me personally, 23 is better than 22. I will say 22, I had a lot more clear favorites, while here they're all blending in a little bit more. But I think there are a lot more songs that I actually enjoy than last year. So that is basically how I feel about it. So that is how I feel about it. And somebody said in the chat that silly songs will come back over the next 3 years. Keep in mind, they're probably saying that because that we have 100% televote now in the jury in the semifinal. You might have a case, but they still have to survive in the finals, right? So that's another story. In addition, we don't know if this is going to be always this way. That we're only going to have televotes. As soon as we start getting only silly songs in the contest, the juries will come back. Trust me, the EBU does not want to have a contest full of Dusting the Turkeys and Euro songs. And I think I feel good about that we're not going to go back to the days of all just silliness, over the top camp stuff. And don't get me wrong, we need some camp at Eurovision. I do love some campy music. There's just a balance, right? There is a balance. Next question. The only good thing about not having juries in the summer is that the bubble can't blame the results on them. I know, right? I know. I find it funny because the bubble blames the juries when they drown one of their favorites, but they don't give them the credit when they save them. So that's always the thing that I notice as well. But yeah, but there's a reason why juries are there. They bring different qualities to the contest, and I don't always agree with them either. Sometimes I do, and vice versa with the televote. I'm not sure if you can hear me, Roy, but if you can you wave and let me know? Okay, thumbs up. Okay. Ha ha ha, you're back. All good? Oh no, are they okay? Don't they have a spare tire?
Wait, I'm muted now. No, I'm not.
No, I can hear you.
But
can you hear
apparently
me?
people said I was muted. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Do you don't they have a spare tire?
I don't know. The thing is, like, what they lost one of the things that you attach to the tire.
Oh,
I guess.
okay. Yeah.
So
yeah.
the wheel came off, and now they're waiting for someone to get them towed. So my dad will text me eventually at some point, like, "Oh, you need to come and get us now," and then I'll get them with my car. They'll bring me back home, and then they'll go with my car back home. Because then, I mean, I don't need it the next week, so I'll need to help out again eventually. But they're okay. They're okay.
Oh dear, I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yeah,
that is crazy. I'm glad they're okay. That's the most important thing. But yeah, it's super far away. An hour and a half. It's going to be a long drive.
They're not there yet. Like, they were half an hour, 35 minutes away from my house now.
Oh, okay. So you're going to be gone for. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go back to while we still have you answer some question. Try to say in Poland this year that jurors give it equality. Well, that's a national final. National final you cannot necessarily compare to Eurovision, because we're talking about, five. How many people on that jury? 5 people making the complete decision. While Eurovision you have, depending on how many countries take part, 100 between 150 and 200 jurors or whatever, voting. So it's a slightly different setup. It's not quite as powerful. But yeah, the Poland situation, I think, will always be traumatized by that.
Yeah.
As Poland always up for a surprise. So before
Ireland gallery is up. Let's see if it works for me.
Oh, really?
No, I still have the thing of no access to the pictures.
Again, it was fine earlier, but I do see that golden glittery outfit, at least in the preview. It looks pretty tight, doesn't it? Like, it's very like.
Let's see if on the Instagram they do have the first pictures. Not yet either for me. No. Okay.
Yeah. So we'll keep clicking on it, and probably in a few minutes it'll show up. It's a little annoying when that happens. So we will not get Portugal on TikTok for a little while, I'm pretty sure, because we don't have we had a 1 hour lunch break. So we are now waiting then for Switzerland to take the stage. Is the live blog been updated already? No.
Let's see. Let me
Nope.
refresh.
But the only thing I saw that we didn't even talk about, it happened 5 minutes ago, that they have pyros for Croatia. The performance ends with the missiles emitting a shower of sparks over the group of men dancing in the platform, heels, vests, and underpants. We would love to have been a fly on the wall for that health and safety briefing. Not sure the Liverpool arena has ever seen anything quite like that. So we get pyros there as well, but they had that before too, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they did in the end.
Yeah, I feel like I'm seeing the pyros coming out right now.
Yeah, in the ending it goes full mental, everything, kitchen sink,
Did it come?
tractor.
Did that all come out of the tip of the rocket? I don't even remember.
Ooh.
Probably did. It's just like I'm trying to remember.
I can remember such a visual as well.
I know. We have remember so much here that that I don't remember all the details. But yeah, so that is what we know. But we know now that Switzerland will take the stage next, then Moldova, and then Sweden. And then we're done for the day. Though it was a long day. And
to be honest, I am quite curious to see how Sweden tackles the whole ceiling thingy they allegedly couldn't bring.
Yeah, no, that's what I said earlier, actually, in the beginning with Gabe. It's like the country I'm looking forward to the most is Sweden for that reason, only because Sweden always comes prepared. We know what to expect from Sweden, right? Whatever you saw in the national final, that's what we get. And I'm sure while we're probably staying close to it, I'm curious how they work around that this time around. So I'm dying to find, because we never talk about Sweden in the rehearsals because we know they're going to be flawless and perfect. They're ready after the first rehearsal, like they're done. We're good to go.
I mean, last year they had quite a lot of issues.
That is true. That was funny. I mean, in hindsight, I'm sure it wasn't funny. And Kunia was a good sport about it, though. She started laughing. But it was mostly the camera guys, all the dropping over the cables, and because nothing was wireless, but they couldn't do it, so it was just crazy.
Yeah, but it's also like they demanded a lot from them, so like can't fully blame the cameraman, I think.
Oh, they do, yeah. You can no, because Sweden always goes because Sweden doesn't look like a difficult staging. It's that green screen and the microphone, right?
Really complex.
But it's actually super complex only because the microphone alone is a cable. And then you have to get the camera work around as they go around the screen, and where she needs to stand in the right spot in the right time at the right time. And then the camera work was pretty crazy.
Pictures work for me now.
Pictures are not working for me.
Oh,
I lied. The moment you said it, they came out.
How dare you lie?
Oh, Let me hit that enter button and show. Ta-da!
Ooh,
Pyros. Of course, I wanted to see the pyros. That looks great.
Yeah.
That's a really good first impression on just this picture alone.
Yeah.
And you can see the stairs, the horseshoe in the back, that they added. So,
yeah.
Wow. This looks really good. I mean, it's a very flattering picture, I'm sure. But no, it looks good. Tight. I'll leave it at that.
Very tight.
Very tight. Again, very tight.
Very, very tight.
Yeah. So, except for the 70s shoes, like that's where he has a lot of, loose ends. But so he has some glitter there as well. But there's the fireworks, and the poor, no piano, but a keyboard player like hidden in the corner over there. But I know the camera work will make it like he's not completely lost. So it looks like, based on those pictures, that they're using the light side, not the LED side, unless they flip it around as well. This looks good.
They put a drummer there. That is smart.
Yeah, right in the middle of the horseshoe.
I like that.
Mm-hmm.
This looks really good. The outfit is a choice. I agree. But you know, I think it kind of fits. Like it's like, yo, we're here. This is our song. Boom.
This looks amazing. This picture
Glitter.
alone, like if they just put that out there, it's like
Yeah.
great.
This is like Italy 2021, not the song, but like
I know. Like the glitter and
yeah.
I see what you're saying. This first impression based on pictures, really good. All right.
Yeah.
And I know you are the one as of right now, the only person on the team who predicted qualification. So finalize your thoughts.
I mean, I only get like confirmation of my thoughts, really. I thought this would look amazing already, but it looked better than I thought it would even. So I think they have even more chance now at qualifying. So let's go. I like it.
Oh,
maybe
gosh.
this suit needs a bit looking at, but
what we needed is for this semi to be even more competitive.
Yeah, I know, right? It's gonna be a bloodbath. Like,
oh man, I don't know. I know that the jury voters often are a lot less predictable than the televote sometimes, but in this case, I'm like, I could see a lot of surprises.
Yeah, I think it's not as clear cut as people think it will be. That's all I'm saying.
I agree. Keep talking for a second while I'm typing real quick.
Okay. Yeah, let me know what you guys think of the staging. The staging looked good, but when you hear the song, everything drops down. Who knows? It's an anthemic, simple song. I know it's very simple, and that's probably why not many people love it that much, but a lot of locals, a lot of casuals really just like a simple song. It sounds a bit like a Coldplay song, sounds a bit like a U2 song. Obviously not to the same level because they don't have the name, I guess. But I could see it do well. Genuinely. The staging ain't it. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Reminds me a bit of Take That's Shine video. I do not know that video. Do you?
Take That Shine?
Yeah.
I know Take That.
I know, yeah, me too. I don't know Shine. I know Shine from the Toppers, but we don't talk about that.
Shine. I know plenty of Shines in Eurovision. That used to be for like several years all they called every song. But I don't know that song from Take That. I know like the big ones, Back for Good, and I can't even think of the others. Yeah, whatever I said, whatever I did, I didn't mean it. I just want you, right? That's a Take That song, right? I just want you back for good. Want you back, want you back, want you back for good. Anyways, yeah, I'm not a Take That expert, but they weren't big in the US. But, yeah, I'm pretty sure there were some other songs because my friend used to listen to them all the time. Oh gosh, it's just not coming to me right now. I feel like they didn't age well their music because no one really talks about.
They had like a little comeback a few years ago, I think.
Oh, they did. Yeah. Oh, see, I didn't even know that.
But
Robbie Williams, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, here is the question that I'm just going to give it to you because because you know it's always a trouble question. Hang on. There you go. Do you guys think Spain had more chances to win if they chose Agony instead of Blanca? I think yeah, Agony had more charisma and energy. What do you think?
I wouldn't agree with that second statement, but I do think it's more accessible for the entirety of Europe. I think right now the song is very confined to juries and Southern Europe. I think when you go more northern, the less people will get it. So I think Agony was just a really good, polished pop performance. And I think they would have been in the I know a lot of people say Spain will win. I think not a chance. But if Agony was the chosen song, I think it would have been in the conversation for maybe a win.
Yeah. I will say this. I think Agony song would have been probably more of a safe choice.
Yeah. I'm glad Spain sent this.
And Blanca's is more of a risk. Blanca could underperform for certain. I still think if there's a song that could rival Sweden for the jury vote, it could be Spain, actually. But it's the televote, as you pointed out, that I'm considering of a less than ideal outcome, but only because, as you pointed out, certain cultures may not get that kind of song, but what the powers of the song is really just the live performance. Just like me, I don't listen to the studio version a whole lot, but when it's on and you watch it, like in the national final, I'm like, whoa, you know. But I do think Agony Song had a lot more of a instant earworm kind of impact. At the same time, it's also not the most original song. I get that as well. So I don't know if the juries would have liked it as much, because it has almost like the Morud, you know, like the song from Ukraine 2019 that never made it to the Eurovision stage. Vibe. Yeah, the siren song, like this, the horn part, you know, it was, it gave me, but he had, of course, Agony has fantastic vocals, you know, and at some points he really utilized them. So that would have been probably an advantage for him as well. But yeah, it's hard to say. I stand by my first statement. I think Agony would have been a safer choice with the televoters. I think the other one is Blanca's more safe, probably with the.
I think Agony would have been a more safe top 10 for Spain than this, if that makes sense. But I really like that they went for this, because it shows a bit more of their culture, maybe, in a way. And it's like, I really like her as a performer as well. I think it really represents Spain well this year.
I think it's a really good song, and I said it before, whether you come first or you flop, I think Spain can go home with their head held up high, because you sent quality and you sent something really like that you feel strongly about, and Spain is excited and passionate about it. Yes, of course, they will be pissed if and people complain. But I don't think sometimes certain songs, as good as they are, they just don't translate to the audience. Like France last year was an example. I love that song to pieces, but it just didn't translate well to the masses, unfortunately, even though a lot of people loved it in the beginning. And if Spain were to end up in a similar position, which I don't think they will, you can still say we tried something different and we are really proud of that song. Screw the results, because results isn't everything.
Yeah, and some people have different, or some countries have different objectives within Eurovision. Some people really want to win. Some people want top 10. Some people
Spain wants to win, though. Spain and France are like...
True.
And especially they both tasted blood, right? Both of them are like, okay, we can do it. So, and Spain and France have waited a long time. When was the last time France won, Roy?
Oof. Oh, God, that's a while ago. Isn't it in the 1970s or something?
Close.
I'm going 90s. That's not it.
No, you're right. In the 70s.
Okay.
1970.
3 comes up or something. Is that Loisoy et l'Enfant?
Yeah, but that is not. No, that's 77. 1977. Okay. What's the last time they won? And then Spain, last win? 19.
That's even further back. Is that not La La La, but the other one, the year after, 69?
Yes.
Is that 69?
19. Let that sink in. 53 years.
Yeah.
I was still in high school then.
They won back to back, and then decided to never win again.
I know, right? But so they are definitely overdue. And,
both.
That's why they are.
And honestly, I think France has a nice underdog position to maybe we win something like that.
Oh, could she be the Duncan Lawrence kind of? Because I would say, could there be a Duncan Lawrence? You think she could be the one?
I mean, Duncan Lawrence wasn't the underdog to win. It was like the big
not
favorite.
The underdog, but the one that could take it all because 2 other songs cancel each other out.
Yeah, I think she or Norway could be that song.
Really interesting. I don't disagree. It's just interesting to hear somebody else say that as well. France wasn't really on my radar. I mean, I love the song. It's my top 10. Look, my vida. So it's not about my taste. I'm trying to be separate for that. But I do think that I didn't think that people would gravitate towards so much. It wasn't on my radar on potential winning. But then I saw the betting odds all of a sudden in 4th place right now, but approaching Ukraine. So people are getting a little bit more like.
I think Ukraine being there is still the early money.
Yes, that's what I said earlier. It's early money. And just the fact, and some people are still thinking because it's Ukraine. You know, we talked about it ad nauseum earlier as well. So you don't have to go back. I mean, we can always, because not everyone wants to run back then. So, yeah.
I mean, people have said in Junior Eurovision that France had no chance to win this year, and I told everyone it's going to win. Just watch my words, and I was right. I hate to be that person. I really don't hate to be that person, but I always say that because it's being polite, I guess. I was right. Don't count them out.
Matt, did you just say that you were in high school in 1969? Yes. You know, I was 16 back then. So can't believe that in 19 I'm kidding. Of course I wasn't born yet. I couldn't keep up with it. It was a long time before I was
I was counting. I was like, this is not adding up.
I know my math. I was like, shit, do my math. 1969. Okay, I'll just give up. Now, of course, I wasn't around.
However, I was. No.
Yeah. Okay, so that statement made me laugh. Hang on, there's another one I'm laughing at right now. Apparently, Belgium wanted to win this year before the song was chosen.
Right.
Once the song was, but honestly, I'm gonna say something. I know you were more like vocal in terms of like songs odds. If they would have chosen the televote winner, I would be certain they wouldn't qualify. Here, I'm not sure with Belgium. Oh, no,
they wouldn't qualify.
Yeah, they wouldn't qualify. If the televote winner in the national final, the Sterlings.
Oh, yeah.
That song was a snooze fest.
But that's the thing is they were quite famous going into it.
That's I know why they did so well, but the point is they would have won based on national fame. They would have 100%. Not won based on song quality. And they also chose a song that everybody said, don't choose that one. And they chose a song that they did that was unbelievable.
In my opinion, they should have gone with the jury winner. I think that could have given them a top 10 finish.
I would agree. Actually.
I think that is really, really good.
But yeah, I still prefer Gustav certainly over the televote winner. And that's just, yeah. But water under the bridge.
Yeah, there is water under the bridge.
Did you have a bridge? Okay. Okay, so is there an update on the blog? Somebody's asking. I don't think so, but let me double check. Because again, I am jumping around like nobody's business. And for the first, I'm out of Red Bull and I'm out of coffee.
No! How dare you drop the name of a company?
Switzerland takes the stage. There is one.
Okay.
Watergun is a heartfelt ballad about a tragedy of a war and the universal call for peace. It's clear that Remo feels a real connection to the lyrics and his vocal is beautiful. Staging-wise, he has 4 contemporary dancers and also dances himself.
Interesting.
Which we weren't expecting. The staging for this was created by Sacha Jean-Baptiste, who also is responsible for Switzerland's Jean Thiers and Marius Bear. We'll see more of her staging later in the contest. I'm nervous.
Me too.
But I'm dying to find out. Because I'm like, there's no way that they're going to have, it says, an actual contemporary dances and he's dancing. They're not going to have the Macarena to that song, you know? It's... Could you imagine? Or like the ketchup, hey, ha, did no, the ketchup song. No water guns. Actually, I changed my mind. I want that now.
That would be amazing. That it would definitely qualify.
That would qualify.
It's the remix.
Oh my god. No, so we'll see. But yeah, this is certainly an unexpected turn. I think I have a feeling that this would be the polarizing staging. Some people, I have a feeling people who didn't like the song, oh, this is interesting. You know, at least gives me something. And people who may like the fragility of the song or like the tone of it, they're like, this is distracting me, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I could see that happen. But also, like, remember, it's a bit unfortunate that we can't see the rehearsals. I mean, beating the bush, I guess.
Yeah.
But back when John Stairs did their first rehearsal, people were like, what is this? This is terrible. What the hell did they do? Why did they make a move and stuff like that? And we were like, this is amazing. So always wait a bit with dancing and stuff.
Yeah. And to be fair, contemporary dance is a broad
It's
term.
different.
What does it mean interpretive? Could that be included in that? So, but when someone says contemporary, my first thing was like, okay, what does it mean? So I don't necessarily. I mean, the thing is, I know they're trying to use very descriptive language and sometimes big words in that blog. It's sometimes you don't have to go there. What do you mean by contemporary? That's a little bit vague. So I'd love to hear a little bit more specifics on that. But we'll find out about that. Oh, there's a super chat. Thank you, first of all, to Sina. Lorraine might have the roof. Sent a DM on Twitter. Oh,
Okay.
Really? Let me go to my Twitter then.
It's gonna be a shed.
I hope they
Just a
didn't.
random shed in Liverpool, and then
Like a little sheep. I see something from 23 hours ago. Did you send it to mine or to the ESC United? Let me go to ESC United because then somebody else might have read it already. Oh yeah, it's on ESC United. Hang on. So let me read that message. I'll have to accept it first. Hang on. Oh, it's on. Looks like where you. And that one picture that they have. Oh, I see. That one picture from Ireland. I see what you're saying. Let me bring it up on screen here.
Ooh, conspiracies?
Hang uno secundo. See what they mean? That black box up there?
Yeah.
That's the screen.
It could be a different screen, to be honest. Maybe they found a way
Could
to make
be.
it like lighter or something.
Yeah. Honestly, that would surprise me because they would actually cave and give Sweden special treatment. I remember, as I said, Duncan Lawrence bringing down the ball was already a pain.
Yeah.
So that would surprise me. But hey, it is Sweden. They do get,
It is Sweden. It is Sweden.
Yeah, because there were other people who wanted to do stuff from the ceiling, and it was usually often ain't going to happen.
Yeah.
So, but we shall see. We don't know that for sure, right? We shall see.
Yeah, we'll see. I guess
We'll see.
Oh, somebody says Croatia pictures are out. Let's see if they upgrade for me.
I had a question on Ireland first rehearsal photo on the roof. We can see a giant LED screen. Do you think that was added for Sweden? That's what we're just showing. We don't know. Maybe we'll find out. We'll find out.
Yes, the Croatia pictures.
Okay, so Croatia is up. I'm hearing.
I only saw the first one, and I'm already loving it. I'll watch it when you have it on.
It looks the same on the previews. Let's see here. Okay, so I'm gonna bring this up. Why is my life so difficult? Here we go. And show. Okay. Oh wait. Oh my God. Is he bulging?
I mean, Ireland can agree on that, I guess. But
so we have two bulges in a row.
Yeah.
Holy smokes. Okay.
The summer of the bulges.
Battle of the bulges. Okay.
Oh no.
Okay, I shouldn't have said that. Okay.
Yeah. That seems pretty fine.
Okay, that seems from the music video. The backdrop.
Yeah.
And they're all kind of, what's expected.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it seems pretty normal.
Normal. Yeah, that's, I don't know why that picture was added. It shows nothing. There's his spinny dress, and there he comes with his two little rockets.
They did get an upgrade, it seems.
It looks like it, and then hear them all in a row.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where we start. Okay, Roy, penny for your thought.
Okay, let me put that first picture back.
Why?
I just want to see it again.
Oh my
I just find
god.
it funny. Why is there text? I don't want text. Okay, well, whatever. I'll do it on my laptop, I guess. Yeah, it seems like they're upgrading again the national final performance, but we haven't seen a tractor yet, and they had teased that they would bring a tractor to the stage. What does it say on their T-shirt, though? Is it just one of the band members or something?
I
Or
don't
what does
know.
it says on the socks? I think there's even more symbolism than there already was, which is interesting.
The problem is
It's
with
very
symbolism, people will not get it if they don't know what it represents. Do you know what I mean? Unless
true.
it's in your face.
But the thing is, with this one, it's like in your face, like you said, and it's like very WTF. And I think that they might look it up afterwards. Then, like, oh, what was the symbolism behind this? There must be a lot going on with it. Why is this song so weird? Why is this all happening? Why am I still sane? Is this real life? Something like that.
Is this the real life? Okay.
Is this just fantasy?
Try to find a question. I got to type real quick.
Okay, I will answer a question. Let me see if I can find one even. There's no at East United. Lorry dance is contemporary too. Yes, but contemporary can be a lot of things. Strong YMCA vibes, Carol is saying. I mean, different kind of YMCA, I would say. Maybe they will pop out the dance like this. Why not? The fact that the singer of Croatia looks like a certain politician who was responsible for a million dead people makes me hate this entry even more. I can see that, but the symbolism behind it is that it kind of has this kind of take on that not entire situation. It's just basically an anti-song on what you think it might be standing for. But yeah, it's definitely off-putting for a lot of people. But it's also like, for a lot of people, what is happening? I might vote for this. It's kind of cool. It's kind of wacky. It's kind of weird. And we know it's going to have a lot of haters. I'm just one of the ones that's like, I like it.
Yeah.
Are ready to go again?
Yeah.
Okay. My dad asked me if I can call him really quick. So
okay, I'll take
I
yours.
might have to leave for like an hour or something.
Okay. Let me know when you're back.
Yeah.
If.
Okay.
Oh, that's way too big. The fact that the singer of Croatia looks like a certain politician who was responsible for a million dead people makes me hate this entry even more. I think that's what he said earlier, right? Yeah, that's my problem. He looks more like a mix between Hitler and why am I forgetting my names of my other dictators? But yeah, so I hear what you're saying on that one. It's probably one of the things that, whether it's consciously or subconsciously, certainly confuses me as well. And I think for a lot of people, it just seems pretty a common Stalin. Thank you. I know why Stalin's name just completely escaped my brain. Could have a similar reaction. Okay, somebody said, I looked at the panel and in different images and messed with lighting effects. It is a box shape. It is 100% not Lorentz LED ceiling. Well, we'll find out if you're right, but that's why I'm looking forward to Sweden. This is going to be the fun one. Okay, so Camilla is asking, question come up. What larger trends do you see in this year's Eurovision? From what do we remember year 2023? What larger trends do you see in this year's Eurovision? I mentioned just a few minutes ago, actually, so I'm going to say that again. Actually, it applies here as well to this question. I think we just see a trend of more genres and diversity in terms of music style. We have a lot of indie, alternative, metal, rock, and not as big. I mean, we still have plenty of good old-fashioned pop dance music. There's no lack of that. So I see certainly an uptick on that. So I think in terms of this is Eurovision, that is the trend that I am seeing. Hopefully that continues because I'm all about diversity. But Eurovision evolves all the time, every day. Oh, every year, every day. That would be weird. That would be nice. Eurovision every day. No, that would be too much. But yeah. So that's basically so far my takeaway. Do you think Croatia being quirky Ugh, it didn't work again. This thing keeps jumping. Hang on, I'll get this question eventually. There you go. Do you think Croatia being quirky and the shock factor is enough for people to get phones and vote? Short answer, no, it's not enough. There needs to be more than just being quirky. We had plenty of quirky songs that just didn't qualify. It needs to and the shock factor alone is not good enough either. But it really comes down to if people just remember. Can you hear me now? Wait, it's not working. Let me know if you can hear me or not. Okay. Technical difficulties. That's live TV. Minus TV. Plus live. Yeah. There were so many people saying that was muted, so I wasn't sure what happened. Okay, so it's always so much pressure. And so much pressure that I have no idea what I was talking about. I think I was talking about Tiny Hats. Or Mariah Carey. I don't remember. Anyways, were you silent or silenced? I don't know. I think the EBU came in and silenced me. They didn't like my opinion. That's my conspiracy theory for the day. So I think Roy left, actually. He probably has to go to help his dad. He may or may not return. I don't know. But as always, family comes first. Although I would leave my family stranded for Eurovision. I can wait for a few hours, right? Priorities. So we have no new TikToks just yet. Not surprised because, they had our lunch break. Although I wish Ryan wouldn't have left because I really got to go to the bathroom now. So Switzerland will be then next. They're pretty quick with the pictures, I must say. Just not with the TikToks. But oh well, we got to be patient. Then what's next? We got Moldova taking the stage after this, and then Sweden, and then we'll finally find out if it's true that it's not the LED that we saw, that box, or maybe it is. Let's see. Hi guys, your favorite staging so far? Personally, I'm disappointed. It's like a deja vu of national finals and video clips. I don't see anything creative so far. Well, Aurora, to be honest, why reinvent the wheel if it's working? You always have to change it up? For us, yes, we've seen it before, but why do they need to fix it if that's what people voted for in the national final? Then they want them to see the same thing in the actual live show at Eurovision. So it makes perfect sense if it was working. In terms of the biggest surprise right now, very difficult to judge because, again, we got that short little snippet and a few pictures. But I think I had the strongest positive reaction so far from Malta. It was just colorful, and I love the idea of all the different acts that they bring in. I think this is going to be very vibrant and active and visually just a feast. That, to me, is certainly the one that stood out to me the most. I hope that answers your question. Hopefully. So then tomorrow, as I mentioned, we'll have the rest of Semi 2 and a bunch of countries rehearsing for the first time. So, and then Wednesday, we're going to do the second half of semifinal 2, basically. And then we're done with the first round of rehearsals for the semifinalists. Of course, then the Big Five, they get to rehearse as well eventually. So we'll see how that's all going to pan out. Do you think Malta upgraded the staging from the national final? Yes, for sure. It's absolutely upgraded. They have all these sets on stage unrolled so they can move it around. They have like 3 acts, one with the cutout boards and the people, then they have a car that they're going to sit in, and then they're going to have the living room. So it's just all separate, and it looks really, really cool. And with a very colorful backdrop, with so many dark stagings that are happening already around them, I think it's just going to make them pop. So that's my thinking. Did you mean rest of Semi 1 tomorrow? I don't know what I said, but I meant the rest of Semi 1 tomorrow, as well as the first half of Semi 2. Or I have to count how many countries. Let me bring it up. You're asking me so many questions, and my brain can only process so much. Eurovision, let me bring it up here. So, loading. Oh no, that's again, I just brought up the one for today. Okay, I cannot find it right now, this very moment. Okay, I think I lied. I found it. Tomorrow we have Israel, Azerbaijan, Czechia, the Netherlands, and Finland. Those are the semifinal 1 countries, and then as well Denmark, Armenia, Romania, Belgium, and Cyprus. So Cyprus will close the show tomorrow. And then we do on Tuesday the rest. Estonia, Iceland, Greece, Poland, Slovenia, Georgia, San Marino, Austria, Albania, Lithuania, and Australia. On Wednesday, that's when everyone in semifinal 1 gets to rehearse for the second time. Instead of getting 30 minutes, they will only get 20 minutes. And on Thursday, we're going to have the first half, so Denmark, Armenia, Romania, Estonia, and Belgium from Semi 1 rehearse, and then for the second time. And then the Big 5 plus Ukraine will rehearse for the first time in the afternoon. And then on Friday is the remaining countries of Semi 1. 2. Gosh, I always get the semis wrong. And then on Saturday will be the automatic qualifiers rehearsing for the second time. And then Sunday, it'll be not a day off because there's always stuff happening, but it will be parties and the turquoise carpet. There will be no rehearsals on that day. So that will be the fun day, hopefully, but that's also the last day where everyone can just enjoy themselves and have fun, because Monday it's all about making it through and rehearsing. All right. Matt, could we expect some Belarus 2018 level insanity from Romania tomorrow? Oh my God. What is Romania 2018? Oh my God. And if you're going to, now that's 2019. Why is not 2018 coming to me? Oh my God. I should know this. What was 2018? Oh my God, y'all. I forgot Belarus 20. I feel like I deleted Belarus out of my brain. Belarus 2018. I can tell you France of 1964, but I cannot tell you Belarus 2018. It's I remember that dude. What's his name? Yeah, I forgot. I hope not. It was so corny and so dramatic. I think, I hope at least that Theodore will ring it in a little bit with the over the top staging there. Yeah, I think it's going to be more appropriate. I think they learned a lot from the national final, and they know that they went a little bit too far with their national final performance. So I think they're not going to go the other way and being on top of it. So I think we are good. Yeah, but those roses, yeah, that was a little much, wasn't it? Okay, I got a ding here. I wonder if it's Roy. No, it wasn't. It was Connor. Who cares? So yeah, let's take a look at the blog and TikTok just in case. No, still the gallery for Croatia. Okay, so we're good to go. We are good to go. As pointed out, and thank you for Aussie Rose. We for giving the last two rehearsals, three rehearsals technically. And by the way, anyone who I know Austria's doing all the work. I'm looking for more mods. I offered before, but people message me on Twitter and then they don't follow up with me. If you want to help out and become a moderator here as well during the next few weeks as well and going forward, help us keeping the chat clean and giving updates and all of that stuff. Let me know. I'm happy to give you a shot. First of all, though, thank you so much, Eurovision Char, for your super chat. I've been watching your streams for years, and I'm sorry that the rules around super chats and streaming has changed. We appreciate all you're doing and bringing us coverage still. Love you guys. Thank you so much. Yeah, so in case you wonder what this person's referring to, is that they do not allow us to live stream from the press center. We cannot have any sound, so we cannot live stream from within the press center while the show is on. And if we were to live stream at all, we cannot monetize anything and recover our costs. So it felt a little targeted, but it is what it is. So thank you. There was another question. Hold on tight. Estonia is a borderline qualifier right now, 10th in the odds. Do you think she might not qualify? Isn't her voice enough to give her a ticket to the final? Good question. We briefly touched on that earlier as well. I think that a voice alone is not enough. No, you need to have the song. The voice alone can certainly elevate a song that is maybe bad to something better, but I'm not calling the song bad, but people still need to click with it. I said if we had juries in the semi, Estonia would be a guaranteed qualifier. As of right now, I feel like it's a 50-50 chance for them. I think 10th place right now is, and I wasn't there before because I thought initially I was the only one that didn't quite click with the song. People will like it. It won Estilal, and there's so many people being super excited about it. And I'm like, okay, people like it. I just, sometimes you don't click with the song emotionally. But then as it turns out, a lot of people felt the same way, and she kept dropping in the betting odds, which surprised me because I thought this would be a song people like a good ballad, but it's just, not clicking with as many people as I thought it would. So, but that doesn't mean, she may end up really high. You never know. But yeah, so that's my feeling about this, at least as of right now. Oh, let's bring us hey, Sadie. How you doing? I'm proper gutted. Sean is leaving. I love working with him for a little while, and Jake as well. Where's Jake to say? So Jake has moved on as well. I haven't talked to him in a while. Yeah, Sean is moving to Canada. This is his last Eurovision, at least for the time being. So we're all really, really bummed out over that. But he opening a new chapter in his life, and I banned him already. Blocked him, reported him, all of those things. Now, of course, I wish him the best of luck. Who do you think is winning Semi 1 and Semi 2? I still need to be convinced because this is 100% televote. I still think Finland's going to win the televote in Semi 1. Sweden, of course, is a competitor there, but with Finland going last, and it's just such a big, whoa moment. Yes, a little bit polarizing, but I think people will really go for it. So my hunch is telling me Finland will win, Sweden second. And in the second semi, it's a toughie. Right now, gun to my head, it would be a battle between Austria and Australia right now. I think Australia has a good shot. The closing songs about both cases have a really good shot at winning. I think Austria, if this really comes across as a lot of people hope, this could win as well. So yeah, but that is my current hunch. By the way, we got an update on the live blog. Oh, wait, first, I forgot to mention that. I didn't a couple of minutes ago also. Who says you can't have pyro in a ballad? Remo is breaking all the rules with a short interlude of smoke and red fireworks raining down from the roof. All very dramatic. So it is clear to us that Switzerland going with big visuals. So they are not playing it safe. So they want to do well. Switzerland has been doing, 3 qualifications in a row. So that's good. Hang on one second. I'm getting a message here from... Okay. Getting messages. Okay. So next up is Moldova. Oh, wait. We got a TikTok. TikTok. Hold on tight. I gotta share my screen real quick. Are you ready?
Hi everyone, I'm Mishka from Portugal. These are my dancers. We're gonna be at stage in 5 minutes to do our first rehearsal. Well, we're so excited about this, so hope you are too. Yeah, we're about to get into it.
Cada dia pior. Já não sei de coisas que sabia de cor. As pulsações subiram quase para mim. Estou louca, completamente sabia. E cura, sei que não me deixas entrar. Me deixas ser, não me deixas cantar.
We worked on it, and at the end it was better. So we still have work to do, but I'm confident we're going to nail it. Yeah. So yeah.
Okay, so that was yep. So that was a very interesting observation. So you could hear that Minicat feels as that there is work that needs to be done. Now, we don't know exactly what she is referring to, but she's referring to something. Now, looking at that, it doesn't look like, at least they're deliberately really hiding it, but I don't think they are, that they're not using the LED screens. All we see are the lights. And there's a lot of red, as we saw, and them wearing red. She drowns a little out them a little, but again, we haven't seen the camera work. We're just seeing that. So that could change. But that was at least my impression. Would love to hear from you as well. But there are more colors, and it's not just red the entire time, but when it is, it's very red. It's very, very red. So, but it's just a good song. It's just a good song. So somebody said there's some shade at... What does it say? Block people throwing shade at Sweden in Moldova post. I didn't see Sweden mentioned. Fun fact: Parker at Madrid party confirms precept involves the women. What? What am I missing? Oh, can't remember who won that year. Got it. That wasn't shade. That's just sarcasm. At least that's how I interpret it. That's how I interpret it. But yeah, that is funny. Yeah. But, all the things I'm pointing out about Portugal right now, I would not overthink it. Because the song itself, right, it's great. And I think the song itself is very cabaret-like. And oh gosh, people stop messaging me. It's very much a song that doesn't necessarily need to have a whole lot of staging. I still thought the couch thing was appropriate and worked well. But yeah, now what they're going to do is all about the cam work. And I'd say I do like how the lights... I wouldn't say dance, but there's certainly, with the beat and the rhythm, changed, especially in the beginning, the boom, and then it kind of rises to red. Those moments are really, really cool. And it certainly has a really nice opening moment there. So I as I always say in the beginning, especially with us having limited information available, do not freak out over it too much. We're going to be reading too much into this, which is kind of our job, right? But it's always something I also like to point out. Okay, so that is where I fall. And plus, I want them to qualify. Okay. So for some reason, I'm getting a gazillion messages right now. Okay. Here we go. All right. Is Unicorn growing on you? What's your opinion as of right now? So Unicorn is a fine song to me. It didn't grow on me, but it didn't grow off on me either. It's kind of song that I would put probably right smack in the middle of my ranking. I just don't think it's, I wouldn't say cater to my taste. I usually don't like this kind of music a whole lot, but I like it better than I thought I would because certain parts of the song are enjoyable. Like the chorus is very, very strong. I just don't like the very busy switch in styles. And it's too busy for me overall. But when I like the parts, I really like them. And I really like the artist as a whole. So it's a sure qualifier though, so don't worry about it. That's just one opinion. How can I do this tomorrow with you, Matt? Live stream? It's usually a team. We can talk about that. I just have time right now. If you want to join in the future, for sure we can discuss it. I'm just, multitasking. All right. I said, any questions at ESC United? While I am going to put that stuff on here. So we got Portugal's first rehearsal. So now we're waiting on Ireland's clip for our TikTok and Switzerland's pictures and Moldova taking the stage. Gosh, you got to keep all that straight, right? So in the meantime, I'm sad that Roy had to go because I was just getting ready to ask him a quiz question. And oh well, you got to take care of his family. In a parallel universe where crazy people vote on Tuesday, what if Lorraine and Yuki... Could you imagine her pulling like a statements kind of situation? Obviously not going to happen, but oh my God, I would just... There's not enough popcorn in the world to make it through that evening. I'm just gonna watch Twitter. Now, I would be in the live stream and people would probably explode, but it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. She'll fly through, but just the thought makes me giggle. Does it make me a little evil? She's one of my favorites. She's in my top 10 at least, so I don't want that to happen. So, yeah. And this is another important post by Patrick that I would like to highlight. People need to understand that these rehearsals are a process and camera angles are crazy important. We have to wait till the end. That is true. Just to add more context, as I said, these camera shots are very much, there will be changes. They're not going to be a complete overhaul. They're going to be, okay, this is not working at all. We're going to start from scratch. That's not how it works. You will have to work within the framework of your original staging. You cannot completely say, okay, I'm going to bring a completely new prop and we're going to completely change it. And no, everything has to be approved. Every camera shot is so specifically designed to be in the right place at the right time. And they already had stand-in rehearsal, so they cannot just completely scratch it and start something else, but they will tweak it. And that kind of stuff is normal. And what you see oftentimes in some rehearsals the first time can look quite different than by the time dress rehearsal and the show comes around. Certain performances, they were perfect from the beginning. I'm sure they had still some slight changes, but they were not hardly measurable to us unprofessional eyes. I remember 2017, even Robin Bengtsson, quite elaborate staging, right? But it was flawless almost from the very beginning. They were ready after the first individual rehearsal. I'm like, okay, they've got it. Even though it was quite complicated, perfect. But they already had experience in the Melody Festival and things, so nothing to worry about there either. Then same thing, like certain performances, just they know what they're doing and it's right. But you still have to give them the time to rehearse. In addition, rehearsals, they aren't just for the artists. They are for everybody else. The stagehands, the have to put stuff in and out, the people doing the lighting, the camera people, everyone, the whole flow of the show. So the artists are just one important, but just one piece of the whole process. That's why you can technically have a stand-in doing it sometimes, like what happened in 2021 when the lead singer of Goa had a COVID scare initially. She was fine in the end. When the original stand-in came in and did her job. They could easily do it without her. So that's something to remember as well. Hey, Matt, do you think there's going to be an impact with Champions League semifinal going up against the Eurovision semifinal one? Less casuals, right? Well, okay, I am not a football expert in any shape or form. I don't know who watches that. Is that the same audience? Has that happened before? I would think they often fall around the same time. I would think it wasn't the first time that this happened. So I don't know. My honest answer is I have no idea. Anyone has any experience or like recollection of the Champions League and some Eurovision show falling on the same day? Because I certainly don't. But then again, I don't watch it. So I don't think it's the same audience. It would be, I'm sure there's some maybe random casuals that have it on, but I don't think so. But again, that is just my feeling. Just my gut feeling. Hang on. So, next question. Since these semis are public voting only, why revealing points would affect jury scores? If we knew the points straight after, it might not affect betting, but surely not the juries. Wait, since the semi is public voting only, why revealing points would affect jury scores? Was there a conversation going on before? I'm not quite sure. I feel like I'm missing some context here. Are you saying that the points should be revealed right after the show? Or maybe I need some clarification on that. So forgive me if I'm not answering your question. Or, it's 9 o'clock here, and I've been doing this since 2:30. That's my excuse. Or 3:30. I'm giving my example. An example. My mother normally watches Eurovision this year, but my father will watch the TV on Champions. They watch together. Don't they have two TVs? In the bedroom or something? Why does your father get to decide, has a final say in this? Why did your mom should have the final say? Overruled. That's my thinking. I don't know. But again, I don't know if I have any statistics to back up any sort of opinions on that one. So let's jump back to the blog and see if anything has happened. Nope. Still on Portugal's first restaurant. My nose is tickling. I feel like I have to sneeze, but it won't let me. So I'm curious to see, I would assume Serbia gets a lot of views on TikTok. Currently, right now, Norway has by far the most views, but it has been under the longest with 283,000 views. Norway is far ahead of the rest of the pack. Next up is Serbia with 71,000 views. Again, was posted significantly later, so they can catch up. Then it's Malta with 58,000. But it looks like Portugal is going to get a lot of views. They're already at 14,000. And, there's a lot of hype in Portugal around Mimi Cat. So I have a feeling she's going to get a lot of views. Emilia thinks that revealing semi results immediately following the qualifiers announcement, claiming that it wouldn't affect the results of the final. No, absolutely. That would absolutely impact it. Why do you think when Sweden decides to leave the televote open after the jury results come in, they want to impact the televote in a way that they seem, works in their favor, or like what the preferred outcome. So no, absolutely. If you see a list, okay, these are my top 10. I see Malta, let's say, qualifies, but they only come in 10th place. I'm like, well, they're not going to win, so why bother? Clearly, Sweden is won the show by a landslide. I'm going to vote for Finland because they came second. You cannot do that. It's absolutely a recipe for disaster. So no, don't do that. I'm going to mute you guys real quick because I got to blow my nose. And I'm back. So they should show the rest like in 2004. Someone saying, I can go behind that because that doesn't necessarily impact the voting as much. But I'm okay with waiting for the whole thing until the end. And that's just kind of normal. Like even when you have like other shows like The Voice or whatever, they don't reveal anything until after the show's completed, and that makes perfect sense. My nose just keeps tickling. Yeah. So yeah, I'm not in favor of that. So time for another refresh. Okay, so next up is Moldova. We got something while I was blowing. No, we got them. Never mind. That was the one that is just an introduction. It was not a specific review. So let's pretend that didn't happen. Okay. At the end, people who are not aware of the bad things can't see them. My mom loved the giant record at the stage, aka the Black Sun. I'm not sure if I quite I'm not sure how the Black Sun comes in right now. So forgive me if I'm not quite getting the question, the statement here. I understand that you say some people may have liked the sun, but the delegations certainly didn't. And I think those are the opinions probably matter the most. But I'm not quite sure if that was the answer you were looking for. Okay, so I'm surprised we haven't gotten any update right now over the past few minutes. The last update was 47. It's been like almost 20 minutes. There is sometimes, by the way, there could be delays. And it's not uncommon that the rehearsals run over and they run late. So this may be happening here, or they're just behind in updating stuff. Yeah, so I checked Netherlands viewing report, and 2017-22 and major football matches got more views than Eurovision. Football always gets more view than Eurovision. That I know, but I don't know if the football folks that would have watched Eurovision in the first place, like it draws people away. Maybe a small number, I don't know. But I'm pretty sure we ran into the issue before where they had to share the broadcast time. There's no way that was the first time that this happened. But again, this is out of my area of expertise. So we finally allegedly got an update on Moldova. Let me read this to you. There's so much to love about this performance from Moldova. The huge drums, Sergiu and the epic flute guy. We knew that. Pasha's atmospheric vocals. The two backing singers with huge horned headdresses. National final. It's a kind of ethno-banger we used to see a lot more often at Eurovision, and altogether it creates a performance that is pulsing through the arena floor. This is going to go big in the Liverpool Arena next Tuesday. Aren't they saying that about every song? So from what I'm reading, Moldova continues the trend here that the national final performance being used in at Eurovision. So the biggest surprise will be for us, Switzerland. I mean, we have an idea, a descriptive idea of what's happening, but seeing it visually. That's the only one where we had a little bit like brand new stuff. Well, and maybe Sweden tonight, but tomorrow we get a few more because we're gonna have Israel in there, and some other countries, Netherlands, that haven't performed yet their song. I mean, they have, but not the staging. Didn't have a national final. You get my point. And there are a few others, I think. So that's are the ones I'm always looking forward to the most. So, what time is it now? It's 9 here, so it's 6 o'clock Central European time, 5 p.m. in the UK. So now we are just waiting for the next update. In the meantime, ask questions at ESC United. Give me 1 second here. Somebody just pinged me again. My team is trying to get a hold of me, I think, but I'm like, I can't. Do we think we get any updates today? The updates, well, we're going to get still Moldova and Sweden. We're going to get all the remaining TikToks. We got 5 so far, so we got still plenty to go. Although I don't think I'll be able to stick around for all of them because, it's been going on for quite some time. But I'll try. I can. I'll just go to bed after this. Thank you, Aussie Rose, for posting again Moldova, which is currently going on. And then Sweden, the last one of the evening. And then there will be pictures on Eurovision as well as on that thing called TikTok. See, my brain is slowly going, So, but that is all right. I've done this before, done it many times. Again, I just have to leave and get some coffee at some point because Roy abandoned me because his dad's car lost a tire. Which countries do you think disappointed live at the pre-parties? Well, I was at the party in Barcelona in person, and it's all sounded great in the arena, but then some people point out that May Muller didn't sound good in the clips, and that is fair. And honestly, sorry to say, I didn't watch any of the other performances except for the one Dutch one because everyone was talking about it. I don't really watch these performances a whole lot. The song quality isn't to my liking when it's just recorded by somebody. So I can only go by what other people are saying. So it wouldn't be fair for me to have an opinion on that when I didn't really watch them all. So this is actually a question I want to ask. Hello, Matt. Hello. What time will the live show start? Because it's UK. Will it be at 9 p.m. or 8 p.m. Central European time? It'll always be at 9 CET. So that means the show will start at 8 in the UK. Like when we were in Ukraine, for instance, or Israel, the show started at 10 local time because it's always 9 p.m. Central European time. Yeah, we almost said Eastern Standard Time here in the US. It's getting confusing. Thank you so much, Galway Girl, for supporting ES United via Super Chat. That is highly appreciated. Thank you so much, Matt, for all the content throughout the year. Love all you guys are going to miss Sean. I know, traitor. Hope you all are having an amazing Eurovision. Me too. It's kind of sad that I'm not there yet. But that is not, well, I mean, it is, the circumstances changed that a little bit, but I cannot wait to travel. It will be my shortest Eurovision trip ever, but hey, it's still a week, so it's not that bad. And it's just a long flight. People keep forgetting how difficult it is for me because, being in California, the flight, so my flight is with, not Busy Bee, there's a sandwich place here. French Bee, I think that's what it's called. I'm flying to Paris, and that's like an 11-hour flight. Now, with the time difference, I leave at 8 p.m. and I get to Paris like at 4, something like that. So there's a whole day basically in the can already. And then I have to make my way up to Liverpool. Unfortunately, there are no flights out of Paris to Liverpool until 8:30 in the evening. And I'm like, I'm not going to wait that long. So in the morning, I'll hop on a train, the Eurostar from Paris to London, and then grab a train from London to Liverpool. So I'll be there in the afternoon rather than in the evening. And it gives me time to work because it's difficult to do anything on an airplane. And, I'm not the biggest fan of flying. I mean, I do it all the time because, I have no choice, but I'm always a little bit of a nervous flyer. I'm never like 100% at ease being this high up in the air and I'm not controlling anything. So that is certainly interesting. But yeah. I'm always jealous of people of whom the show starts at 8. I mean, that 1 hour doesn't make that much big of a difference, right? I always feel pity Australians. That is the problem there. For them to being up in the middle of the night. But then again, maybe I don't, because look what I'm doing. I had to be up at 2:30. But yeah, it is tough. This is right now what I'm experiencing, even though I'm still at home. I'm experiencing a little bit of a jet lag myself at home because, my sleeping patterns are a little bit off. So, yeah, that's just a little different story. Okay, so what? Oh, there's another update. Oh no, that is just a random comment. What do Björn Ulfhuis and Martin Österdahl have in common? Apart from being Swedish national treasures, they both featured on a special edition of the official Eurovision podcast. There's a link and some of the highlights on the story below. So, we all know who Martin Österdahl is. He's obviously the executive supervisor, the current one, for the Eurovision Song Contest. And Björn is, of course, one of the members of ABBA. So I guess he's going to be on there as well. That's kind of cool. I just still don't think I want to listen to it because I don't have time. But those who are interested, feel free to check it out whenever it's on. It's ABBA after all. So I'm saying, don't rely on the Eurostar Wi-Fi working. It's really bad. I don't necessarily need Wi-Fi, but I can type stuff up, so that is fine. Plus, I have my own phone Wi-Fi, so I can always use that if needed. Fortunately, it used to be so expensive using my internet, my phone in Europe, because you get like 1 gigabyte for like $30 or so, right? And it's nothing. And now it's like you have unlimited internet, phone, text from Europe for $10 a day. So if you turn on your phone, you get charged $10 and it's good for 24 hours for $10. So on the days I need to travel, I'll just have my phone on and pay $10 and can do whatever I want. It's wonderful. Oh, but my chat just went, okay. The Swiss gallery just went up, but guess what? The link's not working. So there's always going to be a delay. So we'll wait for this to show up. Forgive me. Forgive me. Here we go. So, can you please answer a question, please? Thanks. Somebody answer us. What was... Okay, let me go up there. Matt, will you tell the story of how EUC United started? We want to know. Well, I tell that story all the time. I don't know if I told it this year. Really? Okay, so I started to become I've been on the forum, which used to be ES. Actually, before I answer that, there's a super chat. I got to go for that first. Thank you so much for that, by the way, Joseph. Thanks for the amazing content you and your team put up. I missed Malta's rehearsal. What are your thoughts on it? Based on the short snippets that we have available and the data I can use, based on first impression, Joseph, it was my favorite of the day. The biggest surprise. It looked colorful, happy, cheerful, and fun. And it's probably exactly what I was hoping for. That doesn't mean the others are bad, but Malta kind of stood out to me out of the pack so far. But I'm really curious about Switzerland. So that one could potentially become a competitor here for Malta. But no, I had a very good first impression of that song. So going back to real quick in a summarized version because it's a long story. But basically, I used to be a member of the forum that ESC United, that's us, ESC Today had, and then I became a moderator on that forum. And then the actual admins became a little less involved and were looking for some co-admins. And since I guess I didn't do the worst job, they made me a co-admin with them to help them out. Then, though, they had so many technical issues. The forum went down all the time, and then they disappeared. And I asked them, hey, we need to do something. We either get this forum software using is old and rickety. It's not going to survive much longer. Can we move? No responses for weeks and months. I'm like, okay, we went down for like a day or two and came back, thankfully. I'm like, we got to move stuff over. So I created a new forum just so we can then use that one to transfer over all the posts. And I told them, hey, I created this forum. Let's link it over there so we can transfer them all over there, the new posts, and on a safe platform. The next thing that happened, the next day, they completely deleted the forum. Well, not the next day, but the next couple of days. Gone, never talked to me again. I'm like, why are you doing that? I don't want to take away from it. I just want to make sure we have a safe platform. And then the forum was gone forever. And I was like, oh, crap. We have no posts, no nothing. It's a brand new forum. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. And but we had another admin with me who was handling it. So we contacted ESC Today and said, hey, can you please link that to your website? It took forever for them to do that. And then because at that point they were like the big website. So they finally linked us and we got more traffic in that way. But then Baku happened and ESC Today was hacked. And that was kind of like the end of its reign as the main website. And our link got deleted and ESC Today never accepted us back. And at that point, I'm like, well, then I just got to branch out and make it my own website. Right. And then that's how ESC United was created, basically, at that point. And then it took off from there, if that makes sense. So that was, in a nutshell, the story. And then, we applied for accreditation, and then here I am, still talking. So it's a fun hobby. But yeah, it was an unconventional, unexpected, and unintended consequence of everything. So it was just very interesting. So, yep, that was the story. Now, can I finally look at the pictures of Switzerland? The link's still not working for me. This is a bunch of BS. Let me refresh. Maybe that'll help. Nope. Is it working for anybody? 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 Okay. So I'll wait. It may work elsewhere, but I don't want to jump around for too many programs. And in the meantime, we do not have a new TikTok either. So it doesn't work. Thank you, everyone, for confirming, because I'm like, it's so frustrating. But it's all good. It is all good. So in the meantime, any other questions at ESC United? Thank you for the nice, kind words, Sadie, saying it was a pleasure working with me. It's been a few years. Time flies, right? But yeah, it's fun. But yeah, it's people move on. People do different things, and that's why it reminds me of Sean leaving. But he's going to Canada, so it's not like I scared him off. He's just starting a new chapter in his life. So I mean, I did the same thing when I was super young. I was 18 years old or so. I came here to America just on a hunch, and here I am. Much later, still sticking around, missing Europe, but can't be that bad. But I go back all the time for Eurovision, and I'm going back in the fall, actually, spending more time with my family, and I'm going on a cruise through the Mediterranean. That's right. For 7 days, I'm going to cruise around the Mediterranean, visiting a few countries, and I am super excited. I love going on cruises. It's like my favorite thing to do. So yeah, but that's still 6 months out or so. So I'm not even want to think about it. First, let me go through Eurovision. Okay, let me try that link again. Maybe I get lucky. Short answer, no. This takes extra long. They posted that 9 minutes ago, and it's still not loading. Okay. So just hang on tight. Somebody's asking, what is my ordinary job besides reporting on ESC? That's my full-time job. I wish. Now, I work for an insurance company. Boring, right? But it works out for me because, I have more of a 9-to-5 job, Monday through Friday. And it works, with my vacation requests, wanting to go to Europe. So that's what I do. But I don't sell insurance or anything like that. I'm more of a data guy, looking at data and analyzing data and all of that stuff. That's why I love statistics. When the results come in, I go crazy. That's why we nerd out like crazy. Somebody's saying maybe you meet Lazara when you go to Paris. Unlikely. She'll already be in Liverpool by the time I arrive there. So, but that would have been nice. I haven't met her yet. She wasn't in Barcelona. I haven't met, 12 acts so far, 13, trying to remember. So I get to meet more of them in Liverpool, hopefully, but I'm kind of letting Connor take the lead on meeting the artists because I have other things to do. And he really enjoys it and he's really good at it. So, by all means. Somebody's asking, are they posting short clips? I just got home from work. Well, welcome home. So yes, they post short clips on TikTok. Feel free to check them out. We always show them here as they come out. But oh, finally the picture is up. Okay. Let's get it on screen. Well, give me 2 hot seconds. Gotta switch from TikTok to their website. Okay. So that's him. I didn't expect him to wear dark clothes like that. So we're going to have dark staging, but the song probably, again, does not ask for a crazy, colorful thing. Okay, so they have more than probably interpretive dance here. There's the firework, the red rain that's coming down from the sky, or the ceiling, I should say. Oh, I recognize that dude in the back behind him. He's always in the Melodifestivalen dancers. So he gets to dance for Switzerland at Eurovision. Some of the others as well, probably, but I don't recognize them. Okay, that's a very dramatic shot, of course. And here they are dancing even a little more. I don't see him dancing yet, but oh, they have a prop there. Is that like a bar, or is that just more like a rope? I think it's a rope, right? So they're pulling it. Huh? I don't know. Huh. But they're certainly going all out there with their staging. And then they're all on the ground. That's probably the end of the song. They're just like, and done. Okay. Oh, look, they have wind machines. So you see in the bottom right corner? I'm probably the bottom left. Wind machine. Carola would be jealous. So yeah, I'm really curious how, because it looks very dramatic the way they run there, right? The song doesn't seem as energetic. So I'm curious how that's all going to pan out. Now the lighting here, as you can see from what we're noticing, we don't think, well, I'm talking like in plural form when I'm just talking about myself. I don't think any of the pictures showed us LED, right? Surprised that so many countries using lights over LED. Huh? I mean, in this case, it may make sense, but we had so many upbeat songs. So I do like the idea. I do like the vibe. I just need to see the dancing, because I'm like, again, no, what a gun, da, da, da. It's just, I wonder if they do like a prop movement and then they slow down, or I don't know. But it will make it interesting. Switzerland is trying, and I'm really excited about this one. Because as I pointed out earlier, what we need is another competitive song in semifinal, because it's such a non-competitive. Oh, somebody said TikTok's up. TikTok's up. You know what I mean. The next TikTok is up, and this one is for Ireland. Are you ready, y'all? Let's watch it together.
Hello, we are Wild Youth from Ireland and we are here in Liverpool. It's our first rehearsal today and we're so excited to get on the stage and see how it all looks.
Don't film this, kid, because it's not the real one. The real one's coming. If I played like this, I'd be screwed.
Yeah, so good. Well, a few little bits to change, but feeling very happy overall, I think. Hello.
So, it kind of like, based on the pictures, this is all making sense to me. I know that was not very helpful. But yeah, no, I think that looks nice. What I didn't get quite from this particular clip is the proper energy yet. Nothing he didn't have, but the clips that shows were not like the big moments that I wanted to see. But it is certainly, you know, the glitter and the pyro certainly make it stand out quite a bit more. And after coming after Switzerland, right? No, before, wait, my order is wrong. Wait, Portugal is first, and then Ireland. I was thinking Switzerland because we were just looking at it. Portugal, and then Latvia. Oh my God, Matt. Let's sit down. Let's get our country straight. Portugal will be number 5. Ireland will be number 6. So, question is, how is this contrast working for them? You know, is that going to work out? That is the big question. That is what I'm trying to figure out. And then, you know, they're going to follow by another big song. So, yeah, we'll see. Yeah, this one is definitely another one that I want to see the whole performance. I mean, that would apply to every song, but especially here because I need to get the whole vibe of it. But I think, to sum it up, I don't think that this is going to hurt its chances. You know, sometimes performance, a staging could really hurt a song. This is not here. It can only help them or not make a change. That is my first impression. Okay. Now I would like to hear from you as well at ESC United. How do you feel about it? Let's go with this one here. It looks very good, TBH. I don't like the song, but this makes it a lot better. I think, yeah, again, we haven't seen the whole thing, but it makes perfect sense that this could actually be visually something a little bit more prominent than we expected. Roy, as pointed earlier, is still convinced that this is a likely qualifier. The only one on the team who currently believes that. And I'm not quite there yet, just because there is just, again, so much competition. Semi 2, I would be a little bit more comfortable making a prediction, but in this semi, man, it's just tough. It's just so hard. There's just so much going on in this one. But I'm always happy to be proven wrong. So, now that we're 2 updates in a row, we just have to wait for, well, we're going to wait for Moldova's pictures and for Croatia's TikTok and Sweden's report. So, you know, it's like a 3-stage thing. And then we'll, you know, having much more. Didn't Roy also say Denmark and Georgia would qualify last year? Did he say Georgia would qualify? I don't remember. Roy's predictions are always quite daring. And to be fair, his I don't think I ever told him that, because we always have like that friendly rivalry coming on when predictions, because we're both passionate about it. I think he got the second worst prediction on the team, but he takes bold choices, and sometimes that doesn't pay off, but sometimes he does. He thought also that Italy would flop big time, and it didn't per se, because he thought it's going to be like 19th or so, and that didn't happen. And he also thought though that France would flop, so he predicted that one correctly. But yeah. He takes some bold choices, which makes it for fun, predictions. But yeah, it doesn't always pan out. So let's take one more look for Sweden. One final rehearsal for today. It's Loreen from Sweden performing Tattoo. It's a big return to the Eurovision stage for Loreen. Of course, there's a lot of interest in whether she'll be bringing the giant light box prop that made such an impact at Melfest. We will, of course, keep you posted. So I don't know. You know how they write these blogs? It makes it sound like they don't know, which would surprise me. They wouldn't know, right? These are the official Eurovision people. So I don't know exactly what they're trying to say with that, but we'll just have to wait a few more minutes. Just a few more minutes. And then we at least have all the rehearsals done, and then we'll just wait for a few more pictures. Because that, at the bare minimum, I want to see. I may not be able... Oh, that sounds like I'm singing Ireland. I may not be able to wait for all the TikToks, but that is okay. Now, I will, because those TikToks are majorly delayed. And again, we are just at Ireland right now. We got like, what, 4 more? Jeez. So we will see. Now, this is your opportunity, again, to ask a few more questions at EST United. And in case you're wondering, yes, we will be back tomorrow. Around the same time, I would assume. Chatting around, talking Eurovision, because that's how we roll. And then we do it again. My brain, y'all. My brain is fried. Do you understand that I've been sitting here in this chair literally for 6 hours and 6 minutes, and I haven't gotten up once? That's how committed I am. Praise me. Now it's fun. Let's see. Next question that just sometimes okay, here we go. How did you meet Sean, Roy, Gabe? I met the guys from EST United. So Roy's and Gabe is a fairly easy story. Roy just applied, to be part of EST United, and I said no. And then he applied again. I said no. And then he applied a third time, and I said no. Now, of course, I just, we immediately clicked, and I invited him. Gabe started out on the forum, and then he got more involved on the other side. And Sean, actually, I think I've known Sean since he's been like 14 years old. I know, weird, right? We've known each other for a long time. He was one of the early folks on the forum, and I made him a moderator even when he was that young, because I needed help with like running some of the forum contests on the forum. And so we hated each other in the beginning, but he was going through his teenagerhood, and I was way out of it already. I was in my 20s, and he was just a rebel a little bit, and authority was not his. He didn't want to have any authority from the moderators and the admins, so we clashed. So I was shocked, absolutely stunned, when he, in 2015, then applied to be part of the team in Unite. I'm like, I thought you hated me. But I was like, you know what? If he really wants to do this, I'll give him a shot. And the rest is history. He joined me, and I still hate him. Now, I love Sean, of course. And then, I mean, as a teenager, I totally get it. You're more of a rebel. And then he just matured into this great guy. So basically, that's the short story. Oh, this is okay. This is probably. I'm gonna overshare now. But hey, it's a night of honesty. So you are a champion, Matt. You must have a really good bladder. I am known. If I was a superhero, my superpower would be super bladder. Ever since I was a child, I've had this aversion and this strong dislike for public bathrooms. So I never went, and in that process, I always, I can go all day without going, to the bathroom. It's an amazing skill that I have still to this day. Comes in handy sometimes. So yeah, again, oversharing. But hey, who cares? Matt, do you have any advice for people attending Eurovision for the first time? So I assume you have tickets for Eurovision. Honestly, just give yourself enough time and have fun, because traffic is going to be crazy. There's going to be long lines. If you have a number where you can sit, it doesn't matter. But if you're in the past, when you had standing area, you want to be there super early, of course. But other than that, just make sure you know where you're going. Touring was difficult. There weren't many signs, but I'm pretty sure in the UK it's pretty easy. No, it's just like attending any other concert or event. Now, if you're talking about you being there for a few days, make sure you buy any tickets, Euro Club, or in advance. A lot of them are sold out by now. And know where you're going to go, because there's a bunch of events. So you need to make sure the village, whatever it may be. So it really depends on what you're doing, and how long you're going to be there for. But if you're just going for one day for the show, just go, just like any other concert. It's just that simple. It's not that different. And yes, thank you, Osiros, for pointing it out. Hit that like button right now of the video. Keep us alive, because the algorithm has changed a lot at YouTube. And any comments you can leave on videos would be greatly appreciated as well. So thank you. So, oh God. I guess I just wrote poetry. According to you guys, if I was a superhero, my superpower would be super bladder. I know. Put that in the Georgian song. So let's see if we have any other clips on TikTok. Now it's still on Ireland. Now we're just waiting for a summary of Sweden's performance. Sadly, I cannot give it. I have to rely on everything else. You said that she does have a platform. The blog has not been updated yet, so we will see. Okay, so let's hold on tight, because Sweden is just about to, well, the people will give us an update on Sweden any moment now. So the next clip on TikTok will actually be Croatia. And I lovingly refer to the Irish and the Croatian entry as the Battle of the Bulges, because they're both, certainly were wearing tight outfits. And it just came to mind, and I can't help but my brain spits out sometimes. I don't know why. But that just gives us weight. And as a reminder, tomorrow will be another long day where we're going to have the remaining semifinal 1 participants, as well as the first 6 songs, I want to say, from semi 2. So another 10 songs or so tomorrow that are going to rehearse. And on the next day, Wednesday, is going to be slightly shorter. That's where we're going to have the remaining semifinal 2 candidates. Matt, do you have a favorite Eurovision year according to the songs after 2000? Mine is 2008, Greetings from Greece. I love that you had to add the after 2000s, because I was going to say, well, my all-time favorites are probably 1983 and 1994, but since I cannot mention those, I did think that we had a little. There's not in the 2010s. I wouldn't have any of that as my favorite. The 2000s were probably one of the less impressive decades of Eurovision. That mean they were all bad. It's just I wouldn't call them the greatest decade of them all. I really loved 2019. I'm not going to lie. That one was just outrageous that year. How good it was. I love 2020, the year that was canceled. Oh, that was one of the best years. Would have been one of the best years ever. So those two really stand out to me. So I would probably pick those. So yeah, that's what I would pick right now. I think Eurovision has gotten really, really good lately. But 21 also was really, really good. So like the era 2019 to 21 was probably like Eurovision, like prime. So good. So I certainly find those stood out to me. So now, I always like to go around and make some refreshing links here. Nothing new on the blog. Nothing new on TikTok. Let me just double check if anything was mentioned on Twitter that is worthy sharing. A lot of the acts, in case you're wondering, that are rehearsing tomorrow arrived today. So you see a lot of them like at the airport waving, doing their little videos and whatnot. Not necessarily as important as some of the other things. And no, there's no breaking news. It's all just about rehearsals today. Yep. I'm scrolling, and we done. So let's keep going. As always, at ESC United. Now, this is a tough question. I don't know if I can answer it. Can we know your top 3 so far of rehearsals? I don't know if the top 3 so far. Because, again, I don't think it's fair to really pick anyone. I'm saying this was the best rehearsal because all I got was this very random clip and some pictures. Let's call it, as I said before, best first impression, and I would say Malta. Just based on the pictures and description alone, I may put Switzerland in there, but I haven't even seen the clip yet. And then those two I would pick. I don't have a top 3, but those were the ones that probably stood out to me the most. But I would love to hear from you. You see the same stuff. Who stood out to you the most? Best first impression. Not based on your personal preference song-wise, but who actually really left like, oh, okay, yeah, all right. Again, we only technically have 6 songs with a clip, so the options are limited. But out of those with the clips, Malta stood out the most to me, and then Switzerland has a good potential for me to be in there as well. Malta, somebody is saying, thank Matt from Malta. Well, it's just the honest response. It is and it happened to coincide with my taste, because I love the Maltese song anyways, but I also love the Portuguese song, and that was not quite as strong of a good first impression. So it's just honesty. So said it from the beginning, I am not counting. Somebody was joining. I hope it's not Roy. Oh, it is Roy. Yay. Hang on a second. Hi.
Well, screw you as well, I guess.
What are you here? What are you doing here? I thought you have to pick up your dad.
I already kept that.
What? Have I been talking for this long?
I think so. It's been an hour.
How long have you been gone? It's been an hour? No way. I thought it's been gone for like 20 minutes.
Let's see. When did my dad call me?
I don't care that much. It's fine.
It's just over an hour. 1 hour and 16 minutes ago.
Time flies. The folks in the chat just really keep me entertained. I'm supposed to keep them entertained. But it's the opposite here. So in case you're wondering where we're at, Sweden is rehearsing right now. So the last country is rehearsing right now. They left us a little bit in suspense about whether or not we're going to get that thing.
In suspense, just like the roof?
Well, the roof.
I'm back.
They said there's a lot of interest in whether they should bring up the giant light box prop or not. Why would they phrase it that way? They make it sound like we don't know. I'm like, you're the official Eurovision people. You would know. The bloggers would know. So I don't know. We shall see. So we made the TikToks all the way up to Ireland. Have you checked? So feel free to check them out if you haven't done so already.
Yeah, I'll do that right now.
And
Ireland only that I missed?
You saw Portugal already?
No.
Portugal is out already as well.
Okay. Oh.
You saw Latvia, right?
It starts to play Evidamment. That's not what I want.
He cannot even hear me. You're stupid.
I can hear you.
Oh,
sorry.
Okay. Hi. Okay.
What? Yes, I did. Did I see the TikTok Latvia? I don't remember, to be honest.
Well, you can always double check it.
Yeah. Why did it go to Evidamment? I don't want. I mean, it's a cool song, but.
Yeah. So let's see some other questions. Beep Gaming. The balls in 22 were much stronger. Ballots, not balls. The ballots in 22 were much stronger than 21, but admittedly, there were many strong pop packages in 21. Yeah, I think that is a fair.
You're too obsessed with the bulges.
The bulge and the balls. It's stuck in my brain. So yeah. Yeah, so that's where we're at.
Okay, I'm watching Portugal now.
Somebody's asking you, were you surprised to see Ten Hag having the balls? Okay, balls again. Having the balls to actually bench Ronaldo?
No. Not really. I think he's very Dutch, so it makes sense. He just does what's best for the team.
Wow.
That's a while ago already, and that's football.
It was a while ago?
Yeah, it's quite a while ago.
My chat always... Oh.
No, like when that happened.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. My chat is acting up a little as well, and I zoom in, it jumps back and down. Okay, everyone's making fun of me in the chat now because were you around for the Dick Talk?
The Dick Talk. Is that a new platform that they?
Yes, I meant to say TikTok, but the first letter came off like a D, so it sounded like Dick Talk. It's like a gay dating website.
You make yourself even more memeable every single
and it's really not. Anyone who knows that I don't talk like that. I'm not that kind of a person, but today it's just that kind of day. I definitely need some coffee. Yes.
Just blame the lack of sleep.
I'm way more mature than that.
Right.
So still no updates on Sweden. They're deliberately keeping us in suspense, I think. I feel like they're going to post the Swedish TikTok like at 11:59 p.m. just to mess with us. I'm telling you, it's all strategy.
9 p.m. Damn. Okay, I'm caught up with Portugal. Okay. I still don't know if it's too dark or not, but it did look a bit lighter than just the pictures.
Yeah, they have but there's a lot of red there as well. We talked about it as well. Can you do me a favor? Okay. I have to finally, after 7 hours almost, I have to just run to the bathroom real quick. Can you handle?
Okay, yeah. I'll be right back after that. Yeah, okay. Whoa, it's the Roy Show. Let's ruin this live stream. Right. Okay, I've been out of the loop. I tried to catch up on things. I do not have hosting rights, so I cannot share any of the TikToks, but I'll watch Ireland in a minute, I guess. Anyways, if you've got any question, guys, to me or to East United. I mean, I'm the only one at the moment. Isn't that weird? It's a little bit weird, isn't it? Make sure to ask. Make sure to ask me. Let's see if anybody asks something. Liverpool is catching United soon, Roy. Be careful. Oh, with the football. Well, I mean, Liverpool is catching EC United as well very soon. And the slogan is also United something. United as one. What was it again? I don't remember, to be honest. What? But yeah, we'll be arriving in Liverpool very soon. So that's when they're catching United. Boom. Which country do you want to make a return to Eurovision? This question gets asked quite often. And if I just look at music only, I think I would like to see Hungary back the most, because I really, really loved Adele and the music it produced. It had so much diversity going on. So it was really, really fun. And I would love to see it back. I think it would be a really cool country to have back at Eurovision. But, you know, bit of a thing with the government, I guess. Yeah. Roy, is Melanie still in your team? Definitely. She is already in Liverpool, actually. So all the content you see on Instagram, that's Melanie. Yeah. I love the video with your friends. They all seem, yeah, awesome. So if you don't follow my channel yet, this is the moment for that shameless plug. My channel is Roy PM. I did a series this year where I asked 12 friends.
Okay, stop talking now. I'm back. Blah, blah, blah. Whatever. I'm kidding. Go ahead.
I was doing a plug, man.
I know. Go ahead. I'm just messing with you.
I let them react to all of the Eurovision songs because they're not like Euro fans. So I thought it would be cool to have their opinion. And it was a lot of work, like 10 afternoons of filming with them, which was a lot of fun. But like you literally have like 5 hours of like recording and having some fun in between because you need to make them feel at ease and stuff. And then the editing takes about 25 hours per video. So it takes quite a while. So I'm glad you enjoy it because that's what it's all about.
That's what it's all about.
Matt.
You put your right foot up. Okay, sorry. Okay. So I hope I didn't miss any updates. I mean, I wasn't gone for that long. I ran as quickly as I can. I didn't even wash my hands. I'm kidding. It's actually still technically a little damp. I didn't miss anything, right? In terms of updates, TikToks, or
no,
vlog?
We were just chatting me.
All right, let me bring up then some questions. Comments. Liverpool is catching United soon, Roy. Be careful.
I answered that one already. It's about the football, but I was also like,
oh, I thought is United or United by. Okay,
exactly.
Can we? Okay, new rule. No football talk in here. I'm kidding, because it's just like I feel left out. The thing is, as a kid, I watched football quite a bit, you know. But when you live in a country where nobody watches it, you lose kind of touch with it. You know, it's not the same watching it on your own and having no connection. So I lost interest years ago.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Which country do you want to make a return to ESC the most? I know we get that question every once in a while.
Guess what? Question I also already answered.
Oh, that one too?
I mean, you can answer it still.
All of them? Is that an answer?
No.
I will say I'm gonna like a curveball here. Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Ooh.
It's one of the countries that really want to take part.
Yeah.
But they cannot afford it. They're in too much debt. It's not a lack of willingness, it's just a lack of funds. And I would love for them to overcome that at some point. So
that's a good shout too.
Yeah.
I said Hungary, but
yeah, I was Turkey, Hungary are the obvious ones, but they made decisions. Oop.
Let's get back another Morocco.
Hang on. Hello.
No.
Hello.
Oh no, that's not good. That's better.
I'm in lots of different positions. Hi everyone. I'm sorry I missed so long. I was just watching the TikToks actually of the actual already.
Have you seen any of them live? I don't even remember. Were you on there for any of them?
I saw until Latvia. Latvia was the last one I saw. So I just watched.
Well, you missed nothing. Well, now you got 2 extra. TikToks.
And I was gone for like 3.5 hours.
But you weren't like
Hi,
that.
chat.
TikTok wasn't live yet, right? At that point.
We only had. I watched all the TikToks, but we didn't have. We only had 2 TikToks when I left.
2 TikToks. Okay. Yeah, it was not much. And but we're done basically with rehearsals. I mean, we're still waiting on some update from Sweden. They're waiting extra long. The only thing they said in the blog as she was coming on stage, there's a lot of interest in whether she'll be bringing that big lightbox prop with her that made such a big impact. And but nothing confirmed. So
well, I mean, I don't know. It seems a bit off to me that they're keeping their cards so close to their chest with that in a way that they're not necessarily with others.
Yeah.
It's like SVT don't need any help to run their PR campaign.
No. They already get help from the radio stations across Europe.
And like, and it's going to be, if it wins, which is very possible, it would be a deserved winner and it'll teach us fine without needing any extra legs up, in my opinion. Although I still don't think it's going to win.
Yeah, you said that before. So only time will tell. So have you watched them all now, Gabe? All TikToks, or are you catching up on them right now?
Yes, I've watched all of them.
Because somebody's asking. Hang on.
And so
I'll bring it up right now. What do Roy and Gabe think of the TikToks they missed on here? So now that you're all caught up, I mean, Roy, we already talked about them all, right? So you're mostly caught up now.
Yeah,
what do you think of the ones seen so far?
So on one hand, I want to make judgments, but it's difficult because of how little we're getting really of the actual performances. I did notice it's fun how in the Serbian one, I think the smoke machine might have some kind of part of its apparatus in the big prop because they were all already attached when they came on stage. Like the dancers had been attached before they came onto the stage, which I noticed. So I'm curious. I would love to find out how that works. I know it's just a bit of a nerdy detail, but I'm excited to see that. I noticed at the end of Portugal's clip, it seemed like she wasn't fully happy with how it went.
Nope. I said the same thing, actually. Like, she clearly was like the nice, like, there's room for improvement or something like that. We got to work on it. It was better at the end, something like that. Yeah.
And it really struck me because I watched that one, the Irish one after the other. And the Irish one, they were like, there's stuff to fix, but we're really happy, really optimistic. She didn't seem quite so happy. So I wonder whether things haven't quite, she wasn't quite happy. But I'm sure it'll come together. I mean, there's plenty of time left. One thing that I didn't know with Latvia is that they do actually use the LED. The screens turn.
Yes.
And they do use the LEDs, which is nice. I think the experience of last year has scarred people a little bit. And I think people are not using them because they thought we put all of our time into sorting an LED out last year, only for us to arrive and be told, sorry, it's broken.
Yeah.
I wonder whether that's burned people a little bit.
Yeah.
As for the others, not many comments. Ireland's done that. Everyone brings a prop like that every year, and I think it makes the stage too small and static. So I'm a bit worried about that, but we'll have to see how they use it.
Yeah, I guess so. That is true. But I feel it fills it up a little bit as well. But the problem is we don't know how it's going to look on camera, if it's going to be too crowded or busy. But I don't think it'll hurt it. It's just, I don't know. Ireland's a big question mark for me, but I don't think they hurt their chances with that. It can only help them, not hurt them. But we shall see. It's a competitive semi. Very, very competitive. And some of the countries that maybe were not as much on the radar are now currently talked about a little bit. Speak Malta, Switzerland. Have you seen the pictures of Switzerland?
I saw
the description.
There was a red thingy in the air. But I've only seen one photo on Twitter, and that's it.
Yeah, and I read the description. You can read through it on the blog if you want. But basically, they talk about how there are 4 dancers doing contemporary choreography, which is vague. Could be interpretive dance, could be just more like whatever. So that's surprising, right, for a song like that. And he is dancing as well, apparently. And they're going to have that red rain, they said, like something like that. So they're going to go out quite a bit staging wise for a song that you would think would be almost like very stripped back.
Yeah.
Oh, Moldova pictures. Somebody
the link isn't working for me yet.
Again,
so
yeah, it always does that. Sometimes it takes like 10 minutes for the thing to come up. I appreciate the early heads up. We'll keep, guys, you keep clicking, and once it loads, let me know.
I think Switzerland is also like one of those pictures with the 4 dancers. It kind of looks like he's walking his dogs.
His dogs?
Yeah, like it's like 4 strings attached to like the 4 dancers in like back front.
Yeah. Quite similar to it's like a sad boy version of the cha-cha-cha staging.
That's a nice description of it.
Do you think they're going to change cha-cha-cha a whole lot?
No.
A little bit.
Fine-tune it, basically.
I don't think they're going to change it much either. I think they're going to fix a few things, some camera angles, because that was the most thing I noticed was some of the camera shots were not quite as and they needed to be in the national final, but the vibe and everything to me look good there. So I think we're going to get something very similar.
Yeah, I think you could tell from the video, the behind the scenes rehearsal footage that the broadcaster put out. You could tell there's going to be some changes. There was clearly more movement.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see what they do with that, but I don't think they'll change that much. I think the main thing they just need to do is make it. I think the dancers made it a tiny bit too. If I had to be critical in the opening sections, I thought the dancers made it a bit too static and a bit busy. So I would use them different. I'd still have them, but
spread out more because they were all on top of each other, basically, right?
Yeah,
so
they were on top of each other. They were blocking off, Carrier, and I think you need to foreground him a bit more rather than the dancers.
Somebody said in the chat. Yeah, somebody said in the chat that it will be 50% the same or 50% different, something like that.
That's good. I like that.
Yeah,
that excites me.
Yeah, well, it could be 50% worse, but I don't think so. I think Finland knows that they are a contender.
Yeah,
at least
they know,
even for a win for a really good result, potentially the second best result ever. Because what is Finland's second best result?
If they come close, except for was it Blind Channel?
Yeah,
Blind Channel. And there was they have 2 6th places, I think. Blind Channel, and then somebody in the 90s, a lady. She also got 6th place. So all
clearly very memorable.
I see the song, my friend. But the point is, all that Kai needs to do is get into the top 5 and would already have the second best result.
Yeah, I think
that's wild.
And somebody says who will get the most 12 points from the jury, Finland or Sweden? Finland or Sweden?
Wait, Sweden? I'm going to stop you real quick. We got Sweden's update.
Oh, do we?
Yes. So the light box is back, but with a smaller version than the one we saw at Melodifestivalen. It's also raised off the ground. So the bottom section can be wheeled onto the stage. The stage and the LED screen is a sea of swirling smoke, and the whole effect is incredibly intense. It's Lorraine, so obviously this performance is tighter than that catsuit and more polished than those terrifyingly long nails. Sounds incredible, looks incredible, the perfect finish to a brilliant day of first rehearsals.
Okay, wait.
Thoughts?
Something.
So this makes sense based off the pictures I saw floating around. It sounded like they've got something small fixed up on the ceiling. I want to know how much they've scaled it down by, because even if it was half the weight, I still can't see them being allowed to use it. So they must have really significantly trimmed it back. It might just be like an LED screen. In fact, that would probably be, in my opinion, that would be the smartest way to do it in a fairly lightweight fashion, would just be to have like either one large LED screen or sort of a set of 6 or 9 small LED screens.
Yeah, I mean, it's not coming from the ceiling, it's coming off the ground. So I'm just curious.
Oh, but there's one off the ceiling. Didn't they say there was one from the ceiling and one off the ground?
No.
Or wait, let me read it again. See,
the light box is back, but it's smaller.
The bottom section can be wheeled onto the stage. So I'm guessing the top is up in the rafters and they've managed to fix something.
I think it's got
sort of in the way that, if you remember a couple of years ago, Estonia fundraised to pay for a projector for Elena Nechayeva.
Yeah.
In 2018, that was.
Yeah. Good times.
Oh, that song. God. Oh.
Also, Matt, you were very wrong on Finland. It was 1973 that got 6th with Tom Tom Tom.
Wasn't that one in the 90s? I'm thinking the 90s right now.
In the 90s, they didn't even do too hot.
Really? I'm thinking of a different song.
Oh wait, there is actually one. Is that 6th place? No, 6 points. Maybe you remember that.
Maybe that's what it is.
The closest they got in the 90s was 15th place.
Oh, you know what? I was thinking of Portugal. Portugal got 6th place in the 90s. That's what my brain got stuck on. That's
very similar countries, right?
No, but it's that's their second best result as well, I believe. So that's I think what my brain got stuck on. They got it in 1996. That's what it was. Yeah. So somebody says, according to the blog, Sweden does have a light box. So nothing coming from the ceiling, the way I interpret it.
Oh, so nothing.
Nothing's coming from the ceiling. That's why I said it doesn't mention anything from the ceiling, even in the blog. It just says it's also raised off the ground, so the bottom section can be wheeled onto the stage. So there's nothing coming from the ceiling.
They've posted on the live blog that the Moldova gallery is up, and it's just not working.
Yeah, I've been refreshing a lot, but it's not working.
Switzerland took like 10 minutes, at least, I think. So
God damn it.
I'm not too surprised. So, but fear not, we'll have them ready. In the meantime, I can take a look and see if I closed out of TikTok, so I better go back in there. But at this pace, we probably won't get anything. Eurovision. Nope, still Ireland. Questions in the chat at ESC United.
Why is it always us that have like the pictures the last?
It's everyone, lots of people in the chat as well. Portugal 96 is a contender for greatest entry of all time. It's a great song. And
which one is that again?
They're up. They're up.
Oh, they're up? We'll talk about that in a moment.
Okay.
Priorities.
Sorry, I got excited.
I know, right? You want to be the first one. Like when people on YouTube, the videos first.
We're like, first. Yes, exactly.
All right. Here you go. So, looks good. The vibe is similar, right? From the national. Did they have the same horns?
No.
I thought they were more like sideways, not upwards.
Yeah, I think so too.
Okay, but it looks good. I like those outfits very much.
Wait, does the crowd go that far towards the stage, or?
Apparently.
Like in that second picture, you see like a guy standing there. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not sure if this is going to be audience. I don't think so because they have a wind machine there, so that's probably all just space for them. Okay, so here he is. I like his outfit. Is he shirtless or is it just?
Yes, he's shirtless.
Okay. I wasn't sure if there was
like you know how you get those guys who are like really chilled and they're like freelance yoga instructors.
Yeah, he has that. Look.
Oh,
certainly.
Oh no, that's not him.
And they're like always the most laid back guys you've ever met in your life. Like their presence is calming. That's what I feel he is like. I feel like his presence is like calming me.
I like that picture with the horns. Like
you like
the ladies? No,
yeah, it's like a little homoerotic there. And
there's one later where like this kind of one, but there's one more zoomed in where like you can see that it's the ladies like coming next to him and covering his eyes, and like they.
That's what it is right now. I'm on there, right?
Yeah, but there's one more zoomed in.
Because I couldn't decipher what this was. It looked like a big statue at first, but it's the.
It looks like a skull of like.
This is amazing.
Like it's like literally the outlines of the skull you could see in the desert.
Yeah, and that's going to be a closer up, I'm sure, so it doesn't look as far out. You know what I mean? So
these might be some of my favorite visuals of the day. Actually, I think it's really, really striking.
This is high up there. Moldova. I'm not going to lie, because the description when you just read it seems as rinse and repeat from the national final. Not an insult, right? It worked, but this seems like almost building onto it.
I really like it,
but effectively. Okay, they used the lights as well.
Yeah,
looks like
this is the one I meant. The next one coming up.
This photo goes so.
Oh, it's the same one, just closer.
So hard. I love this.
Yeah,
so cool.
Lots of symbolism and just visually, very appealing. And he goes down to his knee. Oh my God, this is gonna look so good. I mean, no one doubted Moldova's chances, but. It's like, come on, it's already. I mean, again, we haven't seen even a 10-second clip yet or anything, but just looking at this, and Pasha is a fantastic performer. We know what he's capable of. We know he's not going to fall apart live. That's not who he is. And that's the first one we looked at already, right? Yeah. So,
Croatia TikTok is also out, by the way, when we're done with this.
Who's
Croatia?
Who's Croatia? I almost
Who's
said.
Croatia?
What is Croatia? Can we eat that?
I don't know her.
I'm not her. All right, let me bring it up since we're at it. All right. Everything happens at once.
Hi, we are Let 3 and we are representing Croatia on this year's Eurovision Song Contest here in Liverpool, and we are so proud and happy and excited to be in Liverpool. Let 3 and Mama Stu loves you people, yeah, okay. We protect you with the power of our love.
Oh, LED. Oh wait, we had that already.
Yeah.
Well, that was
okay,
a lot.
so that was a lot. Visually very busy, as expected. Clearly, once again, inspired by the national final performance and adjusted to the big Eurovision stage. Let's go to Roy first, because he's a little bit more of a supporter of the song. Your impression.
I love the addition of like the spinning eyes of the guys in the background when like you go towards the chorus. And in the ending with the choir coming in, they add like a phase with the choir. So it looks like that backdrop is singing the last bit of the song. I think it works well. Like it looked very, very good, I think. They really upscaled it in a nice way. And it seemed like they polished it out. And awesome. Let's go.
Mm-hmm. Gabe, I know you had less than kind words for the song, I guess it's a fair thing to say. Judge this what you saw.
Well, the song is not for me. So maybe that jades. So I think, so maybe that jades, how I view the staging and so on. It felt too busy, I want it. It needs to be a lot. This song needs staging, but is a lot. But just from what we saw so much in just such a small clip, I just think it's going to be too much. I think it's going to be too much, and that's a shame. But I think it'll just be a bit overwhelming for people, in my opinion. And I think people might not get some of the references and stuff, and just find it to be a little crass. Maybe I'll be wrong, but that is how I perceive it at the moment, having obviously not seen the full thing. Maybe it'll come together when we see it next week.
Yeah. Did we see, remind me, was there any mention or visuals of a tractor at all in those clips? I don't think so, right?
Not in the pictures either.
No, so I think they may stay away from that completely, huh?
We don't know. They might have selected these pictures to hide that and be like a bit of a surprise.
That's true. But they didn't mention it in the review either. But maybe also, again, deliberately left out.
Mm-hmm.
So now I would love to hear from people in the chat as well at ESC United. It's really interesting. I find this one, just even hearing from you guys, and I find this very difficult to predict because both of you have like really good cases, right? I could see what Gabe said, just too busy, too much. People will not get it. But maybe people will get it. It's one of those choices. Right now, I'm sadly more leaning towards Gabe about more like a circus mircus. People just don't get it kind of thing. The visuals may be kind of random for them. Maybe they just don't get it. But we haven't seen the whole thing yet. So I don't know. Let me see here. Pedro is saying, the whole thing is very scary. I could see it appeal in a niche in Eurovision and quality, but something tells me that it won't. And that's how I got stuck, because I'm like, it's just the visuals a lot. And it is a little
Needs to be
Intimidating.
though.
It does, I guess. But
It
the
needs
song,
to be a lot, and it needs to be intimidating because that's what they're going for. If they didn't
That's
do
true.
that, then the entire song wouldn't come across, and nobody would vote for it. And now you can still have that audience who votes for it.
That is true. That is a fair point, especially if you only get a niche. Then as long as that niche is going to call in for
Mhm.
you, maybe that's enough, because all they have to do is squeeze into the top 10. They have to beat 5 songs. And we know they're going to get points from Serbia. We know they're going to get points from probably from Switzerland, right? So they already get some points there. And then if they gather 3 points here, 2 points there, they can make it to that magic number of 50 or so.
Yeah.
So I totally agree. And maybe we could be completely off. But one thing we didn't even finish our thoughts on Moldova. I think, Gabe, you were. Do you remember what your thought process was at that point when I interrupted you?
I think it's really visually striking. I think the if homoerotic is good, everyone can get on board with that. That's fine. I think it goes down well. It's memorable, especially if it's done in the right way. I think the whole vibe of that entry is just excellent, and I have never once worried about this qualifying, because I've always thought that, just as they did, we think about like Doridos is, I think, a really strong example of this. The state Moldova always brings just such a nice package altogether. Even if, it starts and you get sort of that ramshackle half national final, then you get the actual national final, and then magic happens after that. I think they are masters of doing this on a budget. And I think their final place is sealed, in my opinion.
Yeah,
provided that it's,
I'm curious, because there are a lot of countries like Lithuania, Portugal, they're all saying that they have no budget, right? And that's why I cannot put any props or anything crazy. I have a hard time believing that Moldova, considered one of the poorest country in Europe, right, can afford all of this. And maybe it's not as expensive as people make it out to be. I mean, honestly, they're not bringing even that much if you think about it.
They're just wearing costumes, really, and one
costumes.
drum.
Same last year. That wasn't expensive, probably. I mean, you may have to pay for the bridges to come up a little. Maybe there's a cost associated with it. But
yeah, they just brought their instruments, and that was kind of it. I think the most it might have cost was with Doritos.
But we had somebody involved. We had
literally...
some financial. That's the thing. We had Philip Kukarov probably paying for all of that.
No, but it was also just some like doors made out of plywood, so it's not that expensive. It's just like
but it has certainly.
I think they find a good way to produce it cheap, like just reduce costs on things and just make sure it looks amazing.
Good question here from who the hell is Oscar? How well do you think Moldova will do with the juries in the final? So we all agree already it's not even a debate whether or not Moldova will qualify. So let's talk about the juries. Do you think Moldova has jury appeal? I'm worried about they often don't go for that kind of music, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So I'm not convinced it's going to do great with the juries. But that's just my thinking. How about you, Roy?
Yeah, I agree. I think it will get some points here and there, but I don't think it will be doing that greatly with the juries. And a bit like last year, but they won't have that much televote either, because I think last year had a bit more appeal in the song itself as well. Yeah. But yeah, I think it could still end up doing decently overall.
Gabe?
I think we're looking at the majority of its points coming from the televote. It's all right, in terms of juries. I think it's the sort of thing where it'll pick up the 2s and the 3s rather than getting the 12s. I mean, the thing is, everyone's going to have a tough time with the juries this year, because I think there's a few songs like Spain, Finland, Sweden that are really going to wipe a lot of the top scores away. So a lot of people are going to be competing for scraps. For that reason, I think they will get some, but it's not going to be a massive score. Most of it's going to come from the televote, and I'm sure the televote will do something to surprise us all, as it does every year.
Yeah. Do you think we could have a year like 2015, like the top 4 took most of the points, top 3 in particular, but even the top 4, and then the remaining top 8, so like up to 8th place or 9th place, actually, they took the other points, and then 10th place, which was like Serbia, they got like 50 points. You know, that was before we had 2 sets of votes, of course, but something dramatic like that. Do you think this could be another year, as you mentioned?
Okay, well, it could be. And people have pointed out that I mentioned Finland, but not Italy or France. I think you should also, I should have mentioned France. You can definitely include that. Italy, more debatable, I think, probably still. But yes, those countries are going to be at the top of the jury. I think we need to stop acting like Finland isn't going to get any points in the jury. A lot of people are maybe, I think, reading a little too much into the Euro jury results, which just came out. And, you know, we should remember this is a song that did, smash the jury in the national final as well as the televote. You know, it won the jury comfortably too. It's not like the jury zeroed it and then the public, pulled it through. So yes, I think we're going to see a few massive scores and then potentially a quite large drop off. But yeah, no, France is going to be up there. Italy will be up there in the juries. I hope for some points for the UK, but I'm not sure it'll happen. Maybe a few.
We'll see. I agree with
desperately trying to get everyone to believe Finland is winning, lol. Well, I do at the moment think Finland is going to win. And you've come here to listen to our opinions. So I don't know what you want me to do, man. I'm sorry. Like, I'm not just going to sit here quietly and look pretty.
I'll do that.
What I will say is I agree with what you said about Finland, because Finland at this point, I think what they can pull off minimum is like what Blind Channel got in the jury vote, right? That's like, I think, the worst case scenario for them. The question is, can they really go higher? Because they need at least between 175 or 200 points from the juries to, if they win the televote and then squeeze, depending on how everything falls, but I'm saying the bare minimum. So can they get that high? That is the question. And that's where the big question mark for me comes in. And I'm not certain yet. But we shall see. Okay. Let's see here. Other questions. Actually, my screen is frozen again. So at ESC United, while I'm waiting for my screen to unfreeze, probably should refresh it. At ESC United and see how that's all going to pan out. So next clip that we need for TikTok is Switzerland, right? Yeah, Switzerland.
So.
And then for pictures, we're only waiting on Sweden. And then we have all the pictures in the world.
Ooh.
And then, we're not going to stick around for all of the TikToks, I don't think.
We'll be here all night if we wait for those TikToks. We just start with them tomorrow. Clear the ones that we didn't do today, tomorrow morning, first thing.
Makes sense.
I concur. So while my chat is still frozen, I'll just going to keep talking.
The one thing I wanted to say, the one last thing I wanted to say about the voting in the final. Obviously, it's early to be saying this. It's really early to be saying this. But I think, essentially, really, you can't overturn more than a gap of somewhere between, if you're Finland, realistically over Sweden, you can't overturn a gap of more than like 75 to 90 points. Even if you win the televote handsomely, beating Sweden by 90 is a big ask. What that means is you can take on a fair amount of water with the juries. You could score, say, 190 with the juries if you're Finland, but you're going to need France and Spain to be taking 12s and plenty of them to stop Sweden from building a big lead. I can believe it maybe at a stretch if we get to the end of the juries and Sweden has 300 and Finland 200. It's doable, but that really is the limit. And I think, like I said, I do think Finland is going to win. It's going to be extremely close. I think it's the best chance we've had of a tie break and it going down to who got more televote points in years. That would be incredible if it happened. It would be so dramatic. But this is, in my opinion, it's at the it's like this and this. It's not neck and neck. It's just ever so slightly. Yeah, that's France getting 12s with the juries, which I think is very possible.
Yeah. There's always that one random country. I don't mean like in a mean way, but that you just didn't think the juries would go for, right? The one country that is the favorite. Nobody thought that Austria would win the jury vote in 2018. The fact we knew "Proud" in North Macedonia would be probably a jury-friendly song, but it would end up winning. You know,
Not that
they
big,
within. Yeah. So, and there are a bunch of others, you know, that happen. So there's always that one song that just like, okay, that really worked for them. And I could see that happening again. I'm trying to think which one it would be this time around, though. We don't even know the finalists, so it's maybe a little bit too premature to predict all of that.
It's gonna be San Marino.
Yeah, well, that's already a given, you know. So, yeah. No, sadly, I don't think so. Okay, so I have issues with my chat. It's not loading right now.
Oh no.
So at ESC United, feel free. On this screen it does, but it's let me see. I cannot bring up the chat because then it slows down my server. So since America gets the vote as the rest of the world,
honestly, I want to throw one in there for jury win. Just hear me out. Just
halfway for the question. Go ahead.
Australia.
The jury win?
Yes. I can see a world where that could happen. Because it's a very nice hybrid of metal and pop, kind of.
It's a big shout, but if there was a complete out of the blue winner of the jury, it's one of the ones I could see. I think it's unlikely in any case, but if we're talking 100%. Outside of the sort of conventional wisdom here, I mean, they could go for it. I mean, it's happened before. They could go for it.
Well, plus Australia traditionally has a lot more love from the juries, right? So that maybe
exactly.
Yeah, so that's not So let me just read this question since I cannot bring it up. Since America gets to vote as the rest of the world vote, how do you think it'll affect the vote? Personally, I don't think it's going to have a major impact. I don't think America is going to be a major contributor to the votes. I think you get a lot more from either countries within Europe, and I think South America is very much into Eurovision, a lot of countries. So if anything, that's where the vote comes in. You get some American votes, but I don't think there will be like the tipping moment for the songs. What do you guys think?
I think it's going to be between Turkey, kind of that group, and indeed, like you said, South America, more of the Spanish-speaking countries who are really into music and Eurovision as well. I think especially South America is a bit underestimated. But at the end of the day, it's just 12 points. So,
are you all right, Matt?
Oh, this is disgusting. Oh, shit.
You're talking about
Roy, you've really pissed him off
I was
time.
pouring the last bit of juice that I've left, water, I should say, and into my cup. And accidentally, I poured it into my coffee mug with the old cold coffee in there. And I was like, no, there are pieces of like cold coffee swimming in there. And I cannot drink that. Baki. So,
I've forgotten what the question was now. So,
ugh,
so I can't answer it either.
I have nothing to drink left. I have to
what was the
again.
question?
I don't know.
You asked.
I asked a question?
Yeah, Roy answered it.
You were starting with a question, and then I rudely interrupted.
Nobody remembers what I said? Why would I remember what I said if you don't remember?
Well, Roy, do you remember what anyone said?
I don't remember. I don't even know what life is. Is this real?
Oh, well, no, this is all a simulation. If you're watching this, we've been trying to get through to you. Please wake up. Please wake up. You've been in a coma for 7 years. But Roy,
see,
what
all
did
these
you
little
say?
pieces swimming in my drink. It's disgusting.
Oh God, that looks minging. Why do you show us that?
Because if I have to suffer, you do too.
Why would you traumatize us like
I have to sit in the press center for a week with this guy. Honestly, the things we do for you people at home.
So, anyways, back to me. It's called Matitude after all, not Gabitude or Royitude. Although, you know,
I would have named it something else anyway.
I know. What would you have called it if you have to put in your name in? Royal Chat?
No, probably like Controversial or something.
Oh, I like that. That's good. You should keep that one.
How about you, Gabe? What would your show be called? Gabe? I gave it all.
No,
I gave you my opinion.
No, that's good. I like that. That's on the short list. Gable, your kisses for me. That's good. I like that. That's clever. Little pun. No, I'd just call it Gabe, just my name, and it would just be me sat there staring at the camera,
like
on a throne with a big altar behind.
Yes, exactly. And maybe some like candles or something, some orchestral music, and I'm just sat there like, oh.
Okay, I think we've entered the delusional state here, where we're all just like, it's been a minute.
It's been 7 hours, man. I don't know how you do it.
A Sweden report had to specific. I cannot read. A Sweden report had to specify bottom section. Surely that implies there is a top section too. I think it's it's like a piece, like a cube kind of think of it. That's my thinking. And the top part goes up, and maybe Lorraine can squeeze into the cube thing kind of in between. You know what I mean?
I'm not sure. Because there's a photo which shows that there's clearly some kind of square thing up.
Yeah,
in the
but it's not
rafters.
related to that one. There was some people speculating. I don't think it has to do anything with that. That was just really pure speculation. I don't think that is anything that we. Yeah.
The other thing, someone was saying, there's been a few comments about the televote in chat. One of them was saying about how the amount of radio play that Tattoo was getting suggests that it's going to win televote, do very well.
Mm-hmm.
How many times did you hear Trena Lettel on the radio before the contest? Radio play tells you some things. It does not tell you everything. And I think it would be a mistake to make a televote prediction based on radio play.
If anything, it has nothing to do with people listening. It's really, radio kind of works. Oh, this major artist did something or released a new song, and like they know Loreen from Euphoria. That got very big. So obviously, when they heard that Loreen was participating again, they started playing the song because people will get into the hype. But it doesn't mean that the people will be voting for it. It's just that the radio people decided, oh, she's back. Let's play this on the radio. People will want that probably. But yeah.
So just to go back to now, there seems to be some contradiction. Twitter is saying Lorraine does have a top screen at today's rehearsal.
This is what I was saying about the.
But the top screen, they said in the description, it's being lifted up, not brought down. That's how they phrased it in the thing.
Plot twist, the tractor from Croatia got an upgrade and became the forklift for Sweden.
Oh, that's mystery solved. Now, maybe I'm just, but the way they phrased it, the light box is back, but it's a smaller version than the one that we saw in Melody Festival, and it's also raised off the ground. So the bottom section can be wheeled onto the stage. So that's how they phrased it. That's why I'm saying, there's nothing mentioned that this will be. But I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying the way they phrased it makes it sound like the top part is being lifted from the ground. But we'll get pictures.
We will see in 3 to 5 hours.
Yes, basically. Anyways, well, we're discussing this very exciting little piece here. Let's see what else we have. Questions at ESC United. What a cute little unicorn in the background behind Roy.
Yes.
Oh. Is that just coincidence it's there, or it's actually like a little shout out to Israel?
Oh no, Israel's not one of my favorites this year. But I already had that in the background before the season started. I just had this cabinet for my videos because it makes the background look a bit better, and I had to fill it with something. And I thought, cute unicorn. Put the Ukraine little thing I got last year from the delegation. It's gonna be cool. It's gonna be cute.
Yeah,
just decoration.
It's like me and my Pikachu over there.
Exactly.
Pikachu, and I have nothing in the bag right now. But we're still in the process of renovating this room, but it's always put on the back burner because there's so much stuff. We moved in here like a year ago, bought this place, but there's always something that you need to work on.
Well, I moved in here 2 years ago, and this wall is still bare, as you can see. Basically, I spend all my money on Eurovision and then don't have any money to decorate.
Yeah, I love decorating because every room here has a theme. In my house, I have we have 2.5 bathrooms. So 2 full bathrooms and 1 just a toilet, right, downstairs. And The downstairs one is just nature green, right? We have like vines hanging from the back and all that stuff, and then the one up here, the big one, is chess, just black and white chess figures and all of that stuff. And then the other bathroom is marine, so it's a lot of blue and sailor stuff. So I knew that with the bedroom is our travel room, so everything is just travel themed, so I always like doing that. I'm weird.
Supposedly Sweden photos are...
I don't see a gallery
but
yet.
I've refreshed the gallery
Instagram
page.
Go to Instagram. Maybe in Instagram they post first, if someone can go there real quick.
I'm going.
Me too.
Yeah,
So
because I
slowly.
cannot.
Oh, it's not. Oh, Eurovision. It is Moldova, so no.
No, I'm not saying anything. Loads of people are saying it, so they must be there. But
you don't get it in the UK. You don't get it in the Netherlands. You don't get it in the US. So maybe it's on Twitter. I love when they're saying the pictures up, like, where? Tell us where.
On Twitter, but Twitter is a weird place. Don't trust everything you see on Twitter.
It's all.
Oh, there has been some drama, guys.
What?
Oh.
For 2 minutes before Eurovision posted a tweet. Crystal Ball ESC posted a bunch of photos in exactly the same way, which suggests that Crystal Ball ESC was the official Eurovision account all along.
No.
Okay.
Drama, but Crystal Ball ESC did post Loreen shots.
Not the official one, though? Both of them.
Well, Crystal Ball ESC posted and then deleted. And now they're not on Twitter anymore. But I can confirm
it is pulled up.
Yeah, they do have a descending screen from the ceiling.
Yes, I see it now too. I'm going to bring it up in 2 hot seconds. But that is a scandal, and that would be a bad scandal.
Well, I've got the evidence for you right here. I'm going to.
No, I see it too. That's what I'm going to show on screen right now. Actually, I have it too.
But is it? But then that would be the social media person running those two accounts, I guess.
It would suggest it's being run centrally, and that it was somehow planned in some way.
Well, it must be if they accidentally posted that.
Someone is in big trouble. Someone is in such big trouble. Anyway,
that's
should we look at the
favoritism? You know what I mean? Giving it to because it was all about Austria. Here we go. I mean, I'll zoom in. Hang on.
And if you just want to.
So as you can see up here, I got it before Crystal Ball took it down.
Ugh.
And it's exactly in the format that Eurovision have been tweeting in all day.
Yeah, true.
Oh my word!
Somebody's saying it looks fake, but this is not fake.
This is real. It's clearly us. It's clearly the Eurovision stage. Those photos are clearly real.
So it's being pulled up. They get again.
Could you click on?
No, this is a screenshot.
Okay, but does it have the Crystal Ball ESC name in it? I want people to see the full drama.
No, I only got the person who took the picture. It says that person. I got it before Crystal Ball took it down.
That is a scandal.
Crystal Ball was Eurovision after all. Please. I will say, though, it does look a little fake, right?
Yeah.
But it's not. I don't think so. If that, then it's even more trolling. But why would they delete it? You know, if they're trying to fake us out with... Okay, this is all just random stuff.
If it was Crystal Ball actually leaking something, then they would have just left it up.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, and it would have been in a different format as well.
Of course, it could be that we've all been fooled horribly. It's not impossible.
By
whoever is running the Crystal Ball account, and they've done some really good Photoshops. I guess we'll find out when the official photos come out.
Yeah.
But what drama for day one?
I know. Okay. As the skeptic that I am, you know, it does look a little fake. I would agree with that as well.
Yeah.
So, but let's wait and see.
And
The thing-
we should also like clarify what even the hell crystal ball is, because like I don't think everyone is on Twitter or understands what it is. Basically, throughout this entire national final season, there has been this account on Twitter who leaked a few things. For example, the entire lineup of Denmark, all of the artists. We knew all of the artists from Sweden as well. We knew full songs from a few countries as well, if I remember correctly. So yeah, we got a snippet from Austria early, and then they got quite a lot of hate on it. It's been a bit of a leak account, and it is supposedly done for some university project in Austria. I don't know much about it, to be honest. So
that was a wind up. That last bit was a wind up. I think that happened on April Fool's Day or something.
Well, they said in the official goodbye statement, like, you know, when it's like, you know, we're going to retire Crystal Ball. Sincerely, you know, what Roy just said. So that's what I read as well. Oh my God. No, never mind. Wait.
I was right. I was like, what's happened?
Because it says Sweden takes the stage, and now the block says rehearsals are done.
now I have the.
There are no pictures. Why would the
there are
rehearsals-
no pictures yet?
Oh no, it says we still got the Swedish gallery to share. Okay, so that's
the galleries. Oh,
Yeah,
it's
the gallery
appeared.
is up.
Those photos were real, guys.
Oh, balls.
Those photos were real. The gallery isn't loading, but one of them's in the preview. So those photos that Crystal Ball posted were real. Oh,
Breaking
somebody's in big trouble. Someone's in really, really big trouble.
Why would they do that?
Oh my God.
Highly inappropriate. It's like a burner account almost.
It's
like false and unfair promotion of certain nations. Like, I mean, was the big one to Austria? Did they mention some others? Like the leak, didn't they leak UK like 2 minutes before it?
They leaked, Australia. Okay, somebody's just asked in chat, so just to say one more time, ESC Crystal Ball is a Twitter account that has been leaking details of national finals, leaking songs, leaking artists, all sorts, for loads of different national finals all season long in such a way that only someone with a really high level of access would be able to do. Yeah. And now the Crystal Ball account just tweeted some of Sweden's photos in the style of the Eurovision tweets, being like, "Oh, hey, look at your the rehearsal," with the formatted in the same way as all of the Eurovision posts, saying that a gallery has just been posted, and then immediately deleted it. What that suggests is somebody is logged in to both of those accounts at the same time, and that they've switched from one to the other and tweeted by accident. They've then deleted the tweet so they can repost it on the other accounts. What that suggests is whoever is doing that feed has access to the ESC Crystal Ball account, which suggests that it is at least in the control of somebody who works for Eurovision, who works for the EBU. That's where we are. Because those pictures, as we can now see, were real.
I mean, we don't know yet because the gallery is not loading for us,
But still, how would that person get the pictures in the first place, even if they use different pictures?
Yeah,
I could even, it did say in the official statement, Crystal Ball ESC was a 4-month sociological study conducted at the University of Vienna. We are now
wind
complete.
Up. It's a wind up. That's not true. That's a wind up.
How do you know?
It was posted on, check the date it was posted. I'm sure it was posted on April the 1st. But I remember seeing that at the time and everyone going, yeah, that's a wind up.
March 8th.
I don't believe it. Because
I
think...
Well, now we know it's not true, but that's what they said. That's why I know we don't believe it because we know now it's not the truth. So
we don't know anything. Like this is all speculation.
Hmm.
It's a good rumor, but I guess...
Oh, guys, I'm speechless.
Well, we'll see. I mean, the EBU will not say anything. People will post like what's going on, and it will be ignored, and it'll not anything happen. But it is quite. I didn't like that. I didn't like that at all.
No, I already really didn't like Crystal Ball the entire season. I was like,
I hated it. I think I understand this was a deliberate leak, not a fake leak, but I don't like it. One of the things that I take very strongly to heart is leaks, especially in our forum. We occasionally we get emails from like delegations, people in charge, like somebody leaked information on your forum. Please delete this right away. I'm going to lose my job. I've had that happen several times. And so I'm very sensitive towards that topic. Okay, somebody says the blog's updated with pictures.
Not on my end. I mean, no.
Is this link not working? I know some people
saying that for me.
But yeah, I'm curious what people say on Twitter about ESC Crystal Ball. So Crystal Ball tweeted, deleted it, then ESC Extra tweeted it and deleted it. What is going on?
Well, ESC Extra also tweeted it.
And then deleted it.
That's
Somebody's
weird.
saying that.
Yes, there's a tweet which I'm going to post on our group chat, Matt, so you can see it, where it clearly shows the names. It shows the tweets with the name in and everything, and like deleted.
Okay. Somebody asking, what do you mean like somebody's in big trouble? So it appears that somebody posted the official Eurovision pictures on an account that was previously leaking information, and it was communicated this is for some project done by a university in Vienna, right? The Vienna University. But since they posted the pictures before they went up even on the official Eurovision page in the same style, it appears that this belongs to the EBU, or at least someone within the EBU running this. And that person also happens to be in charge of this social media account. So the reason why we're saying someone's in trouble is because they accidentally posted to the wrong account and therefore basically outed themselves. That's what we believe right now.
I mean, we still need to see all those pictures, because if one of them is only correct, then maybe they could have been able to get that one.
No, I see one of them looks right. I do have pictures on ESC Discord, like they have some pictures. Let me bring them up. So that her, right? That looks fine. That looks photoshopped as well, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I think it's just it looks a bit slightly ethereal, slightly unreal kind of thing.
Yeah.
I think it just, that photo, Crystal Ball posted that photo or one of the similar ones. We need the full gallery, really.
Yeah.
But they were standing up straight in those pictures from Crystal Ball.
The thing is the ones from Crystal Ball, and you look at those official ones, the props are clearly the same, and the props are different to before. So if Crystal Ball, if they were fake or photoshopped or whatever, they'd be completely different.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, the link is still not working for me. How about you all?
Nope.
No. God, my heart is racing right now. Like,
I'm not that. I mean, I will hold final judgment because we don't know.
I mean, I don't even really care that much. Like
I do. I do care about that.
I think this is, and especially if these leaks were not permitted by the delegations.
True.
And the impression I got, especially from the Austria one, Taya has openly said that when it was leaked, it was awful. And it was horrible for them, and it clearly wasn't something that they wanted. These leaks were not authorized, and somebody has done something. Yeah. I just think this is really messed up. If this is what it looks like, it's really messed up.
Allegedly, we need to add, for legal reasons, we have to add the word allegedly. Because I don't want to be the next Alex Jones starting conspiracy theories, but based on what we see, it's a little odd.
God. And it's still only the 30th of April. I'm so stressed already.
This is day 1 of rehearsals, you all. You ready for day 2?
Very much so.
No.
So, anyways, we're just waiting for the Swedish pictures to load. So, as you like people, you're trying to find new photos to post. I think that's what it is. That would be funny. Keep in mind there will be no rehearsals tonight. This was the last one. We're just waiting for the pictures, and I don't believe we had any TikToks. And I do want to see the final picture, so not just the one.
Instagram does have the pictures already.
Okay. Well, we should probably. Are there any different?
Not really.
Okay. Well, what
is higher? It's just like the.
Yeah.
Of those presses we had in high school when you had like those thingies where you carved out something and then you had ink and you had to like.
Am I the only one that cannot hear him?
I can hear him.
You could hear him. What he was just saying?
Roy, yes.
Yes.
Okay, I didn't hear that. For some reason, you cut out for me for a second. I just heard.
Maybe
Saw
your
you lips.
internet is terrible then. It's been cutting out a few times today, I guess.
One of the photos on the Instagram post does match one of the photos in the crystal ball post, just to be clear.
Okay.
It's a perfect match.
Yeah. Anyway, I say who could hear me. It was me then. We've been having a few issues as of the last 2 weeks or so. Plus, I have so many things running on my computer right now, so I'm sure that doesn't help either. Yeah, still no update on the website. But yeah, let's wait. I'm sure the Twitter community will go get to the bottom of this about the whole crystal ball thing, and we'll go from there.
We need to get Bruno on it. He fixed the Belarus results in 2019. He can fix this. Get Bruno on it.
Yeah.
And also the photos are working now.
Oh, at last.
Also, someone said I was crying. I was not crying. Don't worry. You'd know if I'm crying. I cry in a very ugly way. I'm like, you'd know. Don't worry. You'll probably see it at some point in the next fortnight. It's going to be very emotional. I'm just stressed because this is like big news, and I live for the drama.
I can tell. All right, here we go. So, it's just so funny. They really look like AI. These pictures, right?
Mm.
There you have it. So that one comes down. So they made an exception for Sweden. We saw that one already. There's her. I'm always would get so nervous. I feel like crammed in there.
Well, did you read the story? She was saying like one of the performances, one of her rehearsals, it lowered 10 centimeters further than it was meant to.
Oh, that makes
so
a difference.
she was really squashed in there, and she like was bumping her head. Hey, Bruno's in chat. Hey, bestie.
Here you go. More pictures. We saw that one. Okay, that's her on her big cube. That's going to be a... Oh, man. Looks like the same picture.
It's weird, isn't it? It looks almost like not real. Like it looks like photoshopped almost, just because of the way they're taking the photos.
I think you really, with Sweden, need to wait for the camera angles as well. Because like from far away, this looks kind of silly. Just standing.
It's like it's just a lot of what you call it, saturation. You know, the pictures that really makes it look odd.
Yeah.
Okay. Only one of the photos matched. I reckon Crystal Ball might have a deal with the photographer to get some of the ones that didn't make the cut before being sent to the social media team. Then it's still a lie.
Yeah, and it's still an officially sanctioned leak on some level.
Yes. I don't think so. Especially if they did it in the exact same format as Eurovision, and that's the only country. And why would they do it like right before? You know, would be the most insane coincidence of them all. And
I mean, it's a nice stunt to create more hype.
Yeah, but again, if I was a delegation, I'm like, why are you doing that to one delegation or like two?
Yeah, true. True.
So it goes back to the whole, it's becoming less about the artist and more about the show, the entertainment. I said that yesterday during the live stream. I feel it, especially with like, you know, no more press conferences, no more meet and greets, no exposure. just like they've done over the past few years, they're moving more towards a TV show entertainment aspect, and backup vocals, and less about the countries and the artists as it was in the past. And I feel as this is just one other thing in the whole process. But that's just me maybe overanalyzing it. Okay, so I would love to hear, though, just looking at the pictures, putting the interesting look of the pictures aside, almost like satirized pictures. You guys feel good about the cube and how it looks in the chat at ESC United. But just real quick, Roy, is it working, the smaller cube, based on the pictures? We don't know the camera.
I don't know. I just have a lot of questions. Like, why is it higher? What's the significance of that? Why?
What's higher?
Like the box she's standing on is a lot higher than in the national final. Like, it was just
I
quite
could
low
see
platform.
maybe they cannot lower any further, so they had to get her closer to the thing. I'm sure there are some reasons. And
I
maybe
don't know. There's something off. I don't know what it is.
Yeah. Someone's saying they should have colored that block black.
It seems. Did it change color? Let me.
Yeah, in the further picture, it is black.
Is it LED, or is it just the lighting though?
Maybe it looks like LED, it's being illuminated. It looks to me.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah. Like it like something like it could be projection. Yeah, projection.
I think so too. Because in some pictures it's brown, and then the other one it has like more like but grayish look. Yeah, so I think it changed the colors. And it has, of course, plenty of smoke there as well. So it's going to look great. I'm not worried about it. I mean, one thing about SVT, they get what they want usually, for the most part. Every once in a while they don't. But
I can't wait to see, though. I can't wait to see how they've adapted it, because they will have found a way to make it work 100%. I can't wait to see how they've adapted it to make it work with the smaller screen. Since that's a lot small. It's clearly a lot smaller. I don't know how much it weighs now. I'm less stressed though, knowing that it weighs less. Like that opening shot, they'll have to have it, the opening shot where she's sort of turning in perspective to the camera. They'll have to have that closer in for it to work. I'd be curious to see if it still works in the same way now, or whether they've had to adjust that. Things like that, I think, would be really interesting.
Yeah, that's true. Let me keep talking for a second. I'm looking up something real quick here.
Yeah, no problem. I'm just busy. I'm calm now. I'm back to analysis mode. I just think it's if this is what's happening, guys, we've only Eurovision kicked off in earnest 7.5 hours ago, and this is the amount of drama we've had already. Who knows what the next couple of weeks is going to have in store for us. And someone's saying Switzerland TikTok is out.
Ah. Hang on 1 second. Okay, TikTok. That one I'm super curious about, because that one can make a difference. I mean, again, we only get like 2 hot seconds, but I'll take it. All right, let me bring up the screen, and let's go ahead.
No water guns, no, I don't wanna be a soldier.
So hi everyone, it's Simon from Switzerland, and it's our first rehearsal on the big stage. We can't wait for a good moment, and I'm super excited. Let's go. It's huge. Love it. Crazy. What a dream to what an honor to sing. I like it.
Okay.
I like that.
That's all the camera work there.
It was so cool. I can't wait to see it now in the watching room how it looked like. But I think it's also, every time it's something different, and working on stage is something very different than working in a dance room. But it's so cool.
Okay, so I will say it's hard to judge this one as well, because right now it looks like, okay, they're just running. but it's clearly the camera work that I'm sure they're going to look like run past him, and it looks way more impressive right now, because right now it looks a little random. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think it looked quite good with the ropes in the beginning as well. I think that worked quite nicely, and I can imagine how that running will look like. I was a bit more like, he's running and sitting at the same time as well at some point, which is highly impressive if he is. Yeah, it looked quite good.
Gabe, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it looked pretty good. His voice sounded really good. Obviously, it's difficult to tell from those small clips, but he sounded like he was really on point. We saw one of the big notes in there, and it was perfect. This one for me is a borderline qualifier. Like it might be not. So he really needs to nail it to get through. That sounded good. So I'm actually quite optimistic about his chances. As for the staging, I do like the sort of when they're all connected, the dancers are all connected kind of thing. That second bit, also not 100% sure, but let's see how it looks when we have a proper camera shot of it.
Yes, the proper camera shot. It was a little bit hot and hot and cold there a little bit, because I do love with the ribbons or whatever it was. That looked really interesting with staging. It still seems weird when and they have this really sudden movements. It kind of like, I don't know how that works.
It seemed a bit rehearsed.
Yeah, it seems. I mean, it is rehearsed, but I know what you mean. It seems very wooden almost in some certain points with him. He's not a dancer, I can tell, which is fine. I'm not either. Then the last part, is probably going to look really cool, as they're probably just running towards the camera and then disappear somehow. I can see a lot of cool stuff that can be done with the staging, and I think Switzerland. We don't have many ballads in the running. I think Switzerland could potentially be the ballad that stands out among the rest. And I've always said that this has a strong melody. And I know some people pointed out the lyrics and all that stuff. I personally don't feel the same way about it. But I don't think people will read too much into it either. I think this has the potential to be one of the better performing ballads this year. So I would like to hear people's thoughts in the chat at ESC United. First one is Remo Fore is the setup arena of Eurovision 2023, Turkey 2003. She has all those bands kind of out of her dress.
Yeah.
I see.
Turkey 2003.
I didn't understand that at first, and I was like, what? But now, no, it makes sense now you've explained it. Yeah.
Do you think Switzerland will use LED floor when they run? That is one good question that we haven't really talked about, because all we see are the audience shots. We do know that there is a LED floor. So oftentimes you have people, shots from above, that gives it. And that's one of the things that we didn't even consider. Sometimes when you have all the lights in the back, maybe something like, what was the one that I was pointing out? Latvia, maybe they have a beautiful LED floor, although I don't see it happening. What do you guys think? You think Switzerland may benefit from that?
I think it's going to be more of a side angle with this one, maybe. Like, it's sort of a diagonal side angle, but yeah, I think definitely you could see the floor at that point as well. So they'll definitely have something projected on it. I don't know what, but
I think the thing is with the floor is that because with the dancers and the way, if you want the viewers to be able to perceive the depth properly and to get the fullest out of that, you can't have high shots. They're going to have to be quite low, and they're going to have to be sort of face on or to the sides rather than pointing downwards. For that reason, I don't think we're going to see masses of floor shots. They might have some, they might use it for a few bits, but I don't think we're going to see anything like elaborate. Maybe something simple, potentially.
Yeah. No, I totally agree. So, wow, I was going to say, I haven't seen yet the other videos, so we still have 2 left, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to stick it, because who knows when they'll be online. Especially Sweden, they just finished that one. So, who impressed you? I know we still have to wait for Sweden and Moldova, but even just based on the first 5 pictures and what you saw, who is like, okay, these are like potentially highlights of the day? I will pick mine first while you give you 2 seconds to think. I think, to me, the 2 standouts in particular probably were Malta and Switzerland, who probably exceeded my expectation because there's something interesting going on there. Sorry, Moldova, of course. Those three I would put up there as the three. Like, okay, this is going to be good, and I'm really excited. Nothing to do with the songs, just really purely on my first impressions on what I've seen. We know that Sweden's going to look amazing, anyways. All that stuff. So, but those three brought it up by quite a bit for me. How about you, Roy?
I would definitely also say Malta and Moldova, but I would also say Ireland. I think they really make that work. And especially with the pyro being shut up and him standing in the middle, I think that can be a very good anthemic moment. So I could see the stairs working as well with the drummer sitting in the middle. I think it's a nice incorporation of him in the song as well. I quite like what I saw from Ireland. So definitely Malta, Moldova, Ireland, those three.
Wonderful. Gabe?
So out of what I've seen this morning, today, I found the imagery of Moldova really striking. I think that's the one that's pleasantly surprised me the best today. I always had high hopes for it, but I was like, wow, this is really good. So I'm really pleased with that. The voice of Switzerland sounds excellent, and some of the staging seems to be quite striking to me. I think also it's worth a shout out to Sweden, who have found a way to deliver the staging when it wasn't always guaranteed. I mean, we were not expecting it in some ways, I think, because it wasn't always guaranteed that they'd be able to find a way to get it to work. But I imagine, presumably, it would have been something similar, like I said about the projector in 2018. They would have, paid to have the thing fixed, like Alina Nechayeva did, which is fair enough. And if that's what they needed to do to get the show on the road, then all power to them.
Yeah.
I guess maybe not all delegations would be able to pay that kind of money. So there's something in that potentially, but it looks really good. I can't wait to see the performance.
I completely agree. So I think that, but all of the not 8, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, right? Acts. So say everything withholding final judgment, because there were plenty of performances that look really weird on the first shot, and then you get it. Like, for instance, even though he didn't qualify, Israel, what was his name again? Mikal, right? It looked really weird because it looks like he's not doing anything, but they relied heavily on the LED floor. And once you saw that, I'm like, oh, okay, this looks way better than I anticipated. I'm not saying that what makes, but sometimes that kind of stuff in that context is needed. Let's do just a couple of questions here. Why are people making the screen such a big deal for Lorraine? She could have 0 staging and win. I don't necessarily. I'm not sure if that is sarcasm or seriousness right now. So I'm saying like it's because it's Lorraine. It's part of the performance, just like with anything. So why wouldn't we make it a big deal? It is a very unique staging, and it is a very elaborate setup that was approved for Sweden by the EBU, when it's rare that you get any major things being descending from the ceiling. Once again, I always go back to Duncan Lawrence, who had big problems with his light bulb, that one little thing. So I don't necessarily think that it's a weird thing. And I don't necessarily agree with that statement either, that Sweden will win regardless. Neither of us, I think, on the team is there yet, right?
Yeah, I think the thing is with the it is probably a bit of a technical achievement, just because obviously one of the requirements for the arena is that they have to have a load-bearing roof of a certain, which is rated to bear a certain amount of, different bits of equipment and so on. So getting it to a state where it can be done safely is an achievement in and of itself. But as for could Loreen win without staging, I think actually the answer is no, because the staging really elevates this performance. Like, a big part, in my opinion, of why it's the favorite at the bookies, why so many fans love it, is because the song's great, but also the staging takes it up to another level. If she'd come out at Melfest and just sort of stood on stage and sung the song, I'm sure she would have still won Melfest, and I'm sure people would still like it. But would it be that, would it currently, be at the place it is with the bookies and so on? I'm not sure it would. I think the fact that they've done something to it.
I think people would compare it too much to Euphoria as well, because she was just standing on the stage there, and like the way the song is structured and the way it kind of sounds, it does feel quite close to a bit of a Euphoria knockoff. Not necessarily that I think that, but I think a lot of people could think that. And I don't know. I think you need a good staging or a different staging to that, like, make them different products. Like Euphoria was just her standing there and doing her dance with a dancer, and now it's something totally different. So the two songs are something different.
Yeah. No, I think I agree with that. I think it's really the song that is good, but it's Lorraine herself and the staging and the whole vibe that makes it stand out.
Yeah.
And that's why we're talking about it, because it is very important. Delivery is very, very important. There are so many songs. Like, let's go back to Fuego. Nobody, barely anyone was talking about Fuego. And then Eleni Fuera comes in there, flips her hair back and forth, and all of a sudden she is the betting odds favorite. I'm simplifying it, of course, but that is, it's just part of it. And how you package a song in a contest that is visual, because it's not on the radio. There's Eurovision. So I know that's not really what they mean by that, but I just playing with the words. It is certainly part of it, and we wouldn't want it any other way. Am I right?
It's you need everything. I wouldn't get even the dramas, the controversies, all of that. Some of it's not always fun. Sometimes sometimes that unpleasant things can happen, but I wouldn't change most things just because the way we sort of all emotionally invest so much in it. The fact that there's the highs and the lows, has an allure in and of itself, if you know what I mean. Although I am messy, I appreciate that, but so for me, oh yes, I'm extremely messy. I live for dramas.
Oh, that kind of. Oh, really? I mean, I'm curious. We'll see how it goes with that. What drama and how that's. I don't think it's going to make any of them going to make a big deal out of it, but we shall see. So I think we have to move on for the evening, but we'll be back in the morning, my middle of the night. So I hope y'all are gonna be back. I will post the link shortly. Gabe and Roy, do you have any time tomorrow, or y'all busy?
I will be here.
I might have some time. I'm not sure exactly what times though. So
okay, that's fine. It's an open invitation. You know how it goes. And thank you, everyone. We need to get some rest here. I mean, it's 11:15 here. It's kind of weird for me to go into bed soon.
I still need to make dinner.
I know. I haven't eaten. I only had coffee. I had 2 cookies. So that's about it. So thank you, everyone. This was day 1 of rehearsals. Day 2 of rehearsals will kick off tomorrow, and I hope I see it. Thank you again, everyone, for your support, whether it's through super chats or just your active involvement in the chat. I mean, it would be boring if only the 3 of us or 2 of us or whoever's in the chat would chat here by ourselves. So you are a huge part of this. So let's do this again tomorrow, first thing in the morning, and I'll see you all then.